What's going on, people? How y'all doing? Don't do it. Dude, there's still... Destiny isn't talking anymore. But Econoboi and Pisco and Wick still are. STL's up there too right now, I guess. I don't know. I've seen one clip of it because Isaac sent it to me. But it seems like it's gonna be a fun time. I don't know who the fuck exports light mixed content. I'm gonna guess Brazil. Brazil was not a good guess. Okay, it's gotta be. What is this woven cotton? I don't know if that's like. This should be a good react. Hopefully. I just got up, by the way. Can we read Iglesias' post on stream before watching the debate? Dude, I can't read the whole thing because I don't have his it's so fucking over. I don't have his thanks for following Mater6, probably a bot. Yeah, goddamn. I don't have a paid subscription to his. Surely India. It's got a lot of woven cotton. Okay, number 3. Okay, I feel like China's probably number 1. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We all know Indonesia has so much cotton. Ah, fuck. You know what? We got silver. That's fine. But why does it say did we get silver? You might need 75% to get silver, and we got 74.6%. Goddamn. Who do you subscribe to on Substack? A lot of people. Like a paid subscription? Not that many, because I don't have enough money to keep up with 5 different paid, more than 5 different paid subscriptions, 100 different paid subscriptions. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've showed this on stream before, but it's like Bethan's Bulldog, obviously, Paul Krugman, the Scott Cunningham dude, Matt Iglesias, The Overshoot, all these people, Ryan Macbeth, Best Econ Twitter, Scott Sumner, obviously, Nicholas Decker, Richard Hania Opinion, people like that. I mean, paid? Yeah, I think I only have Bethan right now for paid. Thanks, Monks, for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. Oh, what's up?
What's up? Did you watch the Econoboi thing?
Not yet. I'm about to.
Oh, the entire debate?
Yeah.
Okay, have fun. I'm gonna go to sleep. Wait, I was just okay. There's a person called Rose or whatever. They're like a sovereign wealth fund Brunigist, whatever.
Mhm.
Very, very economically literate person, by the way. So they're fun to talk to. I'll just talk to them for a while, and they're gonna start talking to Econoboi. They're nice.
No. No.
Yeah, she's good. I don't know why I'm using they them. She her, but yeah. Okay, and so I don't know. So I think Econoboi did pretty good in that discussion, but Destiny might have. I've watched only 20 minutes. I think Destiny might have won on rhetoric. On substance, it's Econoboi by far, even though I disagree with him. I just hate Connor. I just want it to be clear. Wait, does he follow me on Twitter? I forgot.
I'm pretty sure he just follows everyone back because he has basically the same number of followers and following. I think he just automatically follows everyone back.
Counterpoints. Well, it took a while since he followed me. Wait, how do you spell his name? Counterpoint? No.
I think his Twitter is Counter Connor.
Oh, Counter. Right. Okay, yeah, he does follow me. Yeah, okay, you're right. He does follow everyone back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay, whatever. So, I think he is absolutely retarded. I hate him.
Yes, he follows
King
of the Coast.
But Pisco, I don't like that he's debate broing, Phil broing. Destiny is like, okay, whatever. You're just like kind of retarded, but at least you have rhetoric and you're at least trying to have productive conversations, or at least you're not wasting time, like Pisco and Connor. And Econoboi is mostly correct, but silly guy. But yeah, I'm just trying to convince Bruningites that one, their definition is just like very ahistorical. They, I don't know, whatever. That's the first thing, and then the second thing is just I'm trying to convince them that sovereign wealth funds are suboptimal relative to DBCFT and transfers. Um, but yeah, you understand my case for why, right?
I mean, yeah. I think
Okay.
I think I could be sold on like a sovereign wealth fund probably, but
I I'm just full of spite. Oh, I was gonna tell the Rose that. Yeah, I'm just full of spite. I guess I am a Destiny viewer. I am full of spite, and so I just, on principle, you know. Oh, and also I don't like that all of them take the I'm an egalitarian pill. I don't like that. Utilitarianism is absolutely the best system. There's just no good way to be a realist and an egalitarian. There's just no way. Um, whatever. The question should be, how much suffering are you willing to allow for equality? Yeah, they need to answer that question. And yeah, did you listen to the money pump hypothetical?
Yeah.
Before we go,
that was base. Yeah,
that's a brilliant argument, right? That's a brilliant argument.
it is. Yeah.
I think, yeah. So, because I think that is in itself like enough of a like that's a thing that
shit.
basically just utilitarianism predicts. Like, I don't see, imagine you're again an egalitarian. I don't know if the math works out that way, but like if imagine I spawn someone who's like just like so happy to the point where like the inequality, the Gini coefficient just becomes like insanely high. Would we then? Is there a point where we say that's not a good thing to do anymore? Because that seems to be insane.
There would have to be.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think utility is independent, and therefore inequality doesn't matter. But people are biased. People cannot think clearly, and they're left wing. Too left wing. You should be left wing, but in the liberal way. And that's the utilitarian way. Okay, have fun. Talk to you later. Bye.
Appreciate it. Yeah. What's the money pump hypo? It would take a while to explain. Basically, if you, like Econoboi has stated he is in the past, are like agnostic as to like whether or not it's good to like bring in somebody who you know is gonna have like a fucking awesome life, right? Like a total, like a pretty high positive utility life. If you're like agnostic as to whether like creating that person is a good thing, but if you think like improving the life of future people who will exist is also a good thing, there is basically there's a game you can play where like you can pay someone who's like considering having a child to not have a child, and then pay them slightly more to have the child, even if that child is only going to live an okay life. It'd be a whole fucking thing to explain. But basically, end of it all, you can infinitely, if someone is truly committed to following that principle, you can infinitely essentially extract $8 from them. Or I guess it could be anything, but what's up?
Yeah. Do you want me to explain for the person in chat, or are you just like saying fuck them and watch the video?
No, we're gonna watch. We don't need to sit here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll just tell them, watch the debate between Matthew Edelstein and Ben Burgess. I fucking hate Ben Burgess so much. Yeah, watch their debate, and he makes that. Look, Matthew Edelstein, he defends utilitarianism. He makes that case in their debate. So that case. Yeah, he calls it the money pump objection. You can maybe look up money pump in the transcript if you don't want the context. Although you might not understand it then. I don't know. Okay, bye.
Yeah. Pisco won. Did he? Radical Coder? I had someone in chat earlier, Isaac, tell me that he thought Pisco did poorly or whatever. But yeah. It's like an hour into this
transitivity model, to use your phrasing. So are you familiar with the money pump argument?
No, what's the money pump argument?
So let's say that you have
actually, I can't really send it. I think I can send it in the YouTube chat, but YouTube doesn't. YouTube fucking hates links, so Anyway, dear Lord, this is gonna be painful. Like I said, I only saw one clip of this. Pisco was retarded. Are you, Isaac? You said you're basically. I didn't read all your messages, Isaac, because I literally just woke up when he sent them. You just said you basically know that Pisco just did like his yes and no thing a ton, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like Econoboi is definitely has to be way more informed. I'm here. I don't care about Pisco or Connor. Okay, I care about Econoboi and Destiny. Those are the only people. Those are the only people I care about. I don't know. I just want them to talk about a sovereign wealth fund and stuff. Okay, that's all I want. But we'll see. They're not even. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Yep, ready.
Welcome one and all to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today we are going to be talking about what I consider a very important issue. Should we be courting the far left? What or who do we consider the far left? Which is more of a threat to America in general? The question was asked, who would you vote for, Hassan or Trump? And I think it's an interesting thought experiment to go through. There were some disagreements, so I thought I'd gather people together to hash those out and have a discussion on it. Just a note before we begin, I know there's some tensions are high in different communities and things like that, so I might be a little more heavy-handed on moderation than I normally would be, because I do want the topic itself to be discussed at least a little. But other than that, I'm just going to give the mic to you guys and let you guys go at it. We're going to hand the mic first to Econoboi, give his thoughts.
I'll vote for Hassan over Trump. I think I would. Yeah, probably. Like, I don't really put that much weight into that hypothetical. But yeah, probably.
Econoboi, start us off.
Yeah. So, for those listening, the topic is courting the far left. I take that to be essentially a political and strategic discussion about whether or not and how exactly we should or should not court the far left. And the way that I think of the far left, there's a lot of polls on this. Based on all the research that I was able to do, about 10% of people that vote for Democrats call themselves socialist. And about another
too long to answer. Please face the wall.
Call themselves extremely liberal. So if we were to think Kamala got about 49% of the vote, that's to say that something like 10% of those people are either extremely liberal or socialist by their self-identification. And so I think that what that means to me is that we should take what those people say, those actually existing far left voters, seriously. That to the extent that they have demands, they should have a seat at the table. We should try to come up with some sort of coalition and platform that can balance the needs and desires of the far left and the very, very centrist in the party, recognizing that we're in a big tent. And then when it comes to anti-electoral leftists and anti-democratic leftists, which I'm sure we'll talk about on the show, I think that to the extent that those people have big platforms, Democrats should engage with those platforms. So if Pete Buttigieg wants to go on Hassan's stream and espouse the greatness of his campaign or the Democratic Party or something, I don't really have a big problem with that. But I don't think that people like that should be part of the inner party or should be invited to the DNC. Somebody like Mamdani, if he becomes the mayor of New York, probably should get a speaking spot at the DNC, but probably not people like Hassan, because it's not clear to me that Hassan is quote unquote an ally of the Democratic Party. And what I'll say is one last thing. I'll say that, I think Destiny had said at some point, he'd clarified that essentially people who use the label of socialist should be treated like Nazis. I take that to mean that they should be very harshly socially excluded from the broader movement of the Democratic Party or the broader left. But I think that would be extremely counterproductive because, again, these are just a big chunk of the people of the Democratic Party. I think I get accused of wanting to shrink the tent because I want to primary pro-filibuster senators, right? on ideological grounds. But I think to say that we should shun basically everyone that calls themselves a socialist in the Democratic Party, that's to say that we should shun essentially 10% of the base, which is, I don't know, I just think that's much more counterproductive than just trying to build a coalition with them.
Doesn't he ever even clarify whether I know he had his whole back and forth with Econoboi on Twitter. I don't know if Destiny ever clarified what he actually thinks Econoboi is or whatever. I can't tell if these people are in the waiting room just to talk to each other. They're in the waiting room to talk to me. Because I feel like some of them are just trying to talk to localists.
Okay, thank you, and we will get into it as we go. I'm going to hand the mic next to Pisco.
Trump is on hypo is the equivalent of picking between having horseshit or dog shit for dinner. I mean, yeah, obviously.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously it depends on.
Obviously, the annoying thing about that hypothetical is it's probably, for me, it's probably just going to come down to really who I think is better at destroying institutions. I think, and I think that's probably going to be Trump. I think obviously if Hassan was dictator or whatever, he would probably do about as equal damage to our to our liberal system as Trump would. But obviously, I if they became president, I don't think Hassan would do what we see Trump doing with the Supreme Court and shit. So,
and what you mean by court and what you mean by the far left. So obviously, I would be in support if by far left you mean people like Mamdani, people like AOC, these kinds of people who identify, Bernie Sanders as a socialist. I think there are absolutely things that we can agree on with socialists, and we're a big tent enough coalition if what you mean by far left includes those people. But ultimately, this is a conversation I think about semantics. What is the far left? Who are the group of people who are like anti-liberal or anti-constitutional that you want to exclude? And to what extent do you want to exclude them? Does exclude mean invite them, don't invite them to create a party platform? Does exclude mean not interact with them in any respect, even as Econoboi mentioned, to like use their platform either for a debate or to like promote the candidacy or to try to convince people? I don't know if I'll go that far. I certainly wouldn't want to incorporate any Marxist-Leninist ideas into the Democratic platform if that's what's being meant by courting the voters or courting the far left. So ultimately, it's a semantic argument, but we're not here for that. We're here because, in my opinion, there's been a bad faith campaign to basically smear me and Econoboi and Josiah as having moved to the far left, as having put space in our coalition to really allow for anti-democratic, anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now, I think, in the different coalitions, the different viewer bases, but they don't have to do with a big substantive disagreement. I encourage everyone who's watching, actually look during the course of this conversation, how much disagreement substantively is there going to be? If we're talking about like this semantic game about what a socialist is a socialist a Nazi? Stephen is going to just fucking get crushed on that argument by Econoboi in terms of what a normal person means by the term socialist and how those terms are used. If he can produce any evidence whatsoever that me, Econoboi, or anyone on Live and Learn did something wrong in like bringing on the vanguard, notice if he can bring up anything that shows that we are taking a kind of illiberal approach or trying to do some kind of bad faith, like a courting of the tanky vote. If he can point to any specifics, or really just going to have more fucking nitpicking on the sides, while he encourages and frankly I think smears us as tankies, anti-liberal, and anti-constitutional. So I'm here definitely to get clarity on terms and to notice actually what is the room of substantive disagreement here, or is all of this a fugazi to cover up spite and personal conflict between him and other streamers? And is there really evidence that we're moving to the tanky left or the illiberal left?
Okay, well, thank you for being.
I don't think, obviously, I don't think anyone. I don't know if anyone claims that. I don't know if Destiny ever claimed outright that like Econoboi is like outright illiberal. I think his main concern was basically how do you get to the level of social ownership that Econoboi wants without doing some type of like illiberal expropriation. But I don't think I honestly have no clue what the fuck Destiny is gonna say when Econoboi just says like, like we can just buy shit. Like the government can just invest money, which is what Econoboi wants. It's like the same thing as like, do we think, like I would just ask if we also think quantitative easing is like expropriation or like involuntary or something, because obviously the central bank already does this. Like Norway does it with their sovereign wealth fund, and our central bank essentially does it with quantitative easing. They just like buy capital. Obviously they're doing it for different reasons, and they don't have it as like a public fund afterwards, but it's not like violent expropriation or whatever.
Here, and I'm sure we'll get into all of that. Let's give it first to counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my issue with this whole thing is that there are socialists, which I define, I think, in a good faith way, for the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. There are also communists who believe that the end result of our material analysis should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society. I think these people exist. I think they have clout. I think they have influence. And I would use specific examples in our sphere of influence, like Erin or Straight Raid, who says that she's a communist. I would use the examples like Hassan Piker, who I just watched earlier today, is effectively holding hands with Marxist-Leninists and saying that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He's just, playing softy with the Social Democrats and the Democratic Socialists. That way he can get clout and influence and then radicalize them down a funnel. So for me, what I'm trying to point out is that if you pretend that this person is normal and nice and fine and a part of the coalition, then you're going to lose the moderates, you're going to lose the center right, and for every leftist you gain, you probably lose 2 or 3 moderates. So, the Vanguard, I have no idea what their politics are. I would frankly love to speak to them specifically about their politics, but if MLs are a part of the coalition, you're losing people. You're being politically ineffective. That's my argument.
Okay, thank you for being here. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that when I was making the rounds debating Nazis in 2016 to 2018, one of the most common things that I heard from kind of like the centrists that basically gave more credence to all of the far right ideas was point to where I support this. Show me where I said that I'm racist. Show me where I said that I hate Jewish people, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm, trying to be a white supremacist. And there was always this like annoying fight that I would have to do where in order to start debating the Nazis, I would have to chew through all of these epic centrists first who would say, well, I'm just a classical liberal. I'm Sargon of Akkad. I'm not actually a white supremacist. I just happen to give cover for all of these people. I don't think Econoboi or Pisco or Josiah or any of these other people, I don't think they're becoming tankies or anything like that. I just think there's a very annoying cover that's given to a lot of these people where there's like, we can 100% discern and decipher every single intention that Donald Trump has. We have no problem calling him a fascist outright. But then when you have people that hate the Democrats, that shit on our candidates, that attack everybody on our side constantly, we're like, well, I don't know what they, what they really think or how they really feel. Or when it comes to people like Hassan, like even earlier today in my subreddit, Econoboi, when asked about supporting Hassan, will say things like, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with him on everything. He says, I don't have a generally positive view of Hassan, and I think I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Hassan. That's just in my mind, even though it seems like there's some kind of separation there. That's just a wild statement to make from somebody who openly supports terrorist groups that kill civilians, or openly supports enemies of the United States, or openly supports the subversive propagandizing of our entire political party to hijack the entire movement.
I don't even know. God damn it! I hate these debates. Don't make me form an opinion on the most effective democratic strategy. Don't do it. I don't want to do it.
To destroy,
I want to do it.
if not the Democratic Party, maybe even all of the entire United States of America. So I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't think it behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is, because I think that it's important for the people to know where everybody stands, and it's important to get rid of people that are intentionally trying to obscure their beliefs and come in under the guise of being a leftist without actually stating, what their position is, and then having this like this dual role that they get to play, where they can propagandize people and radicalize them without actually ever stating what it is they're trying to do. Like, are you for the complete total abolition of our democracy, or are you just somebody who wants the government to do more stuff?
And just to get clarity, so we know what we're talking about, Destiny, are you saying that Econoboi and Pisco are running cover for those leftists that you think are infecting the Democratic Party, or however you want to put it, right?
Yes. I don't think it's like they're secretly tanky, and so they want to provide cover for their tanky friends. I think it's more just like this. There's something that happens
every single one of these debates is bad discourse. I don't give a fuck about any of them. I'm only watching this one because I am because they are presumably going to have some economics discussion at some point. Okay. Would you rather naturally have a six-pack without working out, no acne, healthy hair, a wardrobe that updates with consistently trending and nice clothes, or shit your pants every time you fart? That's a tough one, Ness.
Democrat brain, and I've been guilty of it too, where you're so obsessively trying to seem like even-handed that you get rooted out in this world where you're like, I'm trying to be fair, and I don't want to have like Hassan derangement syndrome, so I'm just going to say, they're not that bad. I don't know that much about any of this. I'm not sure, whatever. But what it causes is this reality where, the conversation for this podcast, what was talked about earlier, was should we appeal to leftists when it comes to gaining political power? When do leftists talk about appealing to liberals who try to gain political power? Or when do leftists say, hey, maybe we should chill on shitting on the party, forever and ever when it comes to getting political power? Like, why is the conversation only ever on the Democratic side of things? That's just very wild to me.
Okay, well. The floor is open. Go ahead.
I have a question. Yeah. So this is both to Connor and to Stephen. Should some socialists, at least some, be catered to, be appealed to, and be part of the coalition?
No.
So you would agree, therefore, that Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Mamdani should not be catered to and part of the coalition?
It's gonna immediately devolve into, I don't know.
Correct.
Is he gonna? Does Destiny argue? I don't know if Destiny argues whether or not Bernie Sanders and AOC is socialist or not. Oh, is he gonna be painful?
Depends what you mean when you say catered to.
Should they, for example, should we support the head of the ticket being a socialist like AOC, Mamdani? If they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
Okay, but you understand.
You recognize that supporting somebody at the top of a ticket. Well, you want to play the yes or no question? I can play this. Yeah. You understand that supporting somebody being at the top of the ticket doesn't mean that you are centrally supporting their ideology. For instance, it's possible to.
Sanders and AOC are not socialists. I think under like Econoboi's definition, they basically are. I'm pretty sure Econoboi would consider that.
People that are further to the left of you without catering to far leftist beliefs.
But you agree,
like if a socialist is at the top of the ticket, socialist like Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Party should support the socialist.
I think I'm fairly certain everyone here agrees that they essentially are Democratic socialists.
The top of the ticket, correct?
It depends on what you mean, but generally, yeah, I think you should support.
Okay, so you're okay with socialists being part of the coalition, correct?
I don't really know if I consider Bernie Sanders or AOC to be like socialists.
Oh no, okay. Well, there we go.
Because I don't think that they like fit under conventional definitions of socialism.
Do they want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production?
Yeah, so that's your.
Was the only one with the only one in the world with his definition of socialism? No, I mean like Brunegg and other democratic socialists I think use that definition, right? Like I think that that is like one of the standard like liberal socialist definitions. Now I agree it is kind of a stupid definition, but
that's your proprietary definition of socialism.
That's most socialist definitions. So, do you disagree with my definition?
Yeah. Okay. So just to hop in here. So yeah, I disagree that is. Okay. Do you want me to answer the question, Connor?
Answer. Give Econoboi space to answer. Go ahead.
So
what's your line of Adderall?
Let Econoboi answer. Go ahead.
I probably should have done an edible instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But to answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a diverse universe of people. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists. Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. People have different ways of defining these things. For instance, capitalism includes people all the way from Fabian Liberty to people like Destiny, who basically endorses the Nordic model, right? And they're both capitalists, right? And so I think that of the 10% of people who call themselves socialists and are part of the Democratic Party base, obviously that's a very diverse group of people, ranging from the exact, essentially, people that I just mentioned as well. And I think that's a very sensible way to look at who calls themselves socialist and why. To Destiny's point of when do
socialist or Bernie's not a socialist? That's crazy.
Just one more sentence to Destiny's point about when do like the left wingers ever cater to the moderates? Well, I mean, I seem to remember people like Bernie Sanders and AOC taking very collaborative positions with people like Biden when he was in office. And
I think, by the way, I'm pretty sure Unlearning Economics uses that same definition. I'm not entirely sure, but Unlearning Economics did just do like an interview with another like Democratic socialist dude, and I'm pretty sure. Oh fuck. Yeah. I didn't watch this whole thing, but I'm pretty sure both these people like use the same basic definition of like, socialism is when publicly owned wealth. It's when collectivized ownership, even if there's, no actual like say control over it, and even if there are like multiple competing SOEs, like.
And I seem to recall, like Mamdani, he took a very collaborative position with people like Brad Lander. And Mamdani's campaign, to the extent that it appealed to people broader than just the left wing, he made that conscious decision to do that. He didn't run on a campaign of seizing the means of production. He ran on a campaign of like freezing the rent and providing childcare to people, right? I mean, I take that to be in some sense a means to cater to a broader base of people than just left wingers, essentially.
Literally the same thing.
So I think that if we want to talk about catering to socialists, I think that the issue that we have is
why is that
there exists a
I'm assuming that's just
world where you only have, you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement and part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, you know, some supported
it, so it might just be Econoboi stream.
The liberals, some kind of didn't, some were.
But Econoboi's the only one. I think Econoboi's the only one that's been streaming the whole time. Wick, I know, ended.
Like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most like popular Democratic figures making the rounds on shows. I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give like the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I looked at the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know if I can really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media environment.
There's a definitional issue here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialists. Explain that.
Destiny's side has no mistakes. Econoboi looks like it has a little lag. Didn't Destiny stopped streaming though, and he didn't stream because Destiny left, and Econoboi Pisco still has some conversation with people, and I probably want to watch at least some.
Not really responsive to anything I just said.
No, because you were not responsive to the issue. Which has to do with the yeah. So the question is, if you're defining socialism to only include the people that Steven doesn't like, then maybe there's not actually a disagreement here in terms of who like should be leading the party or something.
So I wasn't defining socialism people I don't like. I was defining socialism. So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment. My earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Okay, well, it skipped ahead a little bit in there, and it devolved into that pretty quickly.
And I think that we should have like stronger rules on immigration. I was like, yeah, I probably fucking support this dude or whatever.
Like, and you understand, and Econoboi would lay this out, that Bernie.
That the end result of this radicalized.
One of the most common those leftists that you think are
Hold on, I'm pretty sure this is fucked up too.
Where you're like, I'm trying.
Oh shit, what's up?
Hi, local is getting jumped. Too many people joined.
But right now you've got.
Dude, are you guys in? Are any of them in the waiting room to talk to me, or are they all in the waiting room just to talk to Localist? I'm pretty sure they're all just there to talk to.
I was gonna tell you, Localist wanted to talk to you, but I joined and I started debating him, and then like 3 other people joined and he got jumped.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
We're talking about localism and opportunity cost. He was telling me that it would be cheaper for you to, build a house from scratch than, working your job and then paying for a house.
Yeah, he doesn't. He understand specialization.
You want to talk to Localist though? He wants to talk to you, I think.
I've talked to Localist like 100 times about this same exact thing. He just doesn't think opportunity cost is a real thing. Like I don't know how to. I don't know.
Only accounting costs. Only accounting costs. All right, I'll convince him. Don't worry. He self-admitted to being a Marxist.
True. Thanks. Wait, what did he even want to talk to me about initially? Do you know?
I think localism, but then I started talking to him. So then I don't know if he still wants to join, but
I've talked to localism like 100 times about localism. Okay, I don't care about talking to him.
Okay. I'll let you know.
Oh my God! Real Gumbo Waterson, thanks for the follow.
Anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now. Is going
to way for the decommodification result of point out
on everything. I would finally behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is.
Destiny, are you saying that Econoboi and Pisco are running cover for those leftists that you think are?
And I've been guilty of it too. Where you're so obsessively trying to seem like even-handed that you get rooted out in this thing that happens to appeal to leftists.
We watched this part, right?
The floor is open.
Should some
I was going to say they do. They say they're going to co-opt the movement.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Support socialists like AOC,
oh my God.
if they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
Okay, but
or conventional.
That's a very diverse group of people, ranging from
catering to socialists. I think that the issue that we have is there exists a world where you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement, or part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, you know, some supported the liberals, some kind of didn't, and some were like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most like popular Democratic figures making the rounds on shows. I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give like the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I looked at the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know if I can really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media.
There's a definitional issue here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialists. Explain that.
That's not really responsive to anything I just said.
No, because you were not responsive to the issue, which has to do with the definition. Yeah. So the question is, if you're defining socialism to only include the people that Steven doesn't like, then maybe there's not actually a disagreement here in terms of who like should be leading the party or something.
But I wasn't defining people I don't like. I was defining socialism. So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment. My earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even consider like Bernie Sanders and AOC to be hardcore socialists. If I wanted to supply that argument, if I supply socialists at all. Well, right now, who are the socialists all shitting on almost more than anybody else? AOC and Bernie Sanders. So
whether they're shitting on them or not, whether they're shitting them or not isn't the question. That's a separate question. Are they shitting or not shitting? The question is, should socialists be part of the coalition? You just said that Bernie isn't a socialist. He identifies as such. AOC's not a socialist. She identifies as such. Mamdani isn't a socialist. She identifies as such. What's your evidence they're not socialists?
So identifying as a political thing doesn't make you that political thing. That's a tautology and nonsense, number one. And number two, the question wasn't should they be part of the coalition. The question is should we appeal to them? Those are two fundamentally completely different questions.
Destiny, to be clear though, you're narrowing your position. It was just last night when you said explicitly anyone that uses the socialist label should be treated like a Nazi. Right? Now,
in the media environment is what we're talking about. I'm commenting on your show.
Then Destiny, okay, well that's what you said last night. You're clarifying just people within the media environment. Then I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion. Then because
I don't even know. I'm fairly certain. I mean, obviously, in the media environment, like you have, you know, you probably disproportionately see. I don't know what he considers the media environment actually, but you probably disproportionately see like tanky fucking people in the quote unquote media environment or whatever. But like, does Econoboi count as being in the media environment? I'm still certain that like a lot of the socialists in the media environment are liberal socialist types.
You want, but anybody that's watched, I don't shit on AOC, I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even, and I've been supportive of them.
I think useful is one way to put about it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think weaselly is another way to put it, and I think it is weaselly. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting pushed, I guess now it's a media environment. Yeah, but you were.
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be part of the coalition. I said we shouldn't be trying to actively appeal to socialists. Do you understand that those are two separate things?
They're different statements. They're correct. They're different statements. But you said
no. They mean fundamentally two
different statements
that
mean different things. They're two different statements that mean two different things. But your position is it your position therefore that the Democrats should, as part of their coalition in terms of who to vote for, what kind of policy support, to humor people like Mamdani, humor people like AOC, and humor people like Bernie Sanders? If that's the truth, then I think that it's almost.
I don't know what that statement means. Should they humor them? Like, what does that mean? Like, put them on the ballot? I don't know what that question means.
So should they have a seat at the table? Whatever you take that seat at the table.
What is a seat at the table? Like, they're going to be out
So for example,
okay, I'm pretty sure it's just Destiny's camera.
You're the one who says that we need to excise these people from the party. I actually don't know what you mean by that. So whatever your vision of having a seat at the table, not being excised is, whatever you're using when you say these people need to be gone, under that definition, do you think? Okay,
sure. Let's let Destiny. Those are good questions, Pisco, and I'd like to know the answers too, right? What do you mean, Destiny, when you say we need to excise these people? How do you see that?
My fixation is almost universally on the media environment when I'm having these conversations. I think when I was watching you guys talk, it was also generally on although sometimes you guys would try to go back to AOC, but like politicians operate kind of in a different world than the media environment operates in. Most of my criticism of the media environment that all calls themselves like leftists or socialists seem to relentlessly shit on Democrats. And I just think it's a really unhealthy and bad world. Again, where you see a Michigan senator wants to dip her toes into the podcasting world, and one of the jokes I made about Kamala is one of the reasons why she probably didn't do any shows is because she would get fucked by the right, the centrist, and the left, and she goes on a leftist show and she gets fucking shit on because they only want to talk about fucking Palestine. This is a senator from a blue state from Michigan. Jesus, that's insane to me. And it would be nice if we actually had like a strong center-left position and a strong center-left media apparatus, and not just a bunch of leftists who fucking hate the party.
Do you understand our position to be that we disagree with your assessment that leftists constantly shit on the Democrats? Do you think that we disagree on that?
I'm not sure all the time.
So you're not sure. So we're here to discuss something where you're not sure if we agree with you on the position that the lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways we don't like. We agree that lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways that we don't like. We agreed with Hutch, for example, when they constantly shit on people like Biden in certain ways, even though I shit on Biden in some respects. We agreed on the AOC tweets that they shouldn't have shit on her that way. And so there's no disagreement there. So that obviously isn't what we're here to discuss on a point where you're unsure that we disagree on.
I wasn't saying that we had I was very strong that we massively disagreed there.
I got something I massively disagree with.
Oh no. Okay, now we're gonna move away from any. Now we're gonna go to.
So okay.
What do we think socialism is?
I think that every single leftist that I've talked to online, anybody who has any kind of political knowledge whatsoever, defines socialist as decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they use that definition repeatedly. I think that my frustration is that there are a bunch of quote-unquote social democrats who talk about universal health care, or they talk about making rent cheaper or some shit like that, which are social democratic Scandinavian policies, and I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to
Fuck you guys, I'm opening Pokemon. Hold on, give me a second. incredible.
Rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker and plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well, they're ecstatic that this is happening. They're ecstatic that Mamdani has social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that AOC have social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that Bernie Sanders have social democrat policies because it rehabilitates the word in my mind. That shift of the Overton window to the fucking far left is an insidious plot by plots to manipulate the Democratic Party further left, and it's going to ruin electoralism.
So we're going to get some actual clarity here. So to be clear, Stephen, you don't disagree that people like Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, they're fine to be in the party, and we're fine to appeal to the kind of issues that they care about in their positions, correct? You don't have a problem with that?
Well, but I would, hold on, real quick.
I'm asking Stephen a question. I'm going to get to you and see if you disagree with Stephen.
Second, I want to say something before you and Destiny talk for the next 40 fucking minutes. What I would say is that if the socialists are proposing social democrat policy, but then they get what they want, and then they try to yank the political window further left, that is something 100% that I oppose. Destiny, you and Pisco, go ahead and fight for the next 10 minutes.
I just want to ask, and I'll ask, I'm going to go to you, Connor, and see if you agree with Destiny, because I think
I want to do a Bloomberg piece on Doge. He's a really nice guy who killed thousands of nice people so far, and possibly millions in the future. No, I haven't. What I'm assuming he's just associated with the USAID shutdown. That's awesome.
The substantive opinion. So I'm going to ask Stephen, do you have a problem with these people, the people identified, Mamdani, Sanders, AOC, being part of the Democratic Coalition, and however you define Democratic Coalition, and having their positions catered to, or people having their positions in general as part of the Democratic Coalition? Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, so there's two separate questions. So one, like generally, I'm probably almost always going to support a blue candidate over a red candidate in this current media environment, or in this current political environment. Number one. But number two, when you say, do you have a problem appealing to them? I mean, that means different things. If you say, like, I have a problem if we were to appeal to Bernie Sanders coming out and saying, I want to socialize all of the means of productions in the United States, I would have a problem with that. But if you're saying, do you have a problem appealing to Bernie and AOC and Mamdani saying, we need to find ways to make rent cheaper in cities, and that might mean a policy like rent control that I personally don't like, but they want to try it. I mean, I wouldn't be like fundamentally opposed to having it as part of my party's platform. Then no, I mean, like, it would depend on what things we're trying to appealing to.
Like, agreed. You're okay with the socialists being at the top of the Democratic ticket in the sense of socialists in the Bernie Sanders sense.
But this is part of the issue. You call it
is that right or no? Am I wrong?
You can't. This is not like a simple thing. You're like doing like the what is a woman at me? What is a socialist?
No, I'm asking you. Do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket?
You got
That's a specific question.
No, like if him being a senator from Vermont, no. If he was president, probably not.
Yeah. So
when you say a socialist, if you're talking about somebody who wants to abolish by law all of private enterprise and maybe even attack the democratic underpinnings of our political parties, right, and have a single party rule, I would be opposed to that.
But that doesn't describe Bernie. It doesn't describe Mamdani. It doesn't describe AOC. Correct?
No, but Mamdani, Bernie, and AOC are on the outer perimeter of what is considered socialist, and they're attacked by the center.
Oh no! How old is this dude? This dude is like. This dude looks like 20 years old. Yeah, 23.
Part of what is socialist.
So
that's my issue.
Okay,
you could probably find an outer perimeter fascist that I might be okay with. If he's some fascist who's like, yeah, I think we should protect America as an ethno-state, and I'm defining ethno-state as like the current ethnic composition of America, and I think that we should have like stronger rules on immigration. I was like, yeah, I probably fucking support this dude or whatever.
And you understand, and Econoboi laid this out, that Bernie, AOC, these types, they come from a long tradition of democratic socialists from like UK, Australia. He brought up Clement Attlee, and this is not some fringe movement. These are democratic socialists that exist in countries all over the world. So we're not talking about this idiosyncratic belief of socialism. It's a version of socialism that exists, and you're okay with it being part of the party. So the question isn't one of categorical. You're okay with some socialism.
How long have those people really considered themselves socialists? Like I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe they have always like considered themselves socialist or whatever. But I do think I feel like my other joystick should be working to move the camera, but it's not. And I don't know if that's just because this game doesn't have that, or if it's because I'm stupid. But like I don't know how, like, historically, how much people like Econoboi have been defined as, like, strictly speaking, socialist, like even democratic socialist. Like I don't know, maybe he's right, but it feels like, I mean, Sample mentioned this. Like if you wrote a book about the history of socialism, and like didn't include like the USSR and China, like that would not be a useful book on the history of socialism, right? Because that just does not capture at all what most people mean by socialism. Not that they have liberal parties in parliament all over the planet, or literal parties. How long do they actually consider them like actually socialist though? Like who, like I don't know, like I don't know if by what most people consider socialism is captured by like whatever like European like parliament parties have like 5 seats that are like the Econoboi like Bruneg type socialist people. Like I don't know. But like under Econoboi's definition, half these European countries are socialist already. Like I don't want to say half, but like he says Norway is mostly socialist, right? And like I have to go through and look at the data for like Germany, but it doesn't even seem like most European countries are like that far off from the level of socialization that Norway has.
Would vote for some socialists. I'll ask Connor the same question. Connor, are you okay with someone like Bernie Sanders being on the top of the ticket, AOC being on the top of the ticket of the Democratic Party?
No, I would either abstain from voting or I would fucking vote against them. Like, for instance, if there's a moderate Republican compared to AOC or Bernie. But not that moderate Republicans exist anymore, but if they existed, I would pick a moderate Republican over AOC or Bernie.
Yeah, I think the bigger disagreement between you and Destiny, therefore. I think Destiny's okay with some socialists
Well,
being a part of the Democratic coalition.
Connor's a Republican. I expected him to say that. Yeah, no shit. But voting for somebody is a lot different than appealing to somebody. These are two different things, and we keep playing like this, like summer game.
So where do you think?
Hold on, let Destiny finish his thought, please.
Well, that's it. No, I'm just saying like appealing to somebody is a lot different than voting for somebody. I'm guessing if I was in New York and there was a plethora of candidates, Mamdani probably wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd probably vote for him in the primary, or I'm sorry, in the general. But that doesn't mean I would like want to appeal to a socialist or whatever.
But I agree that, okay, like we have to. I think there's a useful thing to look at what this actually looks like in actually existing politics, right? So in 2016, when Bernie Sanders got 45% of the vote in the primary.
Someone explain how Norway wouldn't be indecipherable from UK if it didn't have oil, dude. I think, like I said, I have to go through and look at the mainland Norway statistics because it is Norway is like a little distorted by the fact that it has like a fuck ton of oil, obviously. But like, yeah, I'm pretty sure if you take out the oil, if you take out the offshore oil, even like Norway is basically at the same level of socialization as most European countries. What's up?
Wait, so someone said if Norway would be miserable like the UK if they didn't have oil, they would.
No, indecipherable.
Look up Norway. What?
Oh, no, they said like indecipherable, like the level of socialization, like
never mind. I thought they're talking about miserable.
It would also be miserable. I know it. Yeah, I know it.
If you want about miserable, look up synthetic control Norway oil, and basically, yeah, if they didn't find out oil, it's most likely they would have just like plateaued and would not be as developed. Yeah, like significantly more. Okay.
He was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage. I think carbon pricing, and I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty. I want to say that was something that Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform. You know, and again, that's like a very direct appeal to Bernie Sanders and like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists and the Democratic.
No, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay, so
here's where I ran out of problem because nothing that you just said there was socialist, and there's this game that's played where
you're wrong about that. You're completely wrong. Okay,
15
so
an hour is socialist.
Okay, do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh no! Wait, does Econoboi?
Right. So the Communist Manifesto proposed a progressive income tax, right?
I got it. Econoboi still streaming. Okay, I grant you a little leeway, Econoboi, with your Brunegian definition of socialist. Okay. But if we're just defining any type of redistribution as socialist, that's like that's not unless you're gonna say like I guess like the progressive income tax is like equivalent to like state ownership of people's income and like that just seems so that seems ridiculous to me. You know, obviously me and Econoboi have had these types of discussions before, but I think it's already a little bit shaky to like say, oh, my controller disconnected, fuck. I think it's already a little bit shaky to say like, oh, socialism is when like public ownership of wealth, even if, you know, there's no actual like necessarily like state control over these issues. It's simply just like, you know, the fact that the state like owns it on paper, right? It's like, yeah, if we did enough quantitative easing, I guess we'd be like a socialist country under that definition, right? But like, you know, so I think that's a little bit silly to begin with. But now to say that progressive income tax is socialist, oh no.
So
does that make it a socialist policy?
I would say, generally speaking, that the Communist Manifesto, you know, the manifesto of the Communist Party, like it probably is something of an authority on what it means to be a communist policy.
The Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet made so that farmers could read it and go into a revolution against the state. We're going back to defining
This is true, Lucas. Oh my god.
This is so bad faith. So Econoboi brings up a point. He says, is this policy socialist? And as it's sort of embodied in the Communist Manifesto? And you go a broader point and say, well, the Communist Manifesto has this other purpose. That's not the question on the table. Whether that's other purpose.
That's not the point. So that's not the point. So the point is that it's not about whether or not we would semantically.
I mean, I pulled this up like many times, but like this is what listen, Econoboi agrees with my numbers as far as I know. Okay, we came to an agreement about these numbers if they would load. But even if I'm generous and include all the offshore drilling, like Norway is like 50% socialist. And that's including all state-owned oil revenue and using the highest measure of Norway's government spending. It gets to basically 50% socialist in 2022.
Define something like a progressive income tax as communist or not communist. It's about these broader movements
I
and
don't
what
know
their
what
general
calls them
ideological
socialist 'cause
disposition
they
is
like
on all
sharing.
of the different set of possible positions.
Dude, I
within
don't
the
even.
policy
I don't like. Again, like I don't even like the definition of socialism I've heard used before. I don't even have like. I think it's a little silly sometimes, but like I don't even like have like a huge issue with it, right? Because like I think it's you know, like say like, oh, you know, I just like really value like equality, like I'm an egalitarian, and like I think state ownership, collective ownership is obviously like, you know, the way that we would get to the most egalitarian society, and you know, to that extent I think socialism is like the, you know, ideal system or whatever. I don't even necessarily have a big issue with that like conception of socialism. I just think it's a little bit silly to say that like a country is like mostly socialist if it just has like 2/3 of wealth collectively owned or whatever because it invests oil revenue that it gets. And I think it's a little bit silly to say that progressive income tax is socialist. Same games can we play? Can be played if we start defining what is real capitalism? Well, to be fair, like Econoboi did mention, like, and I think this is a fair point. I just think the income tax thing is a stretch. I get it's a fair point to mention, like, hey, capitalism includes everyone from Fabian Liberty to like social democrats, right? Like, so obviously, like capitalist, there's a big spectrum of what capitalism means, and capitalists have a lot of disagreements over what real capitalism is too. Because like Fabian Liberty would call Destiny a socialist too, right? Like Fabian Liberty would say, you know, the only real type of capitalism is his type of anarcho-capitalism or whatever. But I don't know. None of this gets you to as broad of a definition of socialism that Econoboi is using, I don't think, unfortunately. I'm warming up to the semantics really matter side. I mean,
so I would agree to your point that like
in this debate,
the decommodification of
in this debate, I do think semantics matter, obviously, because obviously if they're talking about, you know, what the Democratic Party should do with regards to socialists, it does matter who we're considering socialists, right? But
labor and also like the collective ownership of the means of production, if that's the way that you define socialism, then obviously these aren't like socialist policies, quote unquote, but that doesn't mean that you're not appealing to like the broader socialist movement and the broader like socialist apparatus of advocacy when you propose things like a $15 an hour minimum
wage.
Just for clarity,
Econoboi, just for clarity, so I understand, you're saying when you say I want to appeal to socialists, you're saying things like, oh, pick policies that socialists would also like.
I'm saying that insofar as socialists and very progressive Democrats are a part of the actually existing base of Democratic voters, they should have some proportional say in things like party leadership positions, committee assignments, the platform of the Democratic Party, fundraising distribution, activist-based organizing, strategic discussions. They should have some kind of proportional say in all of those discussions.
But the problem is those people, if they truly identify as socialists and not just like liberal.
By the way, I think I might write a Substack article. By the way, Ryan, I guess I'll go with you. I think I'll do Rowlett because I think it's funny. I disagree with all that. I don't know. The issue is, I might write a Substack article about this. I think I would just title it like "Slop Economics leads to like slop or policies" or whatever. Dude, it's so annoying that I feel like the position Democrats are putting me in is like I have to choose between people like the 80, like look at Kat Abigazela's race, right? It's like my choices are like 80-year-old like moderate Dem fuck who doesn't want to stand up to Trump in any way and who doesn't actually probably maybe overall is like more aligned with policy on me with regards to, or is like closer aligned to policy with my policy beliefs, but like just doesn't like want to like do jack shit to actually get anything done, versus like Kat Abigazela, who I do believe will like stand up to Trump and I don't think will die in office, right? And another problem is that Democrats just have a bunch of old people who fucking die in office, but also just has like just slop policies, right? And I don't even think like the slop policies are like that bad. Like I don't think like a minimum wage is that bad. I don't think that like Medicare for all, like even if I would just have a public option, it's like that catastrophically bad or anything. It's just like annoying. It's just like why are we okay with someone shit a slop?
Liberal light or socialist light or whatever we're calling these people, they're not going to be pushing for these outer
should be
perimeter things that
marginalized voters
socialists
we need
might
to win
agree
in 1930s NSDAP voters are real.
with when it comes to liberals.
I mean,
so
I
when you
think,
say like a $15 an hour minimum wage or like a progressive taxation system, these are quote unquote socialist policies because they're mentioned in the Communist Manifesto. You don't need communism or socialism to talk about either of those issues. And what I don't like is this weird game that's played where somehow socialists are allowed to no true Scotsman every single good thing that
would
are
be
capital.
Extremely catastrophic? I don't think so. What's your definition of extremely catastrophic? I think if we funded it correctly or funded it appropriately, it would not be like that bad. I think it's possible it'd be better than what we have now, just because I think what we have now is like bad, even if I don't think it's like perfectly optimal.
liberal society has produced and say, oh, well, you like vacation days? That actually came from socialism. You like minimum wage? That came from socialism. You like labor unions? That came from socialism. And every bad and shitty thing is ascribed to the capitalist part, despite the fact that that's what's even creating.
I don't know if banning private insurance would be a disaster. I think it'd be bad. I think it. Well, here, let me clarify. I think it. I could actually probably see it being a disaster if like we didn't do anything to subsidize medical R&D in the back end. Right, like I think that could be pretty bad.
The necessary prerequisite to even have these other things.
Wait, Destiny, what does that have to do with? Wait, I don't know what that has to do like at all with what I just said. What I'm saying fundamentally is that I think it's sensible to make policy concessions to the broader socialist apparatus insofar as they're a part of the base. It sounds like you don't even.
We don't have to make that's not a policy concession to a socialist.
It would be considered. Hold on. It would be considered.
No, absolutely.
Yes, it absolutely would.
No country in the world that bans private insurance. Well, that's true, but I also don't know. I actually don't like. Was Bernie's Medicare for All plan? Did it ban private insurance more than like the UK system does? Right? Because like I know in the UK you can technically still get private insurance, but like it's like very limited. And like I don't know if Bernie would like. I don't know if I know his plan like essentially did it like ban private insurance, but I don't know if it was 100%. Like it could be a disaster with the current incompetent politics. That I agree with. Yeah.
Still get a 15 an hour minimum wage? Yeah. Then it's not a policy concession to socialism.
Wait. No.
Destiny, really quick, Destiny, even under quote unquote liberal economic frameworks, people in my replies are calling countries like the Nordic societies liberal capitalist societies, even though they do quote unquote socialist things as you would just define, like social ownership of the means of production. Like there's a lot of quote unquote socialist policies that those countries have engaged in that people are labeling as liberalism and doing these kind of things.
Well, it would make it completely obsolete. Yeah.
Definitions of things, that's totally fine with me. But I think that insofar as like the socialist movement, and when we went to the topic of the debate, courting the left, right, conceding things to the left, the broader left, I include very progressive Democrats in that who might identify as capitalists or might be misaligned in some way. That includes things like broader progressive policies, like I mentioned the death penalty, minimum wage, things like that as well.
When I say court the left, and when I was designing this topic, maybe I could have been more clear. I'm not talking about issues that both liberals and leftists share. Like both of them agree that we should treat kids nicely. Both of them agree that we should be kind to our neighbors, things like that. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about things that are specifically and.
So name them. So if you're
talking, the only decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Holy fucking shit. So
Hassan is a good example, right?
Hassan isn't a policy. He is great. Hassan isn't a policy. If you're talking about appealing to people, Econoboi gave you a response. He's talking about things that these people care about, socialists care about. If all you're talking about is people,
no. Okay, so I'm gonna say something that pisses me off about this conversation. Oh, somebody else started talking. I'm gonna roll my eyes. Shut the fuck up, Pisco. Take your eyeballs and fucking shut them the fuck up. Okay. Bro. So saying everything good is socialism is dumb as fuck.
No one said that.
What I'm doing.
Yeah, we did. We just said it. I just listened to it. Shut the fuck up. I listened to you talk for the past 5 minutes. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You're fucking idiot.
Shut the fuck up.
No one said that.
Hey, my turn. I have the talking stick. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So saying like, oh, a minimum wage is socialist, progressive taxes is socialist, firefighters is socialist, police are socialist, teachers are socialist. This is the kind of fucking bullshit that is the obfuscation that I'm talking about, where you're basically talking about normie, lib, governmental policies that are perfectly conducive to a free market fucking state, and you're like, oh, it's just a gradation of the economics. Well, why don't we just go with the right-wing definition of socialism, where socialism is when the government does anything ever whatsoever. Then at that point, I'm a socialist. Fucking J.D. Vance is a socialist. Everybody's a fucking socialist.
Hold on. Give it to Pisco and Econoboi.
Yeah, so Econoboi specifically didn't say that. I'll let Econoboi do, but you're just not listening, but I want to talk after Econoboi.
So just to be clear, again, I'm grounding everything that I'm saying in the actually existing people that call themselves socialists and call themselves very, very.
If there's a good policy, we should do it
finish,
regardless of whether or not it appeals to socialists.
About interrupting. So
no, I heard
it. Well, you interrupted, so just give me a second here. I'm grounding this in the actual existing people that call it socialism, that call it whatever, very progressive capitalism or very progressive like policies in general, right? So insofar as you're saying, oh, my narrow definition of socialist policies is decommodification of labor and the socialization of means of production, then to be fair, according to me and according to some other policies that have been proposed, that is like almost exactly what we would be doing.
Give us an example, just an example.
Wait, actually, I didn't come here to play the no true Scotsman for fucking.
Wait, also not the policy game. I'm just
I'm doing the exact opposite.
Econoboi keeps bringing up like I was saying Bernie Sanders. Can you name somebody in the media environment that identifies as a socialist that is friendly towards the Democratic Party?
What is that relevant?
Anybody in the media environment.
So you want to change the conversation?
Make another point.
Like 5-year-olds. In fairness, like I don't. Did I go the wrong way? Like they probably like told me like literally exactly where to go, and like I am just like not reading it at all. So yeah, I think I went the fucking wrong way. I'm stupid. Oh, what's up?
Wait, I get it took me like a couple minutes to like reawake from the coma or whatever the fuck. With the shell shock of hearing Econoboi say the Communist Manifesto proposed it, therefore it's a socialist policy.
Yeah, I know.
The broader socialist for two reasons. One, if you read that section, they're not saying these are socialist policies. They're just saying these are things that could push civilization towards like a more communist society, or like it's basically like, if you understand Marxism, it's like stages of human development materially, and so this sets up society to move to the final stage of communism or whatever. It's the first thing. Second thing, I'm absolutely retarded. Absolutely retarded. It just like I don't think I need to explain much beyond that. And the third thing is not fun. Can you pull up that list? Look up Communist Manifesto policy list. Okay, look it up.
Is it something actually going to come up?
Yeah. I'm sure someone made an infographic. Here we go. The 10-point plan. Okay, look it up.
Yeah. Abolition of private property, heavy progressive graduated.
Look at number 4. Look at number 4. Look at number 4 and tell me if you think it's more Democrats or Republicans doing it.
Confiscate property owned by immigrants and rebels. I think actually, the Republicans are. Donald Trump is the one true socialist that we have. Goddamn.
Well, I mean, immigrants are not immigrants, but in principle, like, yeah, okay. So Econoboi would have to say that confiscating the property of rebels and people moving out of the United States is fucking socialism, brother. Just a fucking slop. Just slop here. I mean, it even says like public banking is like, if we apply this logic, this is inexcusable. Either Econoboi like vocally denounces this inference, or he like backtracks on what he says to the point of like, yeah, you're being Weasley, but like whatever, you understand you were wrong. Or like he's like way more of a clown than I thought. Now that said, I don't understand this. I don't understand why people. It's kind of like a very weird game that is played where like every step is like, I can kind of see it maybe, but why? And they don't answer the why, but like they just use the fact that I said I can kind of see it. But the fact that it's only in one direction, again, the revealed preferences here are just like disturbing me a lot. So it's like, oh, I adopted this definition of socialism, which talks about wealth, and like, yeah, no one ever in history wrote about like that except for like this one guy in the last decade. But you can kind of see it. I mean, it talks about. I mean, democracy is kind of like socialist in the economic sphere, right? Okay, whatever. Okay, so you might fuck yourself into buying into the definition, and now, I mean, whatever. And now it's kind of like we're mind fucked into like, fucking only talking about like emphasizing hardcore all the stuff that would be like not too morally relevant just because of like, oh, it's a vibe. But we don't have a vibe for so we think equality is like one of the top fucking issues in all of human fucking history, because like, oh, I would rather one person with 9 utility and another person with 10 utility than someone with 20 and another person with 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. But we don't do that for like, oh yeah, if I could achieve the exact same society without taxes as I could with, I mean, I guess that's less coercion than well, oh, we gotta reduce taxes. We gotta fucking like. No one implies the same inference to anything else. So this fucking hardcore egalitarianism is also fucking extra cringe, and all of this fucking like, yeah, I mean, oh, I'm gonna adopt the socialist labels and like shit on Democrats hardcore, like to the point where he said if they don't support abolishing the filibuster, then they should be excised. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, I think Destiny's retarded here, to be clear, but. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I agree. Yeah, I think.
Like, what am I supposed to think about it? If this is the way every socialist is, like, there is no socialist who's like, yeah, I'm a hardcore socialist, and by socialist, I just mean like Norway, but like, yeah, 100%, like,
but more,
like, just be normal, or like even like, why do this? Because it's not politically beneficial to use the label socialist. It's not intellectually honest, but if you can kind of mindfuck yourself into it. So, like, what are the revealed preferences here? Like. Here's the best way I can say it. It would be good to use a label if it was useful, right? If it brought you utility, right? And so, okay, great. That label doesn't bring utility, so it can only bring utility if you think socialism is itself a good thing, and so we get utility from calling ourselves socialist. But to think we get utility from calling ourselves socialist, you have to assume socialism is a good thing in the first place, which is the dispute. It's kind of like a question begging thing. So.
Sure.
Why is this thing? It's also like the fact that there's like ad hoc stuff here. Like, if I asked Econoboi before like a year ago or something, like, yeah, what's the use of socialism? He'd be like, yeah, almost certainly, probably. I mean, he debated tankies. I don't think maybe he did one time or something. Like, I don't think he told them like, yeah, you're not an actual socialist. We're both capitalists. Like, I don't think he ever said that. And so why do you change your view? So you can change your normative positions, but it's not often that you change your conception of the thing. Or the definition of the thing.
If you talk to Matt Brunig, he fell for the Brunigian definition of socialism, bro. So,
I guess, but yeah, this is. I don't know. The revealed preferences here are just like very much, I call it, G.A. Cohen syndrome. It's just like, or the G.A. Cohen slop. It's just like, you make very sloppy moral arguments. But they're very popular. It's like this Ben Burgess thing, right? Where it's like you appeal to G.A. Cohen. You have this one philosopher who like made sloppy arguments and whatever, and it's not systematized, and there's no way to objectively get the answers. Okay, but this one guy said it, and he wrote well, and okay, whatever. And then you just stop there because it appealed to a lot of normies. And then you support all the progressive stuff no matter what, but like you have horrible positions. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this. Econoboi is officially demoted from top 3% of content creators to top 7%. This is beyond the pale. Okay.
That's true.
Very bad. Very bad. And it's backsliding, okay? By the end of the month, I'll be so Econoboi derangement syndrome. He'll probably be in the bottom or the top 15%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's backsliding. Destiny is in the top 15 as well, probably. Okay. Bye.
So yeah. So it's over. Sorry, it was over for Econoboi about a year and a half ago. I know.
Politicians.
Disappointing, dude. Disappointing for me because I used to, like I said, I've said this before. I used to fucking. Oh wait, am I just spectating this shit? What is going on? I'm not paying attention. I watched Econoboi like 4 years ago. Okay, and I would like argue about like co-ops based on like some of his videos and stuff. And now he's fallen. Okay, by the time I get to speak to him, he's fallen to the dark side. What the hell?
Have to operate within the very real world of trying to get elected. So necessarily their positions are going to be probably a bit more constrained. And also these are people that, I mean, maybe Conrad, but I don't shit on AOC or Bernie Sanders. That was never what this conversation was ever about, like ever. Like, I'm curious, in the media environment, are there any people that identify as socialists that are friendly towards the Democratic Party in the United States of America?
Wait, why is that relevant to whether or not the Democrats should?
Because my main criticism, I'm telling you, is that you're saying Democrats should appeal to socialists, and you're picking the outer perimeter socialists that are the least socialist people who have won elections by being the least socialist people, saying that the outer perimeter beliefs that we're appealing to are things like a 15-hour minimum wage, which aren't even necessarily socialist policies. And the issue we have is that the central tenets of socialism, like the abolition of all free enterprise, the abolition of all private property, the destruction of the political parties in the United States of America, those are the people that are dominating the media environment. And you're asking us to appeal to those people to capture people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. I'm not worried about the AOCs and Bernie Sanders. I'm worried about the people that work for Bernie Sanders, like your Brianna Joy Grays, or the people that are running the entire left-wing media online apparatus, which is why I'm asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party.
I don't know.
If you're asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party, there's obviously a lot of those people. I just said those are 10% of the people that vote for Democrats. Now,
Okay, and I want to make this point because it's relevant to the conversation we're having.
Okay,
fuck you, Pisco.
Dude,
if every time you open your fucking mouth,
it's impossible for you guys to interact.
I'm not identify socialist, but I'm well aware that I'm probably within the definition of democratic socialist from a lot of perspectives.
To muddy the waters.
I
think you're muddying the water. That's exactly what I'm going to accuse you of momentarily. So shut up and listen.
You and Wicker being brought in to give cover to Destiny.
Oh my god. Okay, that's already gone off the rails. I mean, I do think like even at like. It's just not. In most contexts, it's still not even like useful to use the term socialist. Like in like a normal political context, even if like you fit the definition of socialism under, the sort of Brunig fucking Econoboi like definition. Like, why are you like just say like I'm for collective ownership. Some people would call me socialist, but like I don't think I fit the like historical examples of socialism most people think of. Kill me.
I'm gonna offer.
Where the hell we get the 10% number from? I'm not sure actually. I really don't know. I'm assuming he has like a pull for it. I do know Sockdon Left has his article. Socialists will overwhelmingly vote for Kamala Harris. Maybe this has something in it. wonder. I don't know if this has anything in it actually. I was curious if it had like just the percentage of people who voted for Kamala Harris who would like identify as socialist. It might. I don't see it though.
So
clearly, with respect to policies that socialists support, if what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose policies that these types of socialists would support, you guys are okay with them, certain of these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the scope of that agreement is, what the scope of that overlap is, but you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like.
If by appealing to socialists you mean doing good policy. I don't even, when social, a lot of times, by the way, like when socialists say they like support a policy, like a lot of, like Hassan probably technically supports like a $15 minimum wage or whatever, but like he would also say like, you know, this is like literally just like a incremental, is a stepping stone to like eventually the fucking like workers revolt, right? Like what are we counting as support?
Like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
Policies are good.
Okay, so now let's actually...
Wait, because the question are you okay with appealing to members of the Ku Klux Klan?
Yes.
They like clean drinking water.
Let's say that you do like city renovation, you have clean drinking water.
So now let's actually talk about the policies and whether they get to the core.
No, you have to answer that question. Would you be okay with
I'm okay with the party. I'm totally willing to bite bullets. You know I bite bullets. I'm totally willing with the party to appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies that everyone can. Excuse me. Let me finish.
The Communist Manifesto wiki page, actual proposals of complicated policy of immigrants and counter-revolutionaries who oppose their plans, not immigrants and rebels. Yeah, it's still a 7 out of 10 being based. I have read the Communist Manifesto. That's like the first like thing I like read when I started like reading more. Like fucking 4 years ago at this point. Raising the minimum wage reduces enthusiasm for socialism, if anything. Well, there are accelerationists that will say like, you know, we should not raise the minimum wage because then workers will think that, you know, they'll be better off and then they won't support the revolution or whatever. It's why the Communist Party opposed a New Deal. Yeah, exactly. There are like accelerationists. Welcome, iCal.
Because there are policies that you would consider socialist, I think, under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against, do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No.
Okay, can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that
I think I probably would agree that socialized healthcare is socialist. Like, even if you just are doing like a public option, that's still like a public, still public ownership of an insurance company, right? Like, I think technically, like, I'm fine with considering that like a socialist policy. I don't think it's like that socialist, and I don't think it makes a country holistically socialist if they do it. But
control of the
so a single payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system. Let's put it aside national healthcare. A single payer healthcare system that makes it illegal for
best anti-minimum wage discourse for people. If you on X who said raising minimum wage is bad because it just funnels more super profits from the global south to the labor aristocracy of the global north. I guess there are also like third worldists who don't like minimum wage for that reason. So you're saying it's a spectrum, believe it or not. I do think like it's fair to say socialism is a spectrum. Or whatever.
Government owning everything from the top down, then including hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist.
Could you or would you? Sorry. Would you call that socialist? Would you? Okay, would you call that socialist? Yes or no?
I would call it a state-owned enterprise or state-owned enterprise is socialist. I mean, like technically not really. Sure.
Wait. Is your answer that a single payer system is not socialist? Is that what your answer is?
I wouldn't call it socialist, but if you wanted to, for the purpose of this conversation, sure.
I want to know your opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Your answer is no. Single payer is not socialist. Okay, and if that's the case,
I don't think it's necessarily like a socialist policy. If you wanted to, you could.
No, I'm not asking if I wanted to. I could. I'm asking your opinion. I'm not saying if you want to, you could.
You want me to give you a yes or no answer to it?
I want your opinion, dipshit. Hey, dipshit. I want your opinion. I want your opinion, dipshit.
You don't want an opinion.
I want your opinion. I want your opinion. Do you think single payer? Steven, do you think single payer? Steven, I'm not asking would someone else. Could you? I'm asking you, Stephen Bonnell. Do you consider single payer to be socialist?
I wouldn't call it socialist.
No, okay, so this is who's the no true Scotsman here? You guys are saying like the policy that most people who would absolutely consider to be socialist is not socialist. And so our working framework of socialism is only tankyism, only people who want to decommodify everything and have government ownership of everything.
Oh my God, there's a trainer here. Fuck off.
That's great. That's literally not the argument though. If you wanted to argue that if we were to call it socialist and you wanted to socialize the healthcare system, the reason why you would be doing that wouldn't be because you're trying to appeal to socialists.
Weasel words.
It's called politics. Can I finish my answer? Holy shit. There's a difference between doing something by, so for instance, I'm a free market capitalist, but that doesn't mean I oppose government intrusion into every single sector or even a government monopoly on things like, say, utilities, because there are some things that the free market doesn't solve for. To say that I don't think the free market solves for this, so we should have utility companies ran by the state, is not the same as saying I'm appealing to fucking socialists.
I'm not
politics. When you ask me if a single payer system would be socialist, I might say, I guess you consider socialist if you want.
I don't know why Pisco is trying to force everything into a binary, Isaac. I mean, that's like what, I mean, Pisco is famous for like his yes or no, and I think it works in some contexts, and like I don't like always like hate it or stuff, but yeah. I don't know.
The reason why I'm advocating, though, for a single-payer system isn't because I'm trying to appeal to socialists. It's because I think free market capitalism cannot solve the problem.
So this is the obfuscation.
Let me finish. Yes or no? Yes or no? What is a woman? What is a woman? If we're doing that with socialism, we can do that.
So the obfuscation is, the question isn't...
There's no obfuscation. You're just confused. Our confusion is not being obfuscated.
The obfuscation is this, and I'll identify it. The question isn't whether or not the intention behind promoting single-payer systems one way or another. We're not talking about the intention behind why you propose one policy or another. We're just asking in pure semantic terms, would most people call socialized medicine, socialized healthcare, would they call it a socialist policy? And your absurd deflection on that and saying, no, I would not call it socialist. I think just you're not using the terms.
Can I answer the question very straightforward?
Here's the question. Wait. Do you think that Hassan would call it socialism?
Wait, why is that relevant?
Why is the largest left-wing streamer relevant to what mainstream thought is amongst leftists in the online media sphere?
So the Communist Manifesto, that is not authoritative on socialism, but Hassan Piker is.
No, it's not. The Communist Manifesto is not authoritative on socialism.
Hassan Piker, who you said is a fucking limited socialist, he's definitive on that, but not the Communist Manifesto.
Hold on, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that something that was written almost 100 years ago...
The Communist Manifesto, by the way, doesn't talk about single-payer healthcare, right? I mean, I understand the point Pisco is making because Destiny wrote off the income tax example earlier, but... I don't even like.
It's more authoritative on what modern day.
I don't know if Marx would have considered socialized healthcare.
Socialists believe. Maybe. Okay. Well, I encourage you to do more research when it comes to politics.
Step in here. So if we're appealing at that point, though, Destiny, if we're appealing to what people who call themselves socialists actually think, hey, the authoritative source of what socialism is the actually existing socialists today and what they believe in, right? Then in terms of whether or not we're like acquiescing or appealing to the socialist movement, then yeah, like the Bernie Sanders platform concessions of 2016 would count within that reasonable framework. That he was able to raise the minimum wage, requirement of the Democratic Party National Committee. He was able to add in things like legalizing marijuana, and so we're hopping back.
Just a very high
some
level
socialists say socialism is decommodification of labor,
but the difference there is Bernie Sanders is appealing to liberals. Liberals are trying to appeal to socialists. Okay, right? When Bernie Sanders recommends the legalization of marijuana, that's not socialists, right? That's Bernie Sanders trying to do something in a liberal capitalist framework. He didn't think the government needs to grow weed. Sorry.
Number one, I take it that you take back the thing you said in the beginning of this debate of when do socialists ever appeal to liberals by just now saying that was an appeal to liberals.
No, because I said at the beginning I don't really consider these people socialists. Cook, follow the conversation.
Okay, so now Bernie Sanders isn't a socialist.
I don't consider. Did I say at the beginning of this conversation? I don't really consider these people real socialists.
No, but Destiny.
He did say that at the beginning. To be fair,
the actually existing contemporary socialists like Hassan are authoritative on what socialism is, and so if people like Bernie Sanders, and if I could just finish my point, fuck's sake, if people like Bernie Sanders and people like Mamdani and people like AOC say things like publicly owned grocery stores and single-payer healthcare systems and the expansion of a public education are socialist policies, then we have to agree with them, or at least we have to say that they're a major influence on what it means to be a socialist.
I just thought of this. Like, hold on. Literally, I don't have the 10 points thing pulled up, but if you're, hold on, just real quick. If we're saying that like a national bank is fucking is socialist, okay, based on Communist Manifesto, okay, Econoboi, I agree. Everything in a Communist Manifesto is authoritative on socialism, okay. And number 5, establish a national bank, okay. And we're saying public ownership or wealth is socialist. Literally, quantitative easing is socialist. Literally, quantitative easing is socialist. You don't even have to transfer the funds to a sovereign wealth fund afterwards, right? Because I know Econoboi has talked about before, like the U.S. could have a big sovereign wealth fund if it just transferred a lot of the assets from quantitative easing to like a public fund, right? Literally, quantitative easing, by definition, socialist. Okay, Ben Bernanke, biggest socialist out there. Jerome Powell. Actually, Jerome Powell probably did more QE than Ben Bernanke, right? Okay, but Ben Bernanke was the visionary socialist we needed, and Jerome Powell was one who executed on it more strongly. Let's go.
Socialist policy under your own.
Okay,
framework.
no, and I would like an opportunity to speak.
No, I want Destiny to really clarify that really quick. Just like, does that?
I really don't, because then I'm going to sit here with my hand on my dick and balls for the next 10 minutes.
I think Hassan is way more informative what socialists think today than a Communist Manifesto. I mean, I agree, Isaac. Yeah, obviously, I think Hassan catches a better understanding of what most people who are socialists today mean, right? I don't want to say Do I want to say most, though? I think I might want to say most, actually.
Like an opportunity to speak.
Hold on.
You guys can go back yelling at each other.
Points, please. Destiny was asked a direct question.
I was going to guess that at least 5 times as many people were made to read a Communist Manifesto in history class at some point than know who Hassan is. Probably, but like I don't like if I see maybe it's just because my brain is broken because of the places I'm in or whatever. Like I think it's fair. Like most of the people who consider themselves fucking socialist are like socialists because they watch like TikToks, right? Like it's like maybe they read the Communist Manifesto in school because they were assigned to read it, but like they're not basing their support for socialism off of that. They're basing their support for socialism off of who they watch, off of the TikTok slop, off of the Hassan Twitch slop, right? I took high school history. I don't think you're ever reading Marx. In some places you do it. I think we never had to read a whole Communist Manifesto or anything, but we did have to read like a little bit of it. Like we'd have to read like passages of it for like a fucking TBQ where they like you read a paragraph and you answer a question on it. And I think like anyway, schools are obviously always going to teach you about him, even if it is just to say this is Karl Marx and he killed 100 million people, right? Like, hold on, how do I open my? Uh-oh, how do I open my Pokedex? I forgot. What's the button? Fuck, I'm stupid.
Well, like Connor should go right over. Okay, listen. I don't think that you looked at the lawmakers in a democratic system to see who your ideological thought leaders are for certain movements in the United States necessarily. Okay, they're running in certain districts and they're running under the confines of trying to operate within some electoral system so that they can get stuff done. I think that if you want to have this argument right now of like, does Bernie Sanders and AOC dictate what socialism is in the United States? Honestly, when you say it, maybe when Pisco said it, I'm not sure what plan he's on right now. Okay, but when you say it, Connor, I think you genuinely believe that, and I don't think you're saying that like with stupidity, and I don't think you're saying that with malice, and I don't think you're a secret pinky or anything like that. Okay, I understand what you're saying there.
It's a potential signed reading. Yeah. Definitely, if you're taking AP classes, I know you probably have to read it. But like, I took like the standard like stupid person classes, and I still had to read some of it. Although in fairness, part of that is you still had to read out the other classes too. But in fairness, one of my history teachers was a Marxist Leninist. I still talk to him sometimes. I like him, but.
Check your comments. The problem is that when I go outside, let me explain. The problem is that when I go outside of where Econoboi is, there is nobody in the United States media environment, okay, that like calls themselves like really like a socialist that would look at people like AOC and Bernie Sanders and say, oh yeah, those are socialists. They would call those people stepping stones in the radicalization funnel and good like liberal capitalist behavior. Which is why these are some people
I want to turn because frankly, you guys are talking past each other. Okay. The reason why I've reiterated my definition of socialism as narrow and tailored is because I'm not doing no true Scotsman, okay? I'm telling you what a fucking Scotsman is. It's a Scottish person from fucking Scotland, okay? It's a dude, he wears a kilt, he has his fucking dick out all the time, all right? So, the point is, I'm describing very specifically what it is. And the reason why I would be pissed about universal healthcare or high-quality education being labeled socialist is, number one, I think most committed socialists who have read any books about socialism wouldn't agree with that definition. And the only way that I would stretch it is if you considered universal healthcare or universal access to healthcare as a part of the decommodification.
People in Shenandoah server also, also thought that Henry George would suppress secret knowledge they don't tell you about at school base. So I had to show screenshots from main AP US history textbooks really talking about Georgism. In fairness, my school actually didn't talk about Georgism. I remember talking to my, not the Marxist-Leninist history teacher, because he would know who Henry George is, but talking to one of the other history teachers who I TA'd for, aka babysat me. I think my teacher assistant skills were confined to occasionally passing out papers. He didn't know who Henry George was, and I don't know if the textbook mentioned him, but it wasn't in the curriculum that they taught. Although in fairness, that was a really the class he taught was like really fucking like tight. Like it, you had a half a semester to teach all of like U.S. history, so.
Of basic human needs, which by the way, I'm pretty sure was just food, water, and shelter. But what I'm saying is that the reason why I think that Econoboi and Pisco, whether they like it or not, are useful fucking idiots for committed socialists and tankies and communists is because they fucking muddy the definitions. They fucking blur it around. They're just like, oh yeah, every public service is fucking social.
Connor, give us one example, therefore. Give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think, so why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs?
Because I'm going based on, well, yeah, because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
So healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is socialist.
I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so I think that's cooked. I think that's fucking cooked and arbitrary. I don't think you can point
to... Wait, I gotta ask.
Everyone needs food, you fucking idiot. Not everybody needs healthcare. What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you think healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor. I don't know why you said Connor was cooked.
No, you're cooked.
They're obviously okay. In fairness, obviously, I think socialists would argue that both are human rights, right? Like,
in that I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important or less.
Oh, also, Catrix, you actually read the textbook? Yeah, you're weird. Yeah.
Which was more important? Didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. Did he ask which one was more important?
Fiat currency and central bank is socialist, and debt-based money is a social credit score. I mean, I think that I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to argue that a central bank on its own is socialist or whatever. Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I'm asking someone about Henry George. I don't even think it's that unreasonable to argue that like the government having a monopoly on money and having a central bank is like technically more socialist than like a free banking system, right? Like I think Econoboi would like literally argue that, right?
You need to say both important, which is more important. Thank you.
No,
Okay,
no,
you did. So you just totally
mischaracterized. No. I said, is it more in the sense of is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing? That there are separate categories that food is a basic human necessity in a way that health.
You don't need a cope. You can just say you misspoke.
Hold on, wait. Just to be clear, you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category?
No, it makes sense.
Is a word focus more of a car?
Okay, hold on. I messaged my friend real quick. She said she does not remember learning about Henry George in history class. So maybe there is. Maybe he is being suppressed.
So you put out this category. This is all weaselness.
It is weaselness.
So when you say the word a basic human necessity, all right, a basic human necessity. In what respect is food a basic human necessity? In what respect that healthcare is not? And I'm trying to see what are the metrics by which you assess healthcare to be more of a basic human necessity.
I would like to answer this question so it doesn't become stream web.
Stop. I'm clarifying. So just because I say something is more important, and I'm going to get Destiny with this, just because something is more important, I consider something more important, doesn't mean it's more of a basic human necessity. Yes or no?
Who?
Steven. To say that
you're tripping up your words. You just said again. You said more of a basic human necessity, but you mean to belong to the category of basic human necessity.
Wait, Steven. Is the term basic human necessity and important the same?
No.
Okay, so saying something along the spectrum of basic human necessity and importance, those are different questions, right?
We're debating whether or not.
Steven, are they different questions or not?
Those are different words.
So is something on the spectrum of basic human necessity the same spectrum of importance? Because importance can encompass more than just something that's basic human necessity, correct?
It can be more important along the spectrum,
okay, so
sure.
Do you
also, hold on. Sorry, I forgot actually. Actually, Brain Blast just happened. Fiat money is not socialist because Marx was writing when we were still on the gold standard, and actually his all the series are basically based on the gold standard, and some of them kind of don't work if your country if you're not on the gold standard, because he had money. He said that money was like a produced commodity, and because it used to be when its value was tied to gold, but now that's not really true anymore. I remember, I haven't read a ton about it, but the Social Democracy in the 21st Century guy in his Debunking Marxism series like has that as like a critique. It's like, the gold standard kind of breaks a lot of Marx's like more mathematical, should I say, like theories, like
there's no contradiction, right? Can you identify a contradiction?
No, vegan games, sir. I cannot identify.
So I don't want to debate whether
food is more important than healthcare. And he said yes.
I don't think it's interesting to debate whether or not Pisco got dunked on just now. Okay, I want to go back to what Destiny said previously, which I thought was pretty interesting. So Destiny made the claim that the people that he would look to determine who are the ideological thought leaders of socialists, like people who label themselves as socialists,
Felix moved on from Marx.
He said necessarily like Bernie Sanders or Mamdani or
but they were talking about the Communist
I would say
Manifesto
this is pretty
earlier,
absurd for a number of reasons. Okay, if we look at when people go and have public events, right? Like Hassan goes and has a public event. How many people show up? I'd say maybe a few hundred. Maybe he gets into the 1,000 plus club or something. When AOC and Bernie Sanders go out and have an event, thousands of people show up. They can fill stadiums, fill arenas. When people actually go out and express their political views, what are my political views? Millions of people voted for Bernie Sanders. Hundreds of thousands of people, probably millions of people across the country, vote for democratic socialist politicians. And so when we look at democratic socialists and socialist politicians, they are clearly, by ideological standpoint and by their propensity to collaborate within Democratic Party frameworks and electoralism, much different than Hassan and much more emblematic of the standard by which we should judge people who label themselves as.
What's up?
Are you still watching the debate?
Yeah.
Are you going to make it a segment on your channel?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, damn.
I don't want to disturb the bot or whatever. Yeah.
Socialists in this country.
I would like to address this directly.
I got a quick. Hold on. I'm sorry. Why didn't the DSA then endorse AOC?
Because she's came out with that vote for the national DSA, retracted their vote because of the Iron Dome vote that AOC took in the middle.
Seems like kind of a problem.
But that's not a socialist. That's not a socialist.
The DSA is not socialist.
Destiny, you're obviously okay. The point is not.
It's a horrible example.
No, please go, Destiny. 1 second. The reason I say you're obfuscating is because my point was not that, for instance, within DSA, within all of these different democratic socialist politicians, even within those people, Mamdani is not the same as AOC, and no one DSA member is the same as any other one. Okay.
We're not talking about one DSA member. The national DSA did not endorse AOC.
They did endorse Mamdani. Okay. They did endorse many other democratic socialist candidates. I understand that there is an exception. If I could just finish, I understand that there is an exception to the general rule of democratic socialists, like the organization endorses, different people who call themselves democratic socialists. But that's not an argument against my fundamental point, which is that when we agglomerate all of the people who call themselves socialists and run for parties and have people come out and vote for them and support them, that is a fundamentally different group of people on average by the normal distribution of their beliefs than people like Hassan. And I think that we should judge them by who they vote for more so than by Hassan basically.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree. You agree. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
counterpoint.
All right.
I love you.
Oh my God,
Okay,
what is
I
wrong
think
with
what happened
Mike?
with socialism was that if you actually go back to Bernie Sanders in the fucking 80s and 70s, he was doing apologia for Cuba. He was doing apologia for the Soviet Union. He did apologia for Venezuela in the fucking 90s and 1000s.
true.
And you know what
Bernie
happened?
bad.
Each one of those places ended up being absolute
Bernie
fucking
bad.
shitholes.
Bernie bad.
And so what he had to do, shut up, is he had to move to social democratic models in the Scandinavian system and abandon his previous hardcore shit. But there's a question of whether or not social democrats are actually just hiding their power level because they're trying to inculcate a left-wing philosophy in the... I'm not done yet, you cunts.
This is totally relevant.
Shut up. Why is it relevant? This is the entire conversation. The entire conversation is whether or not social democracy
No, it's
is being
not.
used as
Is
a
it
Trojan
your
horse
conspiracy
in order
theory
to
about
infiltrate
socialists?
the center
I
left.
mean, in fairness, Econoboi has written like a fuck ton about like how he maybe a fuck ton stretch, but he's talked generally and written about like, oh, it seems like, you know, these state-owned enterprises and things like that, you know, they you know, democracy is important and transparency is important, right? So part of the reason that Norway is able to have all these things is because they have a very democratic and transparent government, and like he obviously prefers democracy. Like he said, he's a Democrat first, right? So I think I haven't read his full model, by the way, which I need to at some point because it'd be useful for these conversations. But he talked about in here, like obviously we should have you know, a democratic society still.
That's the whole fucking conversation.
So you're just you're asserting a conspiracy without much evidence. You're just saying, oh, Bernie actually conspiratorially supports things like Cuba and the Soviet Union, and he didn't have
might have
any
realized
pieces of
dumb
opinion.
ideas. He might have.
Okay, that's not a conspiracy. Like Bernie, like legitimately did go to the Soviet Union and stuff, right? Like he literally, like, I mean, I don't know how much of it was, you know, like he was a democratic socialist, but still thought like it was important to like have like some like intersectional like relationship with like Marxist, Leninist, like socialist or whatever. So like maybe that was the excuse or whatever. But like Bernie legitimately like did, like he has praised Cuba. He did go to the USSR. He did do these things.
Hold on, just real quick. Like the
Hassan hasn't.
Hold on, just real quick.
Second thought hasn't.
Hold on, stop. The idea that is expressing is that there are leftists who have said explicitly that their goal is to infiltrate the Democratic Party to move it towards leftism. It is not a conspiracy in the sense of it's crazy. It is a conspiracy in the sense that these people have said, this is what we're going to do. This is our goal for doing it. And this
Why
is
is
how
that relevant to our discussion?
Wait,
Why is that
it's relevant to the discussion because should we, the Democrats, allow or invite into our house as influencers, invite into our house as staffers, invite into our house as people we will engage with or collaborate with in a friendly way? Should we be doing that when we know that this is their
I'll
goal?
answer the question directly. So it's only it's only quote unquote a problem insofar as it's
intersexual
aggregately
relationship,
true of the
true.
10%
Yeah,
of
that's
the
how to meet
Democratic
in the
Party
Soviet
base that's
Union, that's
actually
true.
engaged in that process. Now I understand that that's, you know, we don't have a poll that says how many of you are engaged in this kind of like Manchurian candidate fucking like conspiracy, whatever the fuck like Connor's describing. But I would say that generally speaking, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists who win elections, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists and the platforms of them, they don't seem to be secret tankies. Now I would agree that there are certain people like people.
In fairness, these people are just responding. You know, the socialists are just responding to the actual conspiracy by abundance liberals to make the Democratic Party a libertarian party, right? You know, they are just responding to that, right?
Hassan, like Hassan has said, oh, like I want liberals. Well, okay, yeah. Oh, people reference other left-wing alternative media influencers. Oh, sure, okay, like whatever. People reference people like that, and sure, yeah. To the extent that those people have like literally on record said that they're just trying to obfuscate issues and engage in this kind of you know, like conspiracy or whatever, then I've already said at the very beginning of this debate that people like that probably shouldn't be invited into the inner party and be given platforms in Democratic Party circles. That's obviously true. That's trivially true.
And as I understand, the disagreement here is that, and again, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but Destiny and Counterpoints think that
Left the abundance hate is subversive.
No, the disagreement is also semantic.
Wait a minute, Destiny. Yeah, I don't know if you saw ZRT. They had like a few spats over Twitter, and Pisco did with Destiny as well. So yeah, Wick organized this for them to talk it out.
Socialist country?
Is what?
Is China a socialist country?
Are they moneyless, stateless, or classless?
No, they have classes.
No, then they're not.
Okay. Is there any socialist country in the world right now?
I don't think anybody has.
So
like,
who's no true Scotsman? So tell me, who's no true
No,
Scotsman?
I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
No. Don't pretend you have a good point. You don't. Okay. Socialists. This is actually fundamental to my perspective. Socialists are fucking retarded. And they can't implement their worldview. Hold on. And they can't implement their worldview into the real world. So if you look at the 20th century, there's something called vanguard Marxism or Marxist-Leninism. And they have these things called vanguard parties that take over countries and turn them into shitholes. And so we have people like Hakim, Second Thought, Hassan Piker, who try to sweep this history away. No, I'm telling you the truth. And these are the people that I think that Econoboi and you are useful idiots for.
No. So under your vision, right? Single payer is not socialist. There's no socialist country. Socialism has never been done.
Because I'm using the definitions that socialists themselves use.
But by the way, like, and I'm sure, Stephen,
you have nothing. You're actually speaking from a perspective of ignorance. Go ahead and finish your point. I'll let you finish your point, but I'm going to tell you why you're speaking from a position of ignorance momentarily.
I just want to go, Stephen, you acknowledge that what Connor just said is fucking so stupid as to be.
No, Pisco, you fucking idiot. You're speaking from a position of ignorance. You need to shut the fuck up before you jump on another mic, you dumbass.
So I'm asking a question, Steven.
Stop. You're speaking from a position of ignorance. You're speaking from a position of ignorance.
Stop. Counterpoints.
By the way, how long until Pisco just starts calling himself a socialist too? Dude, that's gonna happen. Dude, it's gonna be live and learn is soon gonna be 3 fucking socialists versus Hutch, 1 progressive. Okay, we're gonna have no neolib representation. It's gonna be horrible.
Worst behaved person here, Wick. You keep moderating me. These cunts have been arguing for fucking 30 goddamn minutes.
Stop moderating Connor.
Pisco. He's arguing from a position of ignorance.
Okay, then let him demonstrate that. Shut up.
Connor is misbehaving.
So I have a question for Steven. Steven, do you agree with Connor's contention that there's no socialist country currently and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
Both of those questions are very complicated. The issue right now that we're having with this conversation is every single conversation that I ever had with a centrist that defended a Nazi, and now it's going to be, I guess, for the next however many years, every conversation with a center-left socialist or a Demsoc who inevitably will play cover for tankies. The issue is that you guys have come here to defend the proposition that socialists are AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani. Okay, AOC is not even currently endorsed by the largest socialist movement in the United States. Bernie Sanders causes major contention over his endorsement. All of these people run as Democrats, and you're going to pretend like this is the main voice of the socialist movement in the United States, and you're going to say it, and you're going to say it by talking about policies that they're using to appeal.
Didn't hear an answer to my question.
Can I finish my thing? I can't finish. You're going to say that these appeal to socialists in the United States because they're doing things that are popular amongst literally all center-left people, and then you're going to say that's an example for why we should try harder to appeal to leftists. When my question earlier is, let's look at the media apparatus. The entire left-wing media apparatus constantly attacks and shits on Democrats, and then you guys like watching Pisco stumble through, not knowing 50 different terms related to what his son talks about in his stream, and play cover for him over and over and over again, whether it's the ridiculous TSA story or whether it's his ridiculous political beliefs that where Pisco pretends not to know what any of these things are, not to know what re-education camp isn't that like getting your GED, LOL, right? That's the issue that people have when they look at it and go, okay, every time you come to argue with us about defending socialists, you talk about AOC and Bernie Sanders. But then when you look at the media environment, they're talking about fucking Stalin. That's the issue.
Okay, so I didn't hear an answer to the question, so I'll just ask it again.
Ask it again, and then I want to tell you why you're stupid.
Well, I want to hear an answer from Steven, so he just fucking filibustered. He's trying to obviously.
Yeah, so you can dodge.
Do you agree with Connor's contention that there is no socialist country and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
The whole point of this conversation is you're hiding behind the obscurity of what these words mean. It depends. There are some socialists who would say that there are no socialist countries. There are other socialists that would point to.
Most socialists would say there isn't any socialist.
Much the same that if I was on a podcast and a conservative influencer said, "What is a woman?" Define it in 3 words. I would say I can't really do that. It's more complicated than that. Unfortunately. I'm sorry.
So can I tell you why you're confidently ignorant and kind of stupid in this conversation right now? I would like a minute, please.
Yeah.
So the reason why you're confidently stupid is because vanguard parties want to institute socialism as a stepping stone to communism. But in the early 20th century, Mao Zedong took over China and then he totally fucked it up. He tried to do a command economy where he guaranteed food, water, and shelter, and he tried to do a massive industrialization in the middle of the 20th century. He was so stupid and so wrong that he caused the death of millions, if not tens of millions of people. And so what happened was through the 60s and 70s, they said, hey, Mao, this is kind of a bad idea. Maybe we should do some state capitalism first. That way we can do this. And you know what he did? He culturally purged and killed the people that did that until he eventually died. And then Deng Xiaoping intentionally instituted state capitalism, which is where you have a free market, hybridized command economy. And by the way, this is mentioned by socialists as a stepping stone to socialism. So you saying what I said is fucking stupid, you don't know dip about history, and you're overly confident for a topic you don't know shit about. So jump on another wake, you fucking dumbass.
Let me explain how Connor is completely wrong about what he just said.
Okay? Oh, suck a dick, Econoboi. You won't be able to.
Let Econoboi go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me explain how we're not sweeping for the 20th century socialists. Please do.
So yeah, let me explain, dumb fuck. Okay, because you're completely wrong about your characterization of socialism. Okay, and the history of socialism during that same exact time period. Okay, so Connor, would you say that there were other socialists on the planet engaged in socialist advocacy at the same time as Mao?
Absolutely.
Okay, so your characterization that Maoism and that the people who followed Mao and the socialist models after that were in reaction to Mao is necessarily wrong because there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao. You understand that, right?
Hold on. I can name half a dozen. Can you name half a dozen?
Dumb fuck, can you answer that question?
What's your question?
The question is, since there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao, it is necessarily not true that socialist movements that came after were just in response to the Maoist model of socialism.
Okay, I'm going to be a dick because I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to be a dick about it. Yeah, there were concurrent movements, and a majority of them were Marxist-Leninist. They were Pol Pot. They were fucking Soviet Union. So if they're all fucking Marxist-Leninists, and Maoism is an iteration of Marxist-Leninism, and if they share similar issues, like authoritarianism, centrally planned economies, and dystopian...
Was this whole thing just no true Scotsman? Well, I'm only like a third of the way through it, maybe. Yeah, so far they basically have argued over the definition of socialist because there's obviously a disagreement over, like, you know, depending on your definition of socialist, whether or not we should, like, cater to their beliefs or whatever. So they've been arguing over the definition of socialism, which is actually, I care more about that conversation than about the Democratic Party strategy, okay? Because I care more about the actual policy and, like, economics than I do the Democratic Party strategy. Why does run and keep not working?
In nightmare states then why the fuck do I give a shit about your differentiation?
You're wrong about your empirical claim. The Social Democratic Party of Australia, the Labour Party of the UK, the Social Democratic Party of Germany,
nice
every single one of
They
these.
are socialist traditions.
Every
the murderous ones.
Wait, 1 second.
The nice ones.
We're counting the Labor Party as I mean, I guess they probably used to be more socialist back then. I guess like I understand technically, like I think they still have socialism in their like party manifesto or whatever. But really, we're going to Labor the UK. Really?
Swept for the murderous ones.
Didn't do
the nice
murder
ones who swept for the murderous ones.
They're socialists. Is Clement Attlee a socialist?
Jihadists aren't bad because they kill other jihadists. You owned me.
I have a question.
Jihadists aren't the same thing as all Muslims, which is what you're saying, Connor.
Question for you. If you shut up, I can ask a question. Econoboi, those the
Clement
ones you just
Attlee,
mentioned
Australia, yeah.
in Germany, Australia, did they have control of the government?
Yes, Clement Attlee had control. Wait, Clement Attlee had a massive.
Oh my
God.
Socialist utopia?
I don't know. So you're only socialist. So this is Connor's position. You're only socialist if you're able to institute a communist utopia.
No. You're a socialist. Hey, everybody else has been screaming. I'm going to scream too. You're retarded. You're from the moderator. The government and the society might save you from yourself. So you might be an inefficacious socialist.
Okay, so
okay, can I ask a simple question that maybe this is like I feel like that's what this whole thing is coming down to. Okay, if you were to take 100 people, have them read theory, study history, and then look in a room, okay, and you were to put, we'll say Hassan Piker and then AOC in a room, and you would ask them which one is more of a socialist. What do you think all of those people would say?
I don't know because they would.
I can't even believe. Then this conversation is hopeless. It's such an unbelievable answer.
Because to say that is to misunderstand the diversity of the socialist movement and contemporary.
I'm not talking about the diversity of the socialist movement. I'm saying that AOC. Think is it fair for me to say that AOC is a way more outer perimeter socialist than like a bog standard? Then look it up.
What do you like?
You think there are fundamental differences, and what are the fundamental differences between AOC?
We should be willing to admit that, like, at least if you get if you get 100 Americans who and like ask them, well, presuming they know who Hassan is, ask them like who fucking oh shit, I don't know what this move does. I don't know what to replace it with. I'm just gonna get rid of Growl. Who is more socialist, Hassan or AOC? The 100 Americans are gonna say fucking Hassan is more socialist, right? Because maybe we think that's the propaganda taught in their history class or whatever. It's not a holistic view of the diversity of socialism or whatever. But come on, man. Dude, why is a slowpoke so rare? I want a freaking slowpoke.
Let's use Steven's model. Steven, if you put 100 people in a room and ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? How would they answer?
Socialist
yes or no?
car. This is true.
I have
that's your standard that you just gave.
You said 100 people. No, dude, you didn't even ask me the same question. I was comparing two different people. I said 100 people well read on theories. Do you want to say 100 people?
Hassan's beliefs are more socialist. Is what I mean. Like people think like Hassan's like policy aligns more with socialism than AOC, right? Because AOC is a pretty like either moderate socialist or like progressive liberal, right? Like
well read on socialist theory. You asked them if Bernie Sanders is a socialist.
They would say yes.
Zero of them would say yes. Absolutely. Okay, you're so fucking retarded. No, he's a liberal and he supports capitalism. Definitionally, in every single way, he is not a bog standard socialist. You want to say he's like an outer perimeter? Dem suck, maybe sure.
Okay. Dem what? Dem what? What does suck stand for? Dem what?
Outer perimeter. What does outer perimeter mean? Outer perimeter.
National socialist.
To answer. Okay, because the reason that we got off on this topic was because Connor we haven't really taken the bait of Connor's constant conspiracy baiting about like people are basically all just secret hankies that are socialists, right? But I think that it's important to.
No, I think you guys are useful idiots. I think there's other secret hankies who say that you're useful idiots.
You conceded that you had a incomplete understanding of socialist history. You asked a question that I wasn't able to answer.
Absolutely not. You said, hold on. You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
I didn't ask you a question.
I brought up. Yeah, you said, are you going to concede that you have a completely incomplete version of history? No, I don't concede at all. You brought up Western socialists who were you mentioned Western socialists who were under the control of Western governments.
So just to be clear, when the Western government is controlled by socialists, it's a socialist government. That's how elections work. Okay, you take power, and you
Trump
take
is a
power.
fascist. Is the current American government fascist?
Stop. Econoboi. If today we
save him from getting raped.
Hold on. If we replace Trump with pick a socialist that you think is a good socialist, would the American, just because now our president identifies as a socialist, does that make America a socialist country?
Too, right?
I'm not saying that these countries.
I'm asking you a question. Yes or no?
No.
I'm literally answering directly your question. Like you gave me like one word before you interrupted me. Okay.
So I get to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Destiny, I haven't been the one interrupting you for the most part.
But you're getting covered the guy who is, which is kind of what this whole conversation is about.
I want to hear the answer to your question.
I'm not saying that these countries became socialist because they had socialist governments. I'm saying they had socialist governments for many points of time in their history. Okay. Now, Connor. Now,
I'll just change my question because hold on. I got to change my question now. Again, if we simply take Trump out and put a socialist in, is America
No.
run by a socialist government now?
Yeah,
Obviously
wait,
not.
wait,
He
wait,
just got
wait,
raped.
it's run by a social government can be a reference to the party in power. So, for example, like even, Clement Attlee was he's a socialist government in the sense that they're in charge.
Oh, so is Zoltan Ramaswamy is New York City fucking socialist because he's the mayor now?
No. You asked the question: is the governments of the day socialist?
The mayor still has.
He said
Zoltan. Yeah. So is New York City socialist now because Zoltan Ramaswamy?
Wait. Can we just? Why don't we just grant?
Oh, you're about to get owned again, so you're running away.
So I'm trying to clarify terminology, and you don't want to do it. So like, when people refer to the government, meaning the people in charge of the government, it's a socialist government, doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is socialist. But I'm just telling you why there's different meanings of the word government.
The reason why I bring up all of the dozens and dozens and dozens of different labor governments and social democratic and fundamentally socialist governments that have existed in all of these different countries in Europe and Oceania and a lot of Latin American countries as well is because at the same time that Connor says socialism is essentially fundamentally in some conspiratorial sense an authoritarian ideology with authoritarian ideals that will do authoritarianism and kill millions of people. Concurrently to the very same things that Connor was describing, you had socialist governments take power through democratic elections, convincing people to
get moderated by the Constitution,
running on socialist platforms, being in charge of the military,
being moderated by the monarchy, and being moderated by representatives.
Can I finish the point? We've
yeah, sure. You're just wrong.
20 fucking minutes.
Point.
Okay, so when the socialist government is now in charge of the police apparatus and the military and all of that stuff, when they lose the next election, what did they do across all of these different countries? They left power and there was a turnover in government. So your idea that basically every socialist movement is stamped with the authoritarianism of Mao is completely ahistorical, Connor.
Yeah.
Wait, for a counterpoint. Would you consider Trump an authoritarian, even though he gave up power and will probably give up power at the end of this admin?
Yes.
Authoritarian, and we have right now the U.S. government is like authoritarian in stature. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I just this is a quick thing. It feels a little silly to say like we were talking about socialist countries, but now we switch to socialist governments, and then it's like you open up and look inside, and it's just
We weren't talking
liberal
about socialist government. We weren't talking about.
Okay, well, I think probably the counter-depression one. Okay, hold on. Also, wait, you talked about like what socialism is, and you made it sound like the spooky thing of authoritarianism and all this. Would you concede that like a central tenet of socialism is the overthrow of the capital class, oftentimes via violent revolution? That is like a central tenet of socialism. No, that's not oftentimes. Like ideologically, definitionally, like in capitalism, you have private ownership where individuals can own firms and hire employees and scrape whatever excess.
I'll answer your question.
Right, no, if we just have 51% social ownership because we invest oil revenue into someone else, Slowpoke, let's go. Okay, my move better not fucking one-shot him.
So I would compare the question that you just asked similar to the development and emergence of liberalism. Liberalism developed and emerged across the planet, across different stages of development, across different points in time, and it did so in sometimes very violent ways, and in sometimes through legislative reform. Yep. And so similar, you say, hey, and I was just going to say, you say, hey, an ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property. To which I would say, generally speaking, certainly that's a core tenet of almost every socialist thinker across the history of socialism. But that is not a statement on the method by which we get to that final end state. The method is up for debate, and it has been debated, and many different methods have been used by socialists.
Okay, so just following this like very briefly, in what world is there ever a peaceful revolution where all of capital is abolished?
So, what are you talking about? You can imagine. Could you conceive of a world? Let me just ask you this: could you conceive of a world where the means of production are entirely collectively owned? Could you conceive of that?
I could conceive of that. Yes.
Okay. So, and people have said worker cooperatives, national industry, things like that. So we know that things like worker cooperatives and things like national industries and things like state services do exist, and we know that they've come into existence. They've come into being with democratic frameworks and liberal democratic sort of processes.
Sure. So none of this is responsive to what I asked. So I'm saying, how would we abolish all private property without violence?
So what I would say is that we would abolish, in this theory, we could abolish private property through the same exact means by which we've socialized property in the currently existing world, through the ballot box, through democratic initiative.
Do you agree it's logically possible? Do you agree it's logically possible?
This isn't logically possible. It's not.
No, but why don't you just grant it? Why don't you just grant it? Why don't you just grant it? Why don't you just grant it?
The issue with saying that we've socialized some things is we're not doing that because we want socialism. We're doing that because we recognize it as a failure of capitalism to succeed in some particular area. But if you want to move to a fully socialist state of affairs, it seems like that would necessitate, according to what almost all socialists will tell you in good faith, will require some form of violence, right? Because what do they say constantly? Caught a liberal and a fascist bleeds. When the revolution comes, liberals will side with fascists. These are statements that almost every single socialist I've seen, everybody will say this, right?
No, I want to name him.
Doesn't having a socialist concept in mind necessitate some future revolution?
You want to make it that it entails violence.
I literally just did. Capitalists will never give up willingly their property, meaning they will always fight violently to defend it. This is why socialists say things like the institution of policing exists only to defend capital interests. I can walk you through Babby's first day of social area.
If what you mean is violence is entailed by the use of the police force, if that's what you mean by violence, and enforcing these restrictions would require like enforcement, then I guess it would entail violence. But that's not the violence that you're talking about. You're equivocating violence. What you mean by violence? Would you agree?
I don't want to mute.
You're such a bitch.
Destiny did ask a question. I do want that question answered, Pisco. He asked you, do you understand what he means when he says, well, repeat your question real quick. The socialist view police is a violent institution. What do they mean when they say that?
I think that socialists, I think the socialists and libertarian oftentimes believe that it entails violence because they're enacting violence. But because Steven. So I'm just gonna ask you a question. Does capitalism require violence in the same way that the socialists?
I don't know. I don't
does it require violence? Does it require violence?
Wait,
does it require violence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
So,
No.
wait,
What do you mean by require violence? No, it doesn't. No.
Wait, doesn't capital
Enforcing private property requires law enforcement. Law enforcement is necessarily violent.
No,
It requires violence.
I don't know. You're asking the most simple question in the world. Is me owning a Red Bull, does that require violence?
Does widespread?
Steven,
just relax. Does the widespread establishment of a capitalist system in America require violence?
Violence. Define violence. What do you mean by violence?
Violence meaning the use of.
I mean, you would say obviously it's a violence, but it's a monopoly on violence from the state, right? Dude, wait, why am I still restricting where I can go? She like give me some quest to do. I don't know what I don't know what the bitch wants me to do. I didn't pay attention to what she told me to do.
The use of force to defend property rights in the country.
Am I muted? Yes, you have to defend private property rights through law enforcement.
You agree with Connor, don't you, Stephen?
It doesn't have to.
So you don't agree with Connor that.
Let me know when I can talk for 30
Pisco,
seconds.
do you know why he doesn't want to agree with you? He doesn't want to agree with you because he thinks that you're making them morally equivalent, and the violence that's necessary to enforce private property rights is not the same violence that's required in order to fucking expropriate property from everyone.
Okay, everyone's doing this thing where they're trying to tell like everyone else what they're saying. Like Connor's point, well, Destiny's saying this, and then Destiny will be saying.
True. Actually, I will say Connor was correct though. Those are different types of violence. So, for instance, when you talk about does capitalism necessitate violence, and then you want me to say yes to that, well, that's the same type of violence that any country, socialist included, would necessitate, which is the ability to enforce laws. But that's different. But that's different than a violence that is necessitated ideologically to prevent things like, say, free enterprise or private corporations, which is the type of violence that socialism would necessitate, but capitalism wouldn't necessitate. That's what I'm saying. What kind of violence?
Why is it interesting?
So Pisco, 1 second. So Destiny, so I disagree that there's a distinction in the type of violence that we're talking about here. So for instance, what I mean by that is that insofar
You would.
Okay, so
it's a panel. If you don't want to throw elbows on a panel, don't join a panel. Jesus Christ.
You're a vandal that you were brought on to fucking muddy the water.
I just wanted to let it sit for a little bit.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we let my boy finish.
Because the guy I asked initially declined.
I thought I had a good point.
So counterpoints is here to
Oh, well, fuck you too, Rick, for saying that I'm your second date. Jesus.
Okay, I still love you.
Anyway, so I don't think it's different, Destiny, okay? Because, for instance, if you were to say, hey, like, necessarily, if you were to achieve the socialist ideal, that requires violence. Insofar as what we're talking about is a reestablishment of what property rights means, right? So, for instance, we were to say, like, oh, we did Econoboi with socialism characteristics, we got 90% of the way here, and now the socialists are in power, and they're going to go the full 100. They're going to say, hey, everything that's currently privately owned has to be sold to the
Hold on, you're
rest of the
playing.
holding.
Wait, you just
I feel
got.
like I didn't even get to the.
No, because you hold on, because you just skipped all the hard part. If you're going to tell me that how do we go from 90% public ownership to 100% public ownership, that's not very hard to do. You have a majority stake in every single company in the entire country. The question is how do you get to 90% without expropriation?
Okay, so you get to, okay, first of all, I'll just say this briefly. If that's the harder part, then it's surprisingly achievable. Norway has literally already socialized 2/3 of their nation's wealth. They already like have collectivized 2/3 of the national
other firms?
Now,
wealth is not wealth is. Why did you say that? I can't tell you're being intentional.
Yeah, I've seen this clip. Isaac sent me this clip. Norway has like 2%, or sorry, 2/3 social ownership of wealth. They don't have they don't have a 2/3 I don't think they have firms socialized, and they don't have 2/3 of like output, like actual production socialized, right? They just have like the the wealth socialized. What article did they talk about this? I think it was in the first conversion article thing, or some of it might be in the. I think some of the graphs are in the model or whatever. Fuck. Oh no, I think it's in this one. I think it kind of has some charts here. But this is, this is wealth. It's not like production necessarily. And usually people are referring to production when they say socialist. But
I think wealth. My question very specifically was, how do you do it without expropriation? To have 90% owned firms.
Yeah, use
Norway. No, but you're talking about wealth. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about firms.
The reason why, so a lot of the firms in Norway are still privately owned because Norway doesn't have as developed a capital market as the United States. So shockingly, if the United States had Nordic institutions for collectivizing wealth, we would be much more able to socialize our domestic economy than those economies because a lot of the companies in production in those societies aren't traded on liquid stock markets. Now,
hold on, wait. For Norway, I'm just asking for Norway. If you said of the 90% of the wealth is publicly owned, how much of that is just tied to their oil? Okay, so wait, you just said with a total lie, right?
I want to answer your question.
By the way, I think Destiny definitely misunderstood what Econoboi said here, because Econoboi was correcting Destiny because Destiny said, you just said like 90% of Norway's wealth is socially owned. Econoboi was correcting him, saying, no, it's only 2/3. But because Destiny asked, at the same time, how much of that wealth is tied to oil or whatever, he assumed when Econoboi said 2/3, he was talking about 2/3 of socially wealth are tied to oil. It's not, so I don't know, I don't actually know what the percentage of the socially owned wealth tied to oil is, although part of the reason that's complicated is because like oil in and of itself like constitutes like wealth, right? Like there is wealth just from like having the state-owned oil company, right? But the profits from that company are like invested in other like private enterprises, right? So how like are we counting that as wealth tied to oil, or it'd be because if you count that as wealth tied to oil, then most of fucking Norway's wealth is tied to oil. But
Because controlling 90% of a broad market that's invested across a whole separation of multitudes of industries is way different than just socializing your means of energy production.
No, that's not what Norway. You have a misunderstanding of how these institutions work, and you have such strong opinions on them, and it really it pisses me off at a certain point. You don't know what you're talking about, but you have these very strong opinions. Norway, yes, a lot of the wealth that they've accumulated doesn't necessarily come from their oil wealth. It comes from the returns to their oil wealth being socialized in a public fashion. Okay, so I would agree that one of the prerequisites to Norway's specific success is its oil wealth. But America is a resource-rich country. America has a huge amount of land rents that we could socialize. America has things like a central bank that can create money, debt financing, other tax revenue. The financing for this is just not a question. America is a richer society than Norway. We have more
financing
money
is not hard, Econoboi. That's why I'm asking about expropriation. The United States government could. I'm not retarded. You know, I'm not retarded. They can print off however much money they want.
That's why I'm saying we could get to 90% without expropriation, because we have such liquid markets where people are willing to sell their shares for essentially the strike price. Really quick though,
really quick, finish your point, but then I want to get us back on track.
To America. We're getting bogged down. Essentially, my main point, skipping past all of that, is that Destiny made the claim that it necessitates violence. Now, insofar as going from whatever percentage of voluntary transactions we could get up to, 60, 70, 80, 90%, whatever, and then we have to go the rest of the way with some amount of expropriation. Yeah, you'd have to pass a bill and reestablish some property rights, and you'd have to buy out those businesses.
This is such a weasel. Reestablish some
taxation is expropriation by definition.
Private owner.
I can't make the point.
No, because you're speaking in like the most you'd have to reestablish the property. You'd have to steal all the firms from all the private owners.
You wanted to do another debate about this specific.
You don't have to steal. You have to obviously, like I kind of would obviously say, you can do it via voluntary transactions. Obviously, like you can like Norway is not like stealing firms or whatever. Norway is just like buying firms that are already selling stock.
So the question for now, just real quick. For now, I do have a question, maybe to kind of take us on a track that I'm interested in. Right?
Wait. Wait. Just hold on a second. Why don't we grant that socialism only means what Stephen means and what Connor means? So let's put aside the semantic. So if what you mean is by socialists are specifically Marxist-Leninists who wants to do this mass expropriation, then agree. Then agree. They shouldn't be in the halls of democratic power. Where's our disagreement?
Okay. No. Hold on. This is another problem between liberals and progressives, and I'll be very calm while I articulate this. My frustration with Econoboi is that expropriation is defined necessarily. Don't fucking touch your nose and close your eyeballs.
Like how?
I'm on your panel, you bitch. I can talk when I fucking feel like it. This isn't the Pisco and Destiny hour, you fucking dickhead. So, the definition of expropriation is the action by the state or an authority of taking property from its owner for public use or benefit. Taxation is necessarily, definitionally, expropriation. So what we're saying is that, or at least what I'm saying, is that I believe a fucking free market needs to have a balance between the expropriation of property for the public good and the private market allowed to do its own thing. A private market is necessary to generate the wealth in order to create a welfare state. So if Econoboi is saying, well, we can just go ahead and command slowly through the government voting in, increasing control over public utilities and the parts of the market, then I don't care if it's done democratically. Okay. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, he wouldn't really say command. Again, he would say, like, obviously we're still just buying. Like companies are voluntarily like selling their stock or whatever to the government in this case, right? It's just the government is just participating in capital markets. They're just buying stuff that's available for sale so they can own it, get returns from it.
Okay, nice.
Isn't having 80 to 90% or even 2/3% of wealth socially owned a bad investment strategy because no risk distribution, diversification is seriously taken into account. Well, obviously, if you own like 2/3 of wealth or whatever, you're like you're gonna have like a pretty you're gonna be pretty diversified by nature of the fact that 2/3 of the economy is usually not in one thing, right? But that's exposing investors to huge losses due to highly destructive event. Well, the investors in this case is the government, but like natural disasters, wars. If your argument is just that stock prices will go down when there's a natural disaster, everyone fucking agrees with that. It's just that, when that doesn't happen, which is the overwhelming majority of the time, there will be, the returns from that investment will go to the government. It'll be publicly owned wealth, right? So the government can do things that are within a public's interest, and wealth inequality is lower because it's not just private capital holders getting the returns from that. That'd be the
fuck that. I'm going to vote against you, and you're not part of my team.
If what you mean by socialism
is
reinvesting taxes. I mean, yeah, you could do that. So, like, the thing Econoboi would probably most advocate for is something similar to what Norway does, where they socialize what are called, like, resource rents, right? So, basically, like, payments beyond marginal cost for extracting resources. Norway does it with oil. You can do it with a bunch of different things, though. You can do it with essentially any natural resource, right? And he would say land rents. So, payments made to landowners for the value of their land, right? Like, you can socialize that as well. That'd be
what only those people who.
I mean, you could. What Pokemon is a Pokemon Moon. You could reinvest like ordinary taxes too, conceivably, but like are kind of like A, they're not as efficient as resource rent taxes, and B, part of the part of the reason we might want to socialize resource rents is just because we feel like it's, I mean, they're rents, like it's unfair that like people are getting payments beyond marginal cost for extracting resources when they didn't create those resources, right? And the supply of those resources is fixed. So yeah.
Marxist-Leninist ideas that you find to be odious.
Nope. I've defined it for you 7 times. The decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. You can get it through democracy. You can get it through democracy. That doesn't make it good.
So Pisco, finish. Pisco, finish, and then I have a question.
Let's get through the semantic bullshit. If what you mean is that
it's not semantic, I've given you a specific definition 7 times.
Counterpoints? You gotta let him at least finish.
So much Jay's ills or FDR's fault? I don't think that many. Bro, making a George's argument best arc from non-fun. I mean, I think like George's argument, so like along those lines makes sense. Like I think it and to some extent, it's a George's argument. I understand that, but also it's just kind of like a classical economics argument would also hold those things, right? It's like it's a economic rent to get paid above marginal cost for extracting natural resources that no one created, right? Like
what I'm saying and representing.
Other makes sense when you have limited supply something, it can fund the next big thing for that. Well, yeah. So the fixed supply thing is just relevant because ordinarily when we like tax something or whatever, we're concerned that the supply of it will go down, right? But it's that's not necessarily true with natural resources because there just is the natural resource, like it's just there. I'm not paying attention to what I'm supposed to do again. I'm just walking around. We're not going to see less oil when we tax oil because the oil's already there. Like as long as producers can get paid the marginal cost of extracting that oil, like they're going to supply the oil.
And it will be apparent in what he says.
Yeah. So
in fairness, like you probably do, practically speaking, like because we don't know where all the oil is, right? You probably want to have some return on investment. Still, you probably want to not extract like all the rents simply because you want producers to still be able to have an incentive to find where oil is, right? But
the semantic difference. I'm trying to chart that out. Like
no, we don't.
We literally do. When I say semantic difference,
so you disagree that socialism is a decommodification of basic.
I think it falls under, when I say like classical, I mean like a neoclassical model of like land rents and stuff would still like recommend a land value tax, right? Like that's what I mean. Like a standard economic model is gonna still be in favor of land value tax.
Human needs and workers owning the means of production.
So I think socialism means I think socialism means much more than that because for me, use is meaning.
Okay,
right?
that's a good. Hold on. That's actually an excellent point. Pisco, what do you mean when you say socialism?
So I think when I see things socialism, when I think socialism at its broadest, I understand socialism to be workers owning the means of production. That's at its broadest. I think that there's a lot of shades of gray there, and socialism doesn't just mean what Connor means. And the reason that is, I think that meaning, right, that of a word is its use, right? Like if what we mean by a word is there's no like correct objective answer to what socialism means. My theory of like what words mean is how they're used by people in the real day. There's multiple definitions. But if what you mean,
Destiny is right that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zodan Salami are not socialists because they don't believe in workers owning the means of production.
When you say Destiny is quote unquote right, what do you mean by that?
I just said it.
He's right according to his own definition. And your definition.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zoltan Mansalami fucking advocate for workers owning the means of production. So by the definition that you just provided for us, they are not socialists.
So
which is kind of silly.
I said at its broadest, it's workers owning the means of production, but that means of production. I think that
what does broadest mean?
Broadest means it includes the most amount of people. So it's
yes.
the broadest.
So they identify as socialists. Wouldn't they necessarily follow under your definition?
Connor, shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to chart
out. Make your words make sense.
So I'm trying to chart out a semantic difference. Do you understand what I mean when I say a semantic difference?
Having to do with words
and their meaning. Okay. So in your version of the word socialism, you would not describe, for example, single payer to be a socialist policy. You wouldn't say that someone like Bernie Sanders is a socialist. You wouldn't say that China as it currently exists is a socialist country because your definition of socialism is much more narrow. I say let's get past that semantic difference. I think like in terms of how people use the word socialist, you guys are just wrong in terms of the usage of the word, but let's get past that. If what you mean... Why?
I will not get past that.
We just spent this whole time arguing about what the right definition of socialism is.
You both are going to circle.
I'm right, you're wrong.
Hold on, stop. We're going to get to a more...
I think obviously Mandami, I like, do you follow Lib Development on Twitter? I don't think I do, no. I don't know who they are. Technically, Mandami, like, I'm sure he like believes that workers should own the means of production, but that's not part of his policy. I think is what Connor is saying, right? Like he's not advocating. He's not saying we're gonna turn New York into a socialist utopia. He's just saying that like we're gonna do some maybe socialist policies, like social housing. I guess technically you can say it's a socialist housing or whatever.
Disagreement. So you're using. I think that you guys have a proprietary definition. I think you guys have a proprietary definition of the word socialist.
Well, yeah,
he use
like,
the word, and it's not.
He still calls himself a socialist, but like in any recent interview, And this is what annoys me. Okay, like I'm not that pro Mondami, obviously. Like I have my issues with him. Well, what annoys me is that in like literally any interview, where Mondami is asked like, oh, you know, why are you say you're a socialist? What are your issues with capitalism? Like he said this like in like 3 or 4 different interviews. He's like, well, I think capitalism is bad because it causes inequality. And it's like, okay, maybe there's like a stronger position he's hiding or whatever. I'm sure there is, but also like that's the same critique of capitalism that like 90% of Democrats have, right? That's why Democrats like want, you know, progressive taxes and everything like that. Like, dude, Roy Cooper like just announced he was running for Senate, and like Roy Cooper's like a moderate Democrat, but you know he's running for Senate in my state, and it like in his campaign ad, he's like, I think the middle class is a distant dream for most people, and inequality is too high. And it's like Roy Cooper or however we fucking pronounce his name correctly, is a like moderate Dem. And like he basically has the same critique of capitalism as Mondami says. So like who gives a fuck? Like
before we move on, I want to articulate why this is important.
That is true.
I think that you, in Econoboi, I'll be rude, even though I love you. I think you are useful cock sleeves for tankies. And so you're trying to expand. You're trying to expand the definition of socialism to mean nice, redistributive social services. And so I don't like it when you do that. And I disagree with you.
You're going to get over to Stephen, and that's fine. But I just want to be very
it's
clear.
like the way you're technically supposed to pronounce it is weird. I think it's Cupper.
What cover has been given? I've argued with you directly the entire time.
You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation impossible.
After the unlearning economics one, sure. I mean, I've already like read it basically. I didn't read it on stream though. I don't like what's up?
Hey, what's up? Just very quickly, you watched this for like an hour plus now. What do you think were the like strongest, weakest points made by Econoboi and Destiny? Because I don't care for Pisco and Connor; they're both annoying as fuck.
True. I would think probably the weakest point for Destiny is like the like retarded like income tax like shit and stuff like that. I think I don't know. I think his strongest point was just what he said. Destiny, you have strong opinions and you don't know what you're talking about. Like I think.
You meant for Econoboi? You said for Destiny. Okay.
For that's it. That was the strongest point for Econoboi, I think. For Destiny,
okay.
I don't know. I think I don't know. I think probably the strongest point is just the. I think the strongest point from Destiny generally, it's just been like this is like just not what most people mean by socialism, right? Like I think it's just like if we put like AOC and Hassan in a room, like everyone is gonna say like Hassan is like more socialist, right? Like you know these are you know not a you know and saying like oh you know I don't even know if I consider like Bernie like a hardcore like socialist or whatever.
No, he isn't. He isn't. Krugman wrote an article about that in the New York Times. That means it's true.
I remember that. Yeah. And then I don't know what I would say his weakest point is. His weakest point is just not knowing enough. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. It's weird because like he doesn't like. Okay. You know, it's fine to like not have like read Econoboi's articles and stuff. Like he hasn't read what Econoboi's models are. Like he doesn't know much about Norway.
No, it isn't fine. It's not fine. You mean it's not? I don't think it's fine
it's
to
fine
debate someone for multiple hours without knowing what their argument is.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine to not. It's fine to like not have done that, but you shouldn't be debating without having done that. Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah. Now, what you should do is read the articles and then share them for a month. I wonder who does that. But yeah. And then win literally every single point and then be gaslit and every time you bring it up again to like get a response, it's like, oh, it's a vibe. Right. That's definitely bad. Either. I have Econoboi derangement syndrome. I have EDS. Okay.
Me too. Base. I think a better critiques would be that the velocity of money is being slowed under our current capitalist setup. I don't see how that's like intrinsic to capitalism. I mean, velocity has slowed, but the money supply has grown, right? So like the like M times V is what matters, right? And like velocity is not like always a good thing either. But you know, like if velocity slows, but the money supply has grown a fuck ton, like that, you know, that's those like cancel each other out, right? But I do know velocity like has slowed. Fred M2 velocity. elasticity in money feels, I don't know what I mean by elasticity in money, right? But like you can see like the velocity drops off when we printed a bunch of money, right? Like, you know. The fact that if you were born without capital, then labor is your only capital. Labor keeps being devalued constantly. Centralization of capital and power seems pretty bad to be honest. I think the last one's probably the best critique. But I've had EDS the longest praise upon me. Bay Saucerama. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, this is like, you know, like let's just look at the, you know, Fred M2 money supply. You'll see it kills up a ton. And also part of the reason M2 goes up and velocity goes down is just because they redefined. This annoys the fuck out of me. They redefined what M2 means in 2020. And then like never adjusted the like backlog for it, right? So like not all of this is actually like new money. Some of it is just like we redefine what M2 means. Look, beginning May 2020, M2 consists of M1 plus small denomination. Oh wait, hold on. I think it. But yeah, before May 2020, M2 consists of M1 plus savings deposit, small deposits, blah 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 blah. Beginning May 2020, M2 consists of M1 plus small denomination time deposits, less IRA and I don't know what that is. Balances to depository institutions, and 2 balances in real MFFs and less IRA and balances to MMFs. Seasonally adjusted M2 is, hold on, where's the? I think it goes into the. Yeah, I think this because they got rid of reserve ratios, they like started including a lot more stuff in M2 when they got rid of reserve ratios. To manage the principal data source for the construction of money, aggregate purpose, netting some amounts for. Fed lowered the reserve ratio to 0%, effectively eliminating reserve requirements for depository institutions. The Federal Reserve took this action to ensure banks are able to provide as much liquidity as possible to the economy during the early pandemic. This decision impacted the monetary aggregates indirectly by calling into question the need for 6 convenient transfer limits from saving deposits, as there was no longer a need to distinguish between transactions. Accounts and saving deposits, like yeah.
You're making the conversation impossible.
I've contended with every single argument that you've given me.
You're making the conversation impossible. So wait, please.
Pisco is going to finish. He's going to finish his point. He's going to ask his question, and then we're going to see if it goes anywhere. And if it doesn't, I have productive ways to go.
I think
counterpoints. Hold on, real quick. Counterpoints. If you can't control yourself, you will be controlled. Okay. I'll mute you.
So
Pisco, go
this
ahead.
was a panel. So when
it is a panel, but
when I'm talking about the meaning of a word, I'm really just asking what the ordinary usage of the word is. Like in terms of what the definition ought to be. If there's any ought to what a word is, it's like, well, how do people use the word, right? So that's what I take to be a semantic difference. And you say you have a vision of the usage of
owning wealth abroad. I don't actually know, but it's not. I don't think it's the majority, but it is like a decent percentage. I think this might, like there's an oil company. Some of these are obviously Norwegian companies, but some of them are probably not, right? So I don't know. But I don't think that really matters, right? Like I think, like capital markets are international, right? So like if we're having a government participate in capital markets, like why wouldn't we want them to participate in international capital markets too? Like.
That word socialist, which is much more narrow than my conception of how that word is used by ordinary people. But we can put aside that, right? Like, let's put aside the semantic difference about what words ought to mean or what they actually are in any objective sense. And let's just get to the meat of it. If what you mean by socialist doesn't include AOC, doesn't include Bernie and their policies, doesn't include what I think most people would take to be socialist policies, then, and it only includes people like Marxists, Leninists, and Maoists, then yeah, then what's the disagreement?
Here's my exact disagreement. You asked a question, I'm going to answer it. I feel like I am using a narrow and tailored definition because I think that the people who self-identify as that and actually have read the text related to the ideology, that's how they self-identify. And I think that they are using progressives and liberals and social democrats, and they're conflating these terms back and forth so they can expand at which point they are relevant in the modern social parlance. And I believe that you and Econoboi are helping them, and I don't like it, which is why I'm here to tell you I don't like it.
Connor just keeps Connor, you keep doing this. You keep just asserting that there's some sort of conspiracy broadly within people who identify as socialists to try and sort of co-opt liberal frameworks. And when I point out,
Connor, you said that 5
times. So I haven't just said that. I was about to finish the point.
You know what, Grand License Enjoyer, we agree. I don't support socially owning the majority of means of production in the country. Wow, we found an area of agreement finally. Let's go.
I haven't just said that 5 times. I've included an explanation of the history of a huge range of different democratic, liberal, socialist movements over time that weren't just pretending until they got power and then they would become authoritarian Maoists. In fact, they were just Democrats, it turned out. And you keep ignoring that and then reasserting without any backing your conspiracy about the broad 10% of the base of the Democratic Party socialist movement.
The problem here, right, is that they say that they're doing this. That there is a broad number of American socialist people who live in America,
small minority of them say that.
Again, who say that they are doing this.
And
they call themselves the Vanguard. Why do you think they call themselves the Vanguard? Why do you think they chose that name?
And every single person on this panel said, to the extent that there's evidence that people are doing that, they should not be included in the movement.
So you are condemning specifically the Vanguard.
Wait. Hang on. So I want to be clear about it. So the Vanguard, I haven't heard.
Shut up, Pisco. I'm asking Econoboi. Today, on my show, you are condemning specifically the Vanguard.
What did they say?
What did they do? I don't know what they said. Reference it.
Okay. So first of all, one clue is in the name, the Vanguard.
No, what did they do?
What did they say? What's their position?
I'm giving you evidence.
Like with Hassan, there's evidence that he literally says he just wants to co-opt democratic frameworks.
Correct.
Like he's literally said this, right? So that's pretty
How about
good
the tweet
evidence.
today or yesterday calling Pete a rat, or that he looks like a rat, or that he reminds him of a rat or whatever?
Is that evidence that he is trying to institute authoritarian communism?
He could just be mean.
Wait. No.
What is acceptable evidence that somebody's trying to institute authoritarian communism if they work in the media?
Wait. Statements like Hassan gave, correct?
So they've done shows about ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the Supreme Court.
I haven't seen that. Yeah. So to the extent that they have those beliefs, and to the extent that they have those beliefs,
the Vanguard.
Wait.
I called myself the rapist.
Let me give you what you want. First of all, the rapist, really?
The rapist.
Okay. So if they have the position that we should ignore the Constitution, if they have the position that we should ignore democratic systems and get rid of all that stuff, then no, they should not be part of a quote unquote coalition. And if what you mean by be part of a coalition is be at the halls of power, design policy, and that kind of stuff. If the prescription is don't talk to them, I think that's a different kind of thing, right? I don't think is anyone here saying that we shouldn't talk to them?
I'm not describing.
Okay. So to the extent that they have these positions, to the extent that they're crypto about their authoritarianism tendencies, there's no disagreement. They shouldn't be part of the quote unquote coalition. Of what you mean by that? Yeah,
it's deeper than that.
Okay. You know what? This is what this feels like. This is why it's such a crazy conversation, okay? If you have 2 groups of friends, and people in one group really likes Chinese food, and the other group really likes Indian food, and you're trying to vote on where to go to eat, okay, every weekend, all right? And you have this new group of people who show up, and they say, I really like wings, and that's the only fucking thing that they ever say about your Chinese food that they like. But you include them in your group of friends who are voting to say, I want to go eat Chinese food because they only show up for the wings. But you know that when they go back to their own group of friends, they say, as soon as we have enough wing voters, we're going to go to the fucking pizza place. That's the issue that we're running into here. Is you're pretending.
Sorry. Okay. Listen. I will defend my man Econoboi. Okay. The fact that Econoboi wants to have power in such a system where president has so much unchecked power, it's a very sus thing. Econoboi does not want that. Econoboi will very specifically say not only does he want a democratic system for socially owned wealth and everything, right? So we're not doing anything like the Marxist Leninist unchecked power or whatever. He still wants checks and balances within the government, within a democratic government. But also he'll say a lot of these things should be managed independently, right? A lot of state-owned enterprises should be independently owned, independently managed by professionals, or right, not independently owned, independently, like an independent agency like we have in the U.S., right? Where they're not directly controlled by politicians. Econoboi will absolutely say that.
Like these guys who only like wings.
He'll say that some of these things should be socially owned, but managed by holding corporations, even managed by private companies, right? For public land ownership, he says, well, I want the government to own land, but I don't really want the politicians managing the land, right? I want them to essentially lease it out to holding corporations, and the holding corporations will be the one actually making decisions and all these things.
Putting your entire Chinese food weekly outing, when in reality they're just trying to build up enough people. They've all blatantly said this so that they have enough people to go to the pizza place next week. That's the issue that is what's happening.
To that briefly, okay, and I think I can speak for Pisco on this as well. That my point is that is true with the great minority of people that call themselves socialists.
And I understand.
I know you're going to say
you're going to say that of all the voters, whatever. I'm talking about the entire media apparatus. That's why I earlier asked you. Can you give me a single person in the media apparatus that identifies as socialist that also supports the Democratic Party?
Okay, so to address your point extremely directly about the entire socialists, I was about to answer
one individual.
No, he said that's why I asked you, but I'm addressing his actual point.
Well,
which is about the media apparatus.
Do
you want a separate question?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's probably the case that almost
isn't that
everyone
problematic? If you're now different point. No, it's the same question that I asked earlier, and it's central to the point that I just gave right now. I asked you for a single person that says they actually like Chinese food, and all you can give me are people who support $15 minimum wage or wings, who really want to go to the pizza place, which is have the Vanguard Party, which is why they're called the Vanguard, which is why they shit on Chinese food or the Democratic Party over and over again, and that's an issue.
If we're talking about media figures who call themselves socialists, in terms of of them who
do you want to change the Constitution to reduce the powers to the president? I know he's against pardons. I know he would want to reform pardon power. I don't know what else he would want though.
It's certainly not a long list to the extent that I could Google and find names right now for you. But so I would agree with that. And so I've already said, and everyone on this podcast seems to be in agreement, that to the extent that many people, and it is a problem, flatly, what you're describing is absolutely a problem. To the extent that people in the media space that do that, do the exact things that you and Connor and Wick have referenced, Pisco and I are in complete agreement. It's not that we just disagree, it's that we are in complete agreement that these are not people who should be part of the inner party, who should be part of strategic discussions, who should be part of the messaging of Democrats. What I have said, and this is my last sentence before I guess Connor wants to go, is that people like this should simply be used as other platforms for Democrats Democrats to engage in for the purposes of fundraising, for the purposes of spreading their message. If Democrats want to go on Hassan's show or the Vanguard or Breonna Joy Gray or fucking Kyle and Crystal show, then that they should do that because they should engage in these alternative media spaces.
But you understand that, it undermines the fuck. Wait. You understand that it undermines the fuck out of the Democratic Party if we're saying that all the good things that we support. I call myself a socialist, and I think all the good things that have come to the Democratic Party have come because of socialists. And also, all of the media people that call themselves socialists fucking hate Democrats. And
do you agree with Econoboi?
It's not that simple, bro. I know you really like yes or no, but it's not really that simple. It's not that simple.
So to Destiny's question,
I don't agree with Econoboi.
So to your question, Destiny, I do fully agree that it is a problem that there is a disconnect between the typical socialist politician and the typical socialist media figure. I do agree that that's a problem. Okay. The only thing that started this entire discourse for the last week was what I said was I just don't think that these alternative media socialist media figures have that much of an effect on electoral outcomes for democratic socialists and for liberals broadly. Okay.
Wait, I don't know. What is the? Can I ask you then? Like, so when you look at like the 40-point drop in say like Dearborn supporting the Democratic candidate, do you really think that none of these alternative media spheres have any influence whatsoever on?
I would never say something so stupid as they don't have any influence or that they don't have some determination of the outcome of elections. Okay, I would never say that. When it comes to Dearborn specifically, I think that it is more sensible to say several things. Number one, I would say that generally speaking, it seems like a lot of Muslim immigrants revert to their not revert, but like there's like a coming to the mean of the average American conservative view over time as they assimilate. You see that with other immigrants groups as well as Muslim Americans. Number two, I think that you see that with Muslim Americans specifically, they are particularly sensitive to the Israel-Palestine issue, and whoever was in government, it blew the fuck up during a Democratic administration, and so there was a lot of reactionary sentiment with that issue in a lot of Muslim communities. I think that generally explains
that reaction, sure. But two things. One, so you said that it was.
I don't even think like you need revert. Yeah, I think you mean like there's isn't it regress to the mean or whatever? Yeah, like obviously there's a reversion to the mean. People assimilate over time, but like you know, in fact, like I don't even think you don't need to be fucking social. Like if you're a Muslim and you like moved here and you still have sympathies for the Gaza war or whatever, like even if you just watch like standard like liberal outlets, like you're probably not gonna support Kamala Harris, right? Like I think like there were like plenty of like liberal people calling for ceasefires even like immediately after the like war started, right? Like like that sentiment like grew more and more as the election came up. Like I remember like I was reading like The Economist today put out an article about the aid distribution in Gaza, and I didn't know this until today, but The Economist officially called for a ceasefire in Israel-Gaza in 2024 while Biden was still in office. I don't know if it was before the election or whatever, but like even if people in Dearborn, Michigan are like reading reading The Economist, right? Like where they could still not vote for Kamala because of that. Revert is what they call conversion to Islam. Freudian slip to say that the Dearborn Caliphate is going to revert all America to Islam. True. Is what Econoboi really wants. He's hiding his power level, not for socialism, but for jihadism. Okay, for Sharia law, right? Like I think I don't know if they link to it. Wait, maybe I'm just wrong. Anyway, regardless, okay, I know the Economist started calling for a ceasefire in 2024, right? And like the Economist is not like a, believe it or not, guys, the Economist is not a like alternative like socialist outlet or whatever.
A problem. I'm not going for gotchas here. Okay? I don't give a fuck about gotchas. But the issue is that all of these elections are so close. So if we agree that it is a problem, and then we talk about how I don't know. Or never mind. That was it.
Wait, do we have a disagreement?
I don't think that they reverted. Wait. I don't think that they reverted to the mean in one election cycle when it came to voting issues. Okay. I think that if you want to say that they voted because they were super energized by the Israel-Palestine issue, it doesn't make sense.
Saudi Arabia is the only true actually existing socialist state. That's true. That's true. Under his definition. No, I mean a guy like obviously people have talked to Econoboi, including me, about that before. Like he'll say, it's obviously not they don't manage their wealth democratically, right? So, yeah.
To me, that they would vote for Jill Stein, because if you really cared about that issue, I think that the clear choice, even if you think they don't handle it as well, would have been the Democrat candidate over the Republican candidate. So the fact that there were so many people, but the fact there were so many people in the Senate saying, or not Senate, but so many people in the left-wing media apparatus all saying they're both the same, all protesting the DNC, all protesting the Democrat candidates. Isn't that a problem?
We agree it's a problem. Wait, stop. Why does he keep repeating? Is it a problem? You just heard Econoboi and I say agree. It's a problem. Why did you repeat that at the end?
Well, because if it's a problem, then I don't know if we should be trying to appeal to the socialists, which is the name of this panel, appealing to leftists. We should be trying to court them if they're actively attacking the party and these elections are already so close and they're already turning off some of our voters already. This is just, the problem's only gotten worse.
Okay, this is why I wanted to ask a question earlier, because I think this gets to the heart of the matter. It goes us back on track. And this is a question to Pisco first, and Econoboi.
That's
Irrelevant. What's your side?
I'm waiting for 20 minutes.
Counterpoints.
Put Pokemon back on top? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. You want to watch? Hold on, I'm messing someone right now. You want to watch the same animation over and over again?
Who gets you? I promise, but I'm going to. When he behaves himself and puts his hand up, you yell at him. When he yells, you yell at him.
You can have it. I'm not yelling at him.
You're not reinforcing the behavior on this panel.
Let me fucking get my point out, okay? Then maybe we can get to something, okay? The question becomes, who should, as a whole, the Democratic Party, the DNC, etc., who should they be aligning themselves more with? People like AOC or people like Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, I don't understand how that is related to what Stephen was just talking about, right? So we agree. So I thought he was talking
God,
about.
he was trying to get us back on topic. Weren't you listening?
I'll answer the question directly. So to answer the question directly, I think that because socialists are about 10% of the Democratic base, generally speaking, the platform and the types of candidates that we put forward should probably tilt moderate if the only thing we care about is absolutely maximizing our vote share. Okay.
Winning elections.
Fair enough. Okay. Now I'll say two things. I'll say that that's not necessarily always the literal only thing that we would care about. Now it's obviously very, very important. But then number two, just because they're only 10% does not mean that we should completely ignore them or treat them as Nazis or completely ostracize them from the movement. That they have to also be appealed to, because the Democratic Party is a party of centrists, moderates, like what you could call like moderate tilt left people, slightly more tilt left people, progressive people, and socialists. Every single one of those groups needs to be represented.
If we can demonstrate that by excising or
what do you mean by that excising? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I'll explain.
I need to keep it.
Wait. Okay, wait, hold on. I love you, but we're the two that are debating this topic, right? So Wig might have his feeling of it. When I say excise, we're talking about the media environment. If you call yourself a socialist and you constantly shit on the Democratic Party, Pisco, now I'm happy that your messaging evolved on this. Yesterday you were saying you should go on places like this
Do you
to
think
fight with them.
Pisco is experiencing some kind of psychosis? I just hope I don't live to see the day where Pisco starts calling himself a socialist. That's all I'm gonna say. That's what I hope.
Sure, that's fine. I agree with it. Nobody, I don't think anybody disagree with that.
Wait. You just heard something change. What changed? What changed? Do you think
like before it seemed like you were a lot more lukewarm on whether or not Hassan is like kind of an ally or whether or not those types of people can be appealed to.
You find me one place where I said Hassan is an ally. You can't. I never said that.
I'll go back through your. I'll comb through your entire VOD. I don't know. Listen, it's the same way you've been in this space for 2 years and you can't remember a single thing Hassan has really said. I'll say I don't have your exact quote here. Okay? But all I'm saying is that it shouldn't be the goal of Democrats to appeal to the center fold of what socialism is.
What do you mean by excise? I don't know what you mean by that.
If somebody calls himself a socialist, if they constantly shut down the Democratic Party, then you don't treat them like they're.
By the way, Pisco didn't. It's coming true. Pisco didn't say this, but Econoboi did. Econoboi said like, oh, I think it's fair, or I think it's fine if like a lot of Democratic politicians want to go on Hassan's stream or whatever, right? Like if people who just want to go on Hassan's stream. I don't think Pisco commented on that, but I'm assuming Pisco agrees with that. And like, I think it'd be weird to say someone like isn't an ally. Like you're gonna obviously there's a spectrum of how strong of an ally they are, but it's weird to say they're like holistically like just not an ally at all when you're like accepting that Democratic politicians should go and try to like win their fans over, right? Like that seems a little.
Wait. So now we're different. If someone calls themselves socialist, because you agree Bernie Sanders calls himself socialist, right?
We're talking about the media sphere.
Okay,
media.
But Econoboi calls himself a socialist.
Sure.
So we should excise him from the party, correct?
If Econoboi was coming on my platform, it's not a yes or no question. I don't even know what part of your life you would, even in your lawyer school shit, you wouldn't have picked up on this yes or no autistic bullshit. So I don't know where any of this stuff. I know you were asking. I'm telling you, it's fucking recorded. So I'm answering the question. The answer to the question. I'm answering the question. If Econoboi was coming on my stream, it's probably generally right now it's going to be a fight over things, like we are right now. Yes, and when Econoboi earlier said, "Oh, we should go on my stream and hash out something," it's going to be a fight over stuff. Somebody who identifies as socialist with the entirety.
Should we excise him from the party?
If somebody is running a show or running a program and they call themselves socialist, earlier I asked you guys, can you name a single one of these people that don't constantly shit on Democrats, and you guys couldn't give a single name. So I would say yes, that is the subject.
Should I stop Live and Learn? Should he be on the podcast Live and Learn? Should I excise him?
You guys are going to start supporting socialists? Yes, you should. It's something called Live and Learn.
Wait. So you think that Econoboi, we should not be platforming Econoboi because he labels himself a socialist? Is that right?
True.
I think you should challenge him at almost all
He's like moving in the direction of there. Much the same like Sargon of Akkad was like moving in the direction.
I mean, in fairness, like half of Live and Learn is like Hutch debating Econoboi and Pisco about what the Democrats should do, right? That is essentially like half of Live and Learn is. But Pisco is close to becoming a communist because Destiny is a capitalist. Well, yeah, I know. I just hope, like I said, I hope I don't live to see the day. Okay, I hope I don't live to see the Pisco stream. I'm a socialist now. In fairness, that'd be good debate content though. Between him and Hutch, and I'm sure if Pisco came out as a fucking socialist, I would probably try to call in because I know he takes call-ins and stuff. I'd probably talk to him.
So even though Econoboi gives you an understanding of what socialism is, he explains himself just as a way I assume that Bernie Sanders.
Kick post-Keynesians out of the Democratic Party. Let's go. Yes. Colton, okay? Kick MMTers outside the Democratic Party, okay? You want to know the real reason Democrats lost in 2024 is because we took too much advice from MMTers about post-COVID stimulus. Okay. So you're really shut the fuck up. So you're the real reason. Okay, I'm turning off. I'm joking. It's because voters are retarded and they don't understand the true baseness of MMT. Okay, but no, look. I mean, I think like I think inflation did have something to do with it, but I don't blame MMT that much. Only like a little bit.
AOC would, even though he says I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, even though you smeared him and say he's anti-democratic when he isn't anti-democratic. So even though he caveats all what he means by the term socialism, just because he labels himself socialism, you think that he really shouldn't be on Live and Learn.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't platform him. You guys do what you want with your platform, but I wouldn't want to platform him and say, hey guys, go check out their podcast. Where anti-democratic party people like the Vanguard will be treated as friends and allies. It'll come on to shoot the shit for a while, and then immediately they'll go off to their own platforms to relentlessly shit on the Democratic Party.
So why are you hanging out with Myron Gaines?
You deny that any of that.
Why are you hanging out with Myron Gaines?
Because every single time I come back to interaction.
Okay, so like, but Econoboi.
Wait, hold on, you recognize how stupid that question. You realize you thought you got to. You acknowledge like when I hang out with Myron Gaines, it's always to combat it, right?
But you guys have a nice conversation, right? You platform him, you have a nice conversation.
Yes, but it's combative. Nobody comes away from my stream or like, hey guys, make sure you go check out Fresh and Fit. Like they have a lot of cool shit.
You guys have been going back and forth. So just to be clear, when the Vanguard came on the podcast, they were challenged.
They were challenged, correct? Wait, can we get them to agree that? Were they challenged, Stephen?
Even Econoboi.
Barely, you fucking nitpicking fuck. What do you mean they were barely challenged?
As if you watch it, I think that for the most part, you're
yeah, because you're fucking reacting like a fucking sped, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe they're fucking being nuanced, and you're reacting that way, and
Mr. Yes or No is going to talk about nuance.
The way that you're fucking presenting it makes people think that we're socialists, we're comfortable with Econoboi socialists, but no, we absolutely challenge them on specifically on the point of mansion, specifically on the point of student loans. Stephen, you agree we did challenge them with facts and logic, correct?
Yep.
So when you said barely, what did you mean barely? What did you mean by that?
You mean barely, and I think people go on that show and they assume that all of you guys like had a similar political project in mind. You all shared like a political goal, a political project. Yes.
Okay, so why do you get that impression when we're disagreeing with them on specific issues? Why do you?
Hold on, fuck this. Everybody else is talking.
I don't know. I feel like I didn't watch that whole episode of the Vanguard because, like I said, I really do not. Maybe I should care, but like I really do not care and don't have strong opinions on like democratic strategy or whatever, and like who should Democrats appeal to and stuff like that. Like it is general. Like I just don't have that discussion really. But yeah, from what I did watch of the episode, a lot of it was like a fucking. In fairness, there were things like Pisco said, like student loans, where they did push back on. But a lot of it was like literally just like Hutch and Vanguard going at it, and like Pisco and Josiah would and Econoboi would occasionally intervene on the side of the Vanguard, right? Like
30 fucking minutes. I've had my goddamn.
Do the Vanguard actually debate economics? Like, do they? Or did they just do the news cycle and debate the whatever it is fucking strategy bullshit? Can I just I don't know their comments. They don't know economics exactly. I was gonna say, can I get my own debate with the Vanguard and just push back on actual policy and not the bullshit strategizing stuff? And I just talked about whether student loan forgiveness is a good policy overall. I'm not necessarily sold one way or the other in student loan forgiveness. I think, but you should at least, if I asked them what the signaling model of education is, do they know what the signaling model of education is? Do they know conceptually why we might be opposed to education, a fuck ton of education subsidies, and then canceling student loans after we've already essentially give them a subsidized loan,
Stand up for 30 fucking minutes. There needs to be some variety on this panel. I'll tell you why. It's because we're playing fucking footsie, and when they came to the next fucking day, all right. So when we were talking about how everybody's being so fucking mean to Hutch the fucking next day and all that bullshit, then you're like, oh well, we technically challenged them on their perspectives and all that kind of bullshit, but realistically, anybody who watched it tonally felt like it was a 5.5 versus 1 against Hutch.
You guys sound like the biggest bitch woke skulls. Tonally, what are you talking about?
Oh, shut the fuck up, you pussy. Anytime anybody else talks, you roll your eyes like a fucking valley girl. You fucking
oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of funny. If people want to overhaul the whole economic system and probably don't even know the basic monetary policy. Yeah, I know. It's annoying. But yeah, knowing Kaplan's signaling model probably makes you dumber. Well, I mean, it's not Kaplan's model. Kaplan wrote the book about it, obviously. But yeah, no, I think I'm I think I might have been. I think it might have been you that sent me that. I read some of it through no opinions, blog posts about it, or whatever. I think I'm definitely not convinced of the signaling model, but you should at least. I think you should at least know what it is. I'm just kind of using an example. I don't think these people actually know the economics behind what they propose. I think they just kind of think things through with vibes and like workers' rights and stuff. Like they're not like, you know, they don't support the minimum wage because they have a good understanding of the literature about minimum wage, and I don't even know what their opinions on minimum wage are exactly, but you know, they support it because they like workers' rights, and like they have heard of Card Kruger before, so they're like, oh, like minimum wage, like epic, greedy capitalist owned, right? Like they're not supporting minimum wage based on like, you know, hardcore stats or whatever.
You're saying, okay, you did disagree with
more
them,
if you
but
want more. Yeah, you should send it. Just send in like the econ or general thing in my Discord.
Where your tone, it sounded like you were nice in your tone. Like
yeah, it sounds like you're the fucking youthful coxley for socialists. That's what it sounds like.
Like Steven isn't fucking nice in his tone with Myron Gaines. He is. He absolutely is.
Yeah, and he still has contention, and he still clarifies the ideology. Which, by the way, I still have a point from 40 fucking minutes ago that I wanted to make. I've had my hand up for 40 fucking minutes.
Go for it.
Can I? Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyways, my turn. Thank you.
He's been talking.
Thank you for coming to the Pisco Destiny show. All right, so earlier, Econoboi made a fucking point saying that I kept appealing to...
Econoboi is getting... Connor keeps talking about the Pisco Destiny show, but like Connor has probably talked twice as much as Econoboi. I feel like Econoboi is not got that many words, and even though that was the main thing, like quite frankly, I don't give a fuck about Pisco. Okay, I care about Econoboi and Destiny.
Conspiracy, and he's made this point 3 or 4 times, so I want to address this briefly. Mao, Pol Pot, Joseph Stalin, Tito, Castro, every leader in the fucking Soviet Union came together through fucking revolution. Okay, they all came from fucking revolution. Then not just that, but Gramsci was arguing about why leftists aren't relevant in fucking Western societies because they have strong social order. And Marcuse and modern lefty philosophers try to normalize Gramsci and Marcusean argument in order to infiltrate Western societies in order to make them more socialist. Corbyn, Sanders, and Noam Chomsky all swept for authoritarian socialist regimes when they were in power and only disavowed them once it was found out all of their authoritarian abuses of their populations. So when you say, Connor, you're being a conspiracist, I say, no, plenty of youthful Western lefty fucking idiots sweep for authoritarian socialism. They're using the playbook that Gramsci and Marcuse wrote in order to subvert Western societies.
Listen, he voted for Kamala, okay? So, you know, he has that going for him.
So what would I say in response?
Of conspiracism, when conspiracy is documentable in the words of the people who espouse this philosophy. Thank you for my pet talk. Back to the Pisco and
let's see if you've been listening to what I've been saying. What do you think I would say in response to that?
Syndrome?
I
think most, in fairness, most people who care about politics suffer from some type of like Dunning-Kruger syndrome. Okay, like most people are like most people. In fairness, like I said, like, you know, like the Vanguard Party people like are not like supporting minimum wage because they like, you know, have like thought through like I'll find my controller thought through like the studies of minimum wage, but like neither do most like normie Democrats who support the minimum wage. Okay, but so it's like, you know, in fairness, I think a lot of people basically do that. Connor's the best freeze frame again. Oh yeah, he's sewing out hard right now, bro.
Are not like them, that there are plenty of democratic socialists who are actually nice, whose primary motivations are democracy over socialism. They're incrementalists, and so as a result, they're not interested in sweeping for the human rights abuses of these authoritarian regimes, and they're not conspiracists. They actually just think that this is the correct ideological outcome.
So if you understand that that is true, and that is at the very least my point, then we've already admitted, we've openly said multiple times that certainly there are a portion of socialists historically and a portion of socialists that live in America that do have these kind of like ulterior motives, right? The thing that I've said is well, 2 things. I've said, number 1, that historically that is not the great majority of socialist
government
movements.
Giving low-paid workers direct cash payments instead of increasing minimum wage, I would say so, yeah. I think transfer payments are probably strictly preferable in like most cases.
At the very least, a meaningfully large divide between those 2 different, methods you could say of socialism. And in America, I don't think that even close to the great majority. I don't think even 80%. I don't think even 80%. Not even 90%. Probably 99% of the 10% of people that vote for Democrats that call themselves socialists, they don't engage in that. So
I agree. And I want to make one more point.
Like, I think just I think my ideal society, like the non-finite, like utopian society, probably would not have minimum wage. Probably would not have very many like pre-distributionist policies to begin with. It'd just be like 99% like redistribution. There might be like some pre-distribution things that I like maybe I'll give a little bit of protections to unions or something. Goddamn, but like I don't know. I think redistribution is probably less politically popular, but is usually better in my opinion. Why can't they all agree there's a difference between the Vanguard and incremental socials like Scandinavians? Yeah, I mean, well, Destiny will say, like Destiny and Connor, I think both agree that they'll both say like they're not like real socialists or whatever, because like Connor gave his definition of socialism earlier. We have to decommodify basic human needs and stuff, and Econoboi doesn't really want to do that. Destiny hasn't given a definition of socialist, but he said that like he doesn't think that Bernie and AOC are really socialist, or certainly that at least like people like Hassan are more socialist than AOC and Bernie are. I don't know. Like I think they agree that they're different, but Connor has repeated that like he thinks Econoboi is basically providing cover for the tanky type of socialist, right? Like he thinks Econoboi is a useful idiot for those types of people, right?
To the Pisco show. Okay, one more point before we get back to the Pisco show.
And then we can get back to the Pisco.
At least you're you curate your ideal economic society. Sounds interesting. I mean, you know what's funny is that like, as much as I shit on Econoboi, like my ideal society looks pretty similar to like Econoboi's tax plan. The left needs better tax policy. It looks pretty similar to this. I think actually I think he provides in his pay for it series like the exact things you'd want. I think I like actually my ideal society looks pretty similar to this, just like with less things that I would say like are overlapping, right? So he has like the UBI, and then he has like also like universal pre-K. Like I would not have UBI and universal pre-K. Fuck that. Like just like I'm not convinced universal pre-K is like that efficient, and like you just give people cash transfers to have the money for universal pre-K, right? Like free college technical training. I definitely have subsidized college at least for some degrees. I don't know if I would have it be like totally free, especially not for non-STEM degrees, right? But also unemployment, insurance or whatever. I think he probably needs unemployment insurance, right? Like I probably have that. I think like my ideal society looks pretty similar to his, just with less of like overlapping like benefits, right? And then his tax plan is pretty much identical to what I would have. I don't think Econoboi is the issue, but also he converted socialism like 2 weeks ago. Well, I mean, technically it's been a while at this point, but the issue is pretty much every other socialist. These people hate the Dem Party and most of them flirt family positions. Yeah, exactly. That's an age repeated. Yeah, right. And it's like, yeah. I mean, they didn't get too far into this, but like, he was like, even if you, it does kind of seem like you're undermining the party, right? Even if we're like catering to people who like actively like shit on us like all the time or whatever. Although like in fairness, like progressive, like even moderate, like even I shit on the Dems quite a bit, but
I agree.
Okay, so if I told you that I was a democratic fascist and I believed in political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism, but I don't agree with the mass slaughters.
Econoboi still like centralizing enough. So Econoboi does like centralization because he'll say like, oh, if we're gonna have a welfare state, like it's better to do it at like the federal level because like there are like increasing returns to scale to things, right? Like it's probably better to just do that at the federal level. So like some extent he believes in centralization. Enough to elicit fears of opening the doors for an authoritarian system. I'm gonna think, like as long as you anything's gonna be susceptible to that. I don't think that you should be like that concerned. Okay, like Norway, like we don't see that happening in Norway, really, do we? So socialists say horrible things about liberals. True, this is true. Oh, liberals should treat socialists the same way socialists treat liberals. Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like. I feel like most kind of do. I feel like I do at least.
And as a matter of fact, I'm like a human fascist. I don't want to do ethnic divides, and I don't want to do, racial divides. I actually want human beings to be put into a political corporation, a body, and I want flexibly authoritarian governments or whatever. You would probably still call me a fucking idiot because even though democracy was my primary virtue, fascism is still a dog shit ideology, right?
The question that I would ask you is there a robust history of people calling themselves fascist and then winning elections and then leaving after they lose elections? And you couldn't answer yes to that. You couldn't answer yes to that.
Last point, then we'll go back to the drama show, okay? Last point. I think the reason why, I think it's like a house cat versus a lion, okay?
Wait, do you recognize what I said?
House cats have been psychologically studied. Hold on. House cats have been psychologically studied that if they were capable of eating their owners, they would.
Econoboi is his policies really. The issue is like why call yourself socialist if we can get to 99% of what you want through liberal capitalist incrementalism. Truth new. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? I remembered vaguely. So like 2 weeks ago or something. just like scrolling Twitter late at night, and I saw King of the Coast tweet, but I didn't have time to read it, so I just bookmarked it. And now I read it, and I'm like, whoa. This guy's awesome. The King of the Coast, like, this guy's really awesome. And he points out a very, very obvious fact that I never thought about before. Sovereign wealth funds are just strictly inferior, or at least, like, if you believe in choice or whatever, to just like having a public option for asset management.
Yeah.
Right. Like, imagine just like,
I think I've heard like Swag talk about that before. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, I never thought about that before, and I'm like, whoa, that's actually a truth in it. Like, same reason why single pair is inferior to, multi-pair. Well, many reasons, but one of them is just like let people choose, and then oh no, but people will choose the private stuff, and then the public stuff will get like they'd be inefficient or defunded. It's like, okay, well, if people don't want it, they shouldn't have it, and yeah, that makes a lot of more sense. So. Still,
on, is there like a study attached to that tweet or anything, or is it just him saying that?
No, he's replying to well, it's not strictly a study. It's a piece in the Roosevelt Institute, which are better than the EPI, but they're like, yeah, they're like, I think they do a lot of good research actually. Like they have some bad things, they have some cringe things. They do like the neoliberalism is infinite bad, whatever, but they're pretty good. I used to dislike them. I like them a lot more now. Like I kind of feel like slightly more skeptical of them than I am of like Cato or stuff about like immigration. So or not immigration, but like I don't know on yeah, I guess I feel similar to the way I feel about Cato and Roosevelt Institute. Yeah. Okay.
Hamster says, ask a sample if he says the same thing about Social Security. I'm assuming he means like a public option for like retirement or whatever.
Well, I think I'm just like in favor of so with Social Security you can make a serious argument that people underprice the amount they should save. These people are just fucking retarded about savings. They're just very irrational. So, like, of course, many times they are rational. Like a lot of times people spend when they should spend, no doubt. But like overall, people underprice the amount that they should save, and so I'm in favor of just like mandatory savings, like privatized accounts, and then maybe you could do something about that. But the Roosevelt Institute paper is about Social Security originally. It's saying it would be a great way to fund Social Security, and so yeah, it talks about both of them. I just think that is a funny way to relate it to the sovereign wealth fund. Yeah. So yeah, Bruniganism destroyed. No more Econoboi. God. Also, I think if I write a Substack, which I might, it sounds fun, and it's good to have all your thoughts in one place and write them down. I think I'll just call it like one here or something. I feel like that's one word. Nice.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't. I don't know, maybe some philosophy stuff, like a philosophy pun. I don't know. But whatever.
Oh, by the way,
you said you were going to write something?
Oh, I said I was considering writing. I get a lot of ideas for Substacks, and I write I'll write like the title, the tagline, and like the opening paragraph, and then like never get around to writing the rest of it. I did that for I want one that's just like slop economics, Lisa slop policies, and it's just going to be complaining about like Zorhan and the Cat Abigail girl, and like some of their slop policies that I think they have, but.
The slop pandemic.
Exactly.
Call it either hashtag stop the slop or the slop pandemic. These are good puns.
Model non-fun. You can change the world one day. Don't worry. We'll see. But
Whoa. Okay.
By the way, I was like, this is like unrelated, and but this is funny, and you reminded me of it. I have like an ethics class that I do for college, and like we had like a.
What you do for what? You're cutting out what?
I have an ethics class I do for college, right? Like it's just a mandated like class, yeah. And part of it is like discussion forums, so like there'll be like a question, and like you just post your answer to it, and then you'll have you have to reply to 2 classmates or whatever. Like it's like whatever, like no one takes it that seriously, and like people like use ChatGPT for it. Like it's very obvious they're using ChatGPT. But But oh my god, I'm so disappointed because we had one recently about utilitarianism, and I wrote like way above the minimum like thing about like why utilitarianism is based, and like in my post, which obviously not everyone read, like I replied to like some of the counter examples of like the utility monster, like organ harvesting and stuff, but like I'm so disappointed about like how just like slop like everyone else like wrote about like utilitarianism. They're like, well, it's not a perfect ethical framework because sometimes in utilitarianism it'd be okay to hurt an innocent person if everyone else is better off, and utilitarianism doesn't account for individual rights. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
it's so slop. It's so horrible. It's like
yeah. People are like from a young age like propagandized into thinking unclearly. I would mostly, if I'm talking to normies, first of all, I think a lot of stuff with it. That's true for a lot of stuff. People don't think in terms of the ideas. They think in terms of clubs and in terms of like status. And so I feel like the first thing to point out is like, hey, at the end of the day, when we look back, who was the most correct? It's the utilitarians, okay? It's Bentham who, in the 17th fucking century, was arguing for animal rights, legalizing homosexuality, allowing for divorce. Hello? The guy's a gigachad. Like, if he lived today, he would be, like, a normie. This guy was fucking insane, right?
Hold on, Testicle Johnson. This is exactly the type of slop like ChatGPT response I'm talking of. In fact, I bet you use ChatGPT for your response. There are shortcomings to utilitarianism. I think it's good for particular aspects of life, but it works on a macro scale for the most part. It bothers me when some people try to apply it in some normative sense. What do you mean? What bothers you about it?
Yeah, it is a normative theory. It's by definition. Yeah, it's normative ethics. Like look up normative ethics on Google. It's a branch of ethics that is about the systems that we use to figure out ethical questions. And so yeah, utilitarianism is there. And so, the first thing you should point out is like, yeah, utilitarians, like, we're just like, if we look at the progress of history, utilitarians were like just almost like 100% correct on every issue. And so you'd imagine that like the current intuitions we'd have today probably would look back at them and like, oh, wait, that's really wrong. And so, okay, whatever. And then, I really don't know. Like, the average person really is like an unclear thinker, or like they say things that are like just very terrible because from a young age you're taught that it's like utilitarianism. Well, if you only value happiness and pleasure, what about the environment? Or so yeah, or like what about beauty? Or like you have to. I mean, it is a testament to once you're advanced in any form of thinking, you understand how. Level 1 objections are like really annoying because like everyone needs to go through them, but not everyone needs to. But it's very hard to understand why they're retarded if you're the uninformed person, right? So like that's true with economics as well, right? Like I'll explain to people, why actually universal benefit is better than means testing, and why like a consumption tax is better than an income tax, and they'll be like, well, but. Isn't an equality problem? Don't consumption taxes like don't consumption taxes? Yeah, they're regressive. I thought, and so that's when they're good, right? When they're bad, they're like no, because consumption taxes are a way to actually they increase your price and when businesses pay them, that means they just like eat into wages or something like that. And so. True. It's very annoying. It's very frustrating. And like, these people that could never define like what tax neutrality is or something. So it's just like, I'm just like, that's why I'm like, the smarter I get, the more anti-democracy I am. Because it's like, the average person's retarded. I used to think they're normal, but like, no, they're fucking retarded. I think, it's impractical. Of course, it's impractical. But like, God, I wish there was a normal, non-racist and practical way to adjust votes for IQ. I feel like that just would be awesome. But alas, IQ seems to have a lot of biases, and I don't trust people to do this without like it falling into like fascist racism. But one can hope. We should strive for an ideal, okay? Like with socialism, okay? Of epistocracy. That's right. Okay. That's fun. But yeah, I don't know how to talk to. If I were you, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I
guess for the
responded
right
to some
thing-
people, but like no one. I mean, it's a class. No one take it seriously. So like, I doubt they even like read my response. If they did, they don't care.
Yeah. For the rights thing, utilitarianism gives the better account of rights.
Yeah.
Because under the hypothesis that, and I think Bentham's Bulldog made that argument against Ben Burgess, which is like under the hypothesis that rights are not related to utility or that they're like innate or whatever. Why do they all correlate strongly as a heuristic for utility?
Right.
Then like that's very surprising.
Yeah,
right? Like
I said that in my response to some people and in my original post. And then I also said, and this is an argument from Betham too. Like we would imagine like if there was like an alien society where like being looked at like caused like a lot of suffering, they would probably think they had a right not to be looked at, right? But we don't think we have that right, simply because being looked at doesn't cause us like harm. So yeah.
No, exactly. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, exactly. So feels like a lot of stuff. It's people. It just the problem is, this is the unbreakable thing. This is the unbreakable thing because you're about to hear a truth nuke. So maybe maybe go into your basement or something. But it's like this is the unbreakable thing. People, understand suffering is bad. They don't think about it enough. Like they don't emphasize enough how bad suffering is, and then they look at things. And they claim that they're bad intrinsically when they're bad extrinsically, but they don't want to say they're bad extrinsically because that would say that sometimes they're good, but they want to generalize. And so they don't think in terms of suffering. They want to include a bunch of stuff, feel good about it, and then generalize. So they don't, and they generalize by making it intrinsically bad, and so rights
it's
are like that.
It's overfitting a fitting heuristic, right? I think that's the best phrase I've heard to describe it. Like
Yeah, with the overfitting thing, it's also like to feel good. Like they do it to like I feel like people don't want to like they just don't want to confront suffering head on. It must be like other things. Well, I don't think it's a conscious like denial thing. I think it's quite natural, but like I feel like I don't know. I feel like utilitarianism is like very. I don't know. I maybe I'm lucky, but like I'm just like very aware of how suffering is really really bad, and so everything else reduces to it. And the stuff that doesn't is just like laughably pathetic. It's like, what about beauty? I spoke to a friend of mine like 2 years ago, right? They're very philosophically literate, but I asked them like, oh, do you think beauty is like intrinsically good? And they said like, yeah. It's like, oh, is there an amount of people we should kill to like save, I don't know, a sufficiently beautiful painting like the Mona Lisa? Assuming no one ever looked at it and it just floats in space. And they said yes. It's like, oh, okay, you're dumb, but okay, at least you bought you bit the bullet. It's like I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. That seems wild, but I am kind of doing the dipshit where it's like, oh, I give you a hypothetical that is unintuitive, therefore your theory is false, which is not quite. If you don't motivate the theory or give me a way to have an error theory about my intuitions, then I think it's an okay thing to do. We have it. It's a hard pill to swallow. It's not a utilitarianism is not a theory of intuitions. We're not trying to like map do a regression of your intuitions that has a 1 R squared. Okay, that's not what utilitarianism is trying to do. Yeah. Right? But it's just I don't know. Moral realism is. I used to be like 50-50 on moral realism. Yeah, I'm like 80% now.
Damn.
But yeah,
I probably need to read more on moral realism, but I haven't.
Sorry. Also, maybe it's like a multi-hour long debate. Maybe put it on like 0.5.
It's on
1.5.
It's on 1.5 right now. Maybe we'll put it up to 2. The problem is Destiny speaks fast, so I'd have to slow it down whenever.
Yeah, maybe. Am I the only one that like hates Connor with a passion? Like the guy never says stuff that is chill. He always yells and like, I am fucking mad because but I feel like he just enjoys the aesthetic of being like this epic centrist who loses his mind over the not radical, but like the non-centrist. Like that, he enjoys that aesthetic, and it's just like retarded. and he's just like very clearly uninformed about what he's talking about. Like I don't think, I feel like I don't want to ever talk to people who I'm not confident ever read a study in their life. I feel like, and I'm not saying read all pages, but like just read beyond the abstract. I feel like if no one ever did that, I feel like I'm good on talking to them. Also, while we're at it, let me tell you what I wanted to tell you earlier.
Oh, sure.
Do you know Rose Ritz?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just want to let you know. Yeah, in my mind, so I used to watch that guy a lot, like 3 years ago or something. In my mind, and it's unfortunate, but like it's the case, you will always be coded as the same person. I know you're not. When I say it, I'm aware of that's a false proposition, but like in my mind, you're both the same person. So like if I see a clip of him from 3 years ago talking to like some NCAP or something, I'll be like, oh, remember when you debated that? Never mind. Like that's what it was. A lot of times I'm like thinking it, and then I'm like, oh wait, that's retarded. Don't say that. Yeah. just so you know. But yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess it's just like, two streamers that like I talk to that like agree with me on a lot. So I guess, yeah. But either way, we gotta repeal the Foreign Dredge Act. I think that's true. Okay, bye bye.
True. That's truth. That's truth. Apt. By the way, hold on, Jessica Johnson. I don't disagree. Like, hold on. This dumbass responses. Okay. People don't make day-to-day decisions through a utilitarian lens. Yeah, most people don't. Like, that doesn't mean, first of all, it doesn't mean utilitarianism is not true. I do think people, like, generally have a lot of utilitarian intuitions. Now, they also have deontological intuitions, but, people don't operate day-to-day through a, like, deontological lens either, or, like, through a NAP lens, right? It doesn't mean either of those theories are false. Like, obviously, I don't think that has, like, no bearing on it, but, like, what it was, work can apply to things like law, and people talk about people don't operate on that. Yeah, it doesn't matter if people don't operate on a level. Doesn't mean I never said it was false. I operate through an NAP lens. I know you do. I'm saying. I find it incredibly useful on society level. I'm just saying, like, it's dumb to like. My only heuristic, right? I think it's like, I don't know. It just feels so weird to me. People are like, people in my fucking ethics class say this too. They were like, well, people don't operate like a utilitarian day to day, and I'm like, okay, but do you have an issue with what I said? Yes, it's dumb. It's a dumb critique of utilitarianism to say people don't operate like a utilitarian day to day. I never claimed it. I never claimed it. They did. Anyway.
Okay, I think
you're just trying to say socialists are pussies. I know your game.
Yes, I think that Western socialists are house cats. They cannot eat our faces, so they won't eat our faces. But I think if they were the size of a fucking jaguar, they would start eating our faces. And with that, please go start yelling at Destiny some more.
I'm trying to hear the criticism of what we did with the Vanguard, and it sounds like Connor, you identified it, and earlier in our conversation as well. Tonally, it was footsie. Is this your problem with what we did on the Vanguard, Stephen? That's just it.
Okay, I'll tell you
totally. Yes, Stephen, go ahead. So tonally, I prepared more for the Hassan stuff than the Vanguard stuff because I'm more familiar with his content. But like, for instance, when like you immediately and easily would eat the idea that like I would prefer Hassan over Trump as president with a system with absolutely no constraints.
Like, you can go to Hassan, but I just want to get clarity on this. So as you sit here, do you have a problem that you can
totally? My impression with the Vanguard.
You do have an issue. Okay.
My impression was that almost all of the pushback there was coming from Hutch, and I think that's why you guys fought about it the next day, is because Hutch felt like he was kind of on an island there, and that while you guys did disagree with some points like the student loan thing, you were very quick to make a whole bunch of what I would call insane concessions about Biden, whether you're calling him Trumpian or whatever because he gets mad at the Attorney General or whatever else, and that seems weird to do, almost minstrel showish, in front of a couple of people who are literally hardcore like socialists who shit on Democrats constantly. That's surprising.
So you acknowledge that we did disagree with them significantly on the student loan point. You acknowledge that I said you can't believe mention. You acknowledge I said that, and I support Hutch on that. And you also acknowledge, by the way, that I supported the notion that Biden had great policies and that they were downplaying, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act and other measures. Correct? So, I did vocalize.
You acknowledge that. You acknowledge that you are giving me exact quotes, and what we're criticizing is the tone. You know,
okay, so I'm just asking. So, is your problem the tone of the disagreement and what we're doing?
The problem is that it seems like you guys share a political project, when I would argue that the socialist movement in general, and all of the media figures, the Vanguard included, do not share a political project. That while you obsess about building bridges with them, all they do is shit on your candidates in exchange. You will never have a scenario with the Vanguard or any of these other people like, oh, we should try to build bridges with more moderate Dems. It will never happen.
So is one of the problems the tone? Is the tone one of the problems?
Well,
yes.
Okay,
so yes.
He said yes, Pisco. So really quick, let me ask Destiny a question. So, would you say that the ideological disposition...
I mean, it's been semi-wild so far.
...of someone like Joe Manchin
I don't know how,
the ideological disposition of a guy like Joe Biden,
I don't know how bad it gets.
They share a political project?
It's not
Yes.
productive at all. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say
Wait, you're doing this thing again. Actually, I'm not even going to allow this. I'm sorry. You keep doing this thing where you jump to elected lawmakers that are working in the system. I have no interest in. No, they're not. No,
they're literally elected representatives. Destiny. What the
They're
fuck?
not representatives. Stop. They've won an election in a particular district. That's it. Are you going to? I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you going to go to West Virginia to figure out who the movement leader is of anybody on the left wing? I would answer that question. Are you going to go to West Virginia to figure out who is the leader of any kind of left wing movement?
That's not what I'm doing, Destiny.
Then why would you say that Manchin represents some like leader of some movement? They've won elections. I'm not talking about politicians. The Vanguard are not politicians. I'm talking about the media and environment. That's what I'm talking about.
Would you? I'm
Who's
just
winning?
I'm just
I don't know if I can determine that. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't even have like strong opinions on the actual aspect of like what Democrats' like best strategy is. I care more about the like just like actually like talking about socialism stuff, right? So like I don't know.
Example. Would you say?
No, I'm telling you why I don't like the example. I don't like the example because it's elected officials, not people in the media.
Like read more.
Okay, well, you referenced.
Okay,
I
think I can bridge this gap, perhaps, right? One of the problems.
No,
there is no gap to bridge. He can't find an example in the media. And that's my issue. That's the exact problem.
Okay, well, then look. How about this? How about we just stop? If that's the case, we've already said this several times. Okay, that insofar as people in the media don't share this political project as you've described, they're actually, to Connor's point, they're just hiding their power level and they're actually authoritarian socialists or whatever. We've already agreed several times that that's the extent to which they shouldn't be involved in like the strategic or like whatever like in like deep involvement within the movement means. We've already agreed with that several times. So how about this? We can maybe if there's another question you can ask because we've actually already agreed on that topic.
Well, the strange thing is, so like, for instance, right, I think that strictly definitionally, I might be considered a eugenicist because I'm okay with people getting tested to see if their child might have Down syndrome, right, and not having those children, right? Technically speaking, that's a form of eugenics. But realistically, would I ever go out and call myself a eugenicist? Probably not, right? So it's just strange that when you're working in a media environment and then you take on the label of socialist, if you were to look up any other and all other socialist content that's being created in that sphere, all of it is dedicated to shitting on the Democrat Party. That's the problem. It's only gotten worse in the past years.
Should we promote Econoboi? Econoboi, you're saying like, where's media of a socialist figure who respects the party?
No, you should fight him.
Wait. So
for our entertainment.
True. In fairness, like I said, live and learn is like 80% like shitting on Dems.
Shouldn't we therefore, if we're looking for these kinds of figures, to take some of that energy perhaps, or to use the label and get it back to like the roots that Econoboi is referencing, at least in specific traditions, referencing the Labour Party in UK and Australia. Yeah. So on that front, why would I kick Econoboi off? Why wouldn't I promote Econoboi?
Well, because that label has already been co-opted by all of it, not co-opted, more accurately represented. But then I guess this all goes back to definitional issue, right? Like if you put AOC and Hassan Piker in a room and you give a bunch of people who know what socialism is and they're read on theory, 100 out of 100 of those people are going to say Hassan is more of a socialist than AOC. If you get 100 people read on theory and you say, do you think AOC is more of a capitalist liberal or more of like a socialist? Almost all of them will say she's more of a liberal capitalist.
Square this for me. So you said earlier that okay, it's not necessarily about the socialist label, and you agree that there's a diversity in what that actually means.
For sure.
It's about socialists within the media space. But then Pisco mentions, well, what if AOC retires from Congress and starts an MSNBC show?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it sounds like you would be against that, but then you say no, because she labels herself as a socialist, I would be against it. But now it seems like you're saying it actually is
incoherent.
It's absolutely coherent. It seems like coherent. You're not familiar with any of the politics behind any of it. It would be challenging, but the issue that you run into is, so you could say, could they wash the socialist label and make it so that in your mind, I've said this, and I'll say it again, I don't think that you are a secret tanky. I hope you're not on the way to tankies. I don't think you are, and I don't think AOC is, just from what I've seen. I don't think she's a secret tanky or anything. Could she, clean the socialist label in a way that these people are more compatible with a liberal form of government that's not like Vanguardism or whatever? Maybe, but then if I look at what's happened over the past decade, when people like AOC and Bernie Sanders have popularized the socialist label, what actually happened? All of the people that worked with them and then were spun off became insane fucking radicals, right? A lot of the people who are criticizing them now are other socialists who are all saying they're fucking sellouts. It seems like that didn't work too well.
So if AOC started a show, media-wise, Twitter.
Is gene editing to make people less interested in collectivism falling into utilitarianism though? I don't think so, because I don't view collectivism as necessarily good or bad, right? So I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think I don't know, you can more generally run into funnier hypotheticals of if it really is utility maximizing to genetically modify everyone to be super predisposed to being happy or whatever, should we do that and stuff? I think those that get into trickier situations, but
your job, started a show to promote her ideas, would you have a problem with it? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you don't have a problem inherently with someone having the socialist label and being a media figure, do you?
No.
So why do you have this prescription? So why do you have
this? Take a dump on your chest to stop the Holocaust? I would, believe it or not, guys. I would. I'm brave.
Yes or no?
This is all fucking fun. So why is your prescription therefore? If you don't have,
I can't do whys. I only do yes or no.
If it's the case that you wouldn't have a problem with AOC stopping a politician, became a media figure, and start a show, why then? So you don't have a problem with the principle. Why would you have a prescription that we should kick Econoboi off the show because he's the label?
Steven, hold on. I have an important question. Steven, I have an important question, and you need to answer it yes or no. Okay? Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
Nice cover for Steven. So Steven is
Do you think no. Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
Nice
Probably it's a free liberal.
These are actual
country,
questions. These are. Like,
oh yeah, no shit, Pisco. But the reason why I'm asking this question, hold on, Pisco. Apparently you can't understand where this is going. No. I'll go ahead and explain it because you don't understand where this is going.
Wait, actually, wait. You go right after. This is a really important point. Hold on, you go right after. Okay, this is. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, should AOC run as a far left progressive and never use the word socialist, I would say absolutely yes, and we would all be better off for it. That's what I would say.
Not the question. Not the question. Not the question.
I do want to hear where this is going.
Yeah. Wait. Why? Wait. Why weren't you going to?
Because I'm explaining the point because you pretended to be obtuse.
Hold on. Stop.
No. Come on. You know he memed there.
No.
Yeah,
Pisco.
Wait.
I'm making a point.
Stop.
I'm making a point.
He's like a white blood cell. He's a white blood cell, and he's trying to stop this because you know we were.
No, I'm not. This is my point. This is my point.
Conrad had a legitimate point. On the question whether or not AOC should make a TV show has no bearing on any other part of this conversation. There was a retarded question.
It's called an internal critique. Hey, dipshit. It's called an internal critique, dipshit. It's called an internal critique. So you had a standard. Wait, and everyone knows. Holy shit, Connor. Everyone knows your standard was, I don't really have a problem using the socialist label if you're a politician, but I do have a problem with it with your media figure. So I'm testing your logic. I'm testing your standard.
You're not testing it. You're taking a person who's going from being a politician to being a media figure who happens to also be the most popular left-wing person in the United States of America. It's obviously not the standard.
Also, like his point earlier, by the way, was like it seems like all the like media figures, right? It's not like the issue is not like just like people who are socialists like being media figures, right? It's that the people who are socialist and media figures are like the most extreme socialists, right? Like that was his point earlier about like media figures, like Bernie and AOC are like the moderate, like outer perimeter socialist and they're politicians, but then you go to the like media sphere and all the socialists are like Hassan. They're like the vanguard. They're Marxist-Leninists, right? Like that was his issue.
You're going to the outer perimeter of the outer perimeter.
So why don't you answer it and distinguish it? So why don't you answer it instead of memeing out of it? Instead of memeing out of it.
I already did answer. Do you forget the question?
No.
Did you get the answer? I already said yes. If you want to show, I guess you could, but I don't think you should use the label socialist and get conflict country.
No. I'm not asking. Would you?
I know you're not asking. You're only interested in the narrow yes or no questions to go down your particular dialogue tree.
This is why. You have a prescription that we should kick Econoboi off the show because he used the socialist label. That's your prescription. You actually want us to kick him off.
The name of your show is Live and Learn, not Soak and Learn, right?
So you literally want us to kick Econoboi off because of a label. I'm trying to test your internal consistency, and you're sewing the fuck out.
We're not here to test my entire internal consistency. It's not preposterous. I asked you guys to name a single other socialist figure media that supports an American party, and neither you dipshit. You can't even one fucking person. You can't even name one person. You can't even out.
Econoboi. Wait, is Econoboi an example?
No.
No, he's not. Why? So we shouldn't kick him out.
He literally just fucking converted.
So
Holy shit.
So for just converts, we should enforce this kind of orthodoxy.
Do you think that Nazis? Hold on. Do you think that Nazis can have a positive influence in our media sphere?
If I could, you mean logically possible? Then yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. Do you think that there might be at least one person that can help the Democratic Party or help people get elected? By the way, identify as a Nazi right now. Also, let's say, by the way, AOC identifies as a Nazi right now.
Nice fucking
Nazis can help the Democratic Party? No, wait, I'm just asking. Hold on.
Hold on, I can't even hear what he fucking said. Hold on, hold on. Put that on 1.25 speed real quick.
Also, let's say, by the way, AOC identifies as a Nazi right now. Do you think that Nazis can help the Democratic Party? No, wait, I'm just asking. Hold on. Do you think that a Nazi could have a positive influence? Yeah, do you see how
retarded Johnson, I appreciate it.
If by might be you mean logically possible, the answer is yes, but let me just put it to you, right? So your standard was that right now we should actually kick Econoboi off the podcast because
how loud is the video louder than my microphone? I changed my audio levels a little bit. I might have to turn it back down. We'll see.
The term socialist label, you wouldn't say the same for a politician. You wouldn't say the same for a politician running for office. And so you were given the example of a politician who stops being a politician, becomes a media figure. Should we treat them similarly? So like if AOC said, "Hey, I want to be a part of Live and Learn," and I'm like, what the fuck? You care about?
My turn.
Wait,
my turn.
Let me ask you.
No. I waited 10 minutes. My turn. So I waited 10 minutes. My turn. He's fucking running. What's economy?
Dude. So you know where this is going. You know that's why they won't let me finish the question. The question is, if we kick out,
if you answer the question, you can ask the question when I'm done.
If we kick out Econoboi and AOC's like, "I want to join Live and Learn, guys."
Oh shit.
Go vegan, you fuck. You've been delaying too long.
Hey, technically I've been vegan today because I haven't eaten much today. I've been, like I said, I need to get better because I've had kind of the same, like, I'll have like 2 or 3 day streaks or whatever of veganism and then not be vegan anymore. Yeah, no, I need to go fucking vegan. I need to go shopping, okay, and buy more vegan food, okay? I can do it if I have the food available to me. But I really appreciate $15 vegan. Hell yeah. Welcome to the stream. Thanks again for the $15. Fuck yeah. I didn't harm animals today. No, I know. I guess we can use to balance the audio better, use compression, all that shit. I'm pretty sure it's on. First of all, it's a Pisco stream, but I'm pretty sure it's just on my end. I'm pretty the audio, like the audio I'm hearing from them is fine. Other than when they are like all yelling over each other and Discord like cuts them out because they're yelling so loud. But I think to the extent the audio levels are fucked up, it's probably might be my fault.
Okay. No, hold on. Before you guys go on another fucking 20-minute fucking thing, Steven, write down the question. So I'm not white blood selling, so you can answer the question. If AOC wants to join the show, should you say yes? Okay? So write that down so Pisco can't accuse me of white blood selling. The point that I was making, for those of you who have 80 IQ in the fucking audience, is that Steven, as far as I know, is a liberal. Meaning that he believes in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech.
So is AOC.
Meaning that socialists. Hold on. I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet. Thank you. I'm not done yet. Thank you. I love you. Shut up. So if you ask Steven, hey, should a socialist be able to create a TV show? 99% of the time, he's gonna.
Dude, none of these people are vegan. I don't know what stops Pisco from being vegan. I know probably Destiny and Econoboi are just retards. Econoboi thinks meat is tasty. That's his argument. He doesn't care about being consistent, okay? Even though he knows, even under his moral framework, he should be vegan. He knows, okay? Anyway, hold on, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be back.
To say yes. The same way that I presume with Fuentes, even though he's an evil, nefarious Christian nationalist piece of shit, he's still gonna say yes to the fucking question.
About the right to make a show. No one's talking about your
That's
legal.
What you asked, you fucking idiot. You said
guys
should
are
a
all talking
socialist be
about
able to make a
this is
show, you
frustrating.
fucking idiot?
This is frustrating.
What's that question?
No one's
That's not my
talking
point. That's a dumb question.
No one's talking about.
I just have to ask a question. Pisco, do you think that there is any utility in gatekeeping a label?
Yeah, sometimes it can be.
Yes. So if you want to gatekeep Democrat or liberal as a label, do you think that it makes sense to say, hey, we can have a show, we can have you on it, but if we're going to call ourselves liberals, you can't be on it because we only accept liberals?
That could be for purposes. Wait. That's a different question. So the answer is, if the show is called Live and Learn, I don't have I don't have a problem in theory with you having a non-liberal be part of the show Live and Learn. If that has to do more with, like, I don't know, your artistic consistency or your title being consistent or something. But the question is fundamentally different. The question is, would it be your preference to kick off people who have that label? Not would we want them to change the label? That's not the question. The question is, should we even let them? When by let, I don't hear, of course, to Connor's preposterous straw man, mean that like legally take away the
right
man.
It's a one-to-one, you fucking retard.
Yeah, so he's like legally.
Answer the question, that way he can't accuse me of being a white blood cell because he wouldn't have any fucking evidence for it anyways. Answer his gay little question.
So no one here is talking. First of all, I don't like the heteronormative language. I think it's really stressing. But also,
I love heteronormativity.
Yeah, I don't like the heteronormative language. It's distressing. But just by the way, you guys
like the misogynistic language.
By the way, you guys are sewing out about tone. So you're the last people. But just to get a fine point on it, the question is.
Oh, wait, tone as insofar as tone to a certain person. We wouldn't be complaining if you had a bad tone towards somebody that was your ideological enemy.
Tone.
The issue is having a polite tone towards somebody who's supposed to be ideologically aligned with you.
Do you agree that you had a nice tone with Myron Gaines? Do you agree?
Nobody will come out of that.
Do you agree
it is a combative tone. Nobody will come out of that conversation. Tone is more than just your actual timbre of voice. Hold on. How many people would come out of that conversation thinking, "Wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit"?
And how many people would come out of my conversation thinking, "Well, sorry, if they're watching,
you got yourself. You knew I apologize. Oh my God! Exposed in 8K, 220 FPS, fucking 120 frame rate, 240 refresh rate on monitor, broadcasting live. All the fucking world exposed.
No, I'm not backing off at any position. So I'm saying, if you watch the actual stream and listen to the words being said, then no one would come away from that thinking that we didn't combat them. If they watch the Destiny stream, where you're smearing us, or you're smearing us as socialists.
I don't think.
Wait, question. Okay, question. If you were to look at the chat.
So if you watch the Destiny stream where he's spurging out every 2 seconds, if you watch the Destiny stream where he's like, oh my God,
I don't watch
then maybe you get that impression. But if you actually watch,
okay, wait, I'm curious. Wait, if you were to look at the chat, do you think there were more people in my chat who were favorable to Myron in our conversation, or more people in your chat that were favorable to the Vanguard?
That's not the analysis. That's not the analysis at all. The question is,
you don't want to answer that question because you know exactly. That's the whole point. That's the point.
Did you have a nice tone? Answer the question. Do you have a nice tone with Myron? Yes or no?
The point of tone is what is the message that you are conveying to the audience. The point is, what is the message you are conveying to the audience? If it is the fact that at the end of the day, most of my audience, the vast majority, 99% of my audience, all disagree with Myron, that means that I'm doing my job. My tone is appropriate for that. I would not have the same tone if my audience was all agreeing with Myron. I would probably choose to become a lot more harsh. I know that you really want to do this in yes or no questions, but unfortunately, politics is a little bit harder than yes or no, so you can keep asking the same yes or no question over and over again. So it's not going to help you. The fact of the matter is that if you go to your chat, you see a ton of people spamming, fuck Democrats.
I walked away at the best fucking part. What the hell? I chose a fucking bad time to. I heard most of this shit that happened. What the fuck? Okay, what was the? Hold on. What exactly was the supposed admission from Pisco about not pushing back enough for?
You had a nice tone with Myron. Do you agree that you had a nice tone with Myron Gaines?
Nobody will come out of that. It is a combative tone. Nobody will come out of that conversation. Tone is more than just your actual timbre of voice. Hold on. How many people would come out of that conversation thinking, "Wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit"?
And how many people would come out of my conversation thinking, "Well, sorry, if they're watching."
You got yourself. You knew I apologize. Oh my God! Exposed in 8K, 220 FPS, fucking 120 frame rate, 240 refresh rate on monitor, broadcasting live. All of the fucking world exposed.
No, I'm not.
Okay, true.
Where he's spurging out every 2 seconds. And if you watch the Destiny stream where he's like, oh my god,
I don't watch
then maybe you get that impression. But if you actually watch
okay, wait, I'm curious. Wait, if you look at the chat, do you think there were more people in my chat who were favorable to Myron in our conversation, or more people in your chat that were favorable to the Vanguard?
That's not the analysis. That's not the analysis at all. The question is,
you don't want to answer that question because you know exactly. That's the whole point. Thank you. That's the point.
Were you being? Did you have a nice?
Answer
the question. Do you have a nice tone with Myron? Yes or no?
The point of tone is what is the message that you are conveying to the audience.
The
point is what is the message you are conveying to the audience. It is the fact that at the end of the day, most of my audience, the vast majority, 99% of my audience, all disagree with Myron. That means that I'm doing my job. My tone is appropriate for that. I would not have the same tone if my audience was all agreeing with Myron. I would probably change my tone to become a lot more harsh. I know that you really want to listen to yes or no questions, but unfortunately politics is a little bit harder than yes or no. So you keep asking the yes or no question over and over again. So now the fact of the matter is that if you go to your chat, you see a ton of people spamming, fuck Democrats, over and over again. You don't see the same thing in my chat.
Yeah, I know you have been gone vegan. Yeah, this is what we devolved into. Okay, there's been a fuck ton. Not a fuck ton. There's been a decent amount of drama over this. I haven't kept up with like most of it, but this was the big confrontation. So we obviously got to watch this.
Left. We all tried with my chat.
That's so false. So my chat does not spam that at all. My chat does not spam that at all. The question is like for you to be accusing anybody and tone policing anybody. Oh, in your conversation you seemed too nice in your disagreement is fucking laughable, and everybody knows it because you've had nice conversations.
It's only laughable if your understanding of tone is that of a 4-year-old.
With a rogues gallery of whitey fucking racists and shills.
True,
and it's so crazy that my audience, by and large, 99% of them reject it, but your audience is halfway down the fucking ML pipeline. Halfway down the ML pipeline.
You say that, but my audience, those videos where I'm pushing back are disliked. My audience is not close to the Marxist-Leninist.
Because I'm watching them. Yeah, no shit. You just said it. Wait, you just said it. Who's going to soy out about it the most? It's going to be people that are watching Destiny watching it. Yeah, no shit. There's a reason why even the own co-hosts complain. You guys were pushing back at all on them.
So first of all, we definitely objectively did push back. And you're not contending with the fact that you, Stephen Bennell, you are a massive fucking hypocrite. If you're going to come to us and say, we need to watch our tone when we vocally disagree, and by the way, you take it completely out of context, that we need to watch our tone, but you're fine doing all the jokes you want. In other contexts, you think it's soy. You think it's soy people call you out for tone police and that kind of shit. But now with us, you're going to nitpick and say, oh, did you have a strong...
Hey, Pisco, do you believe in stochastic rhetoric?
The purpose of tone is to communicate to the audience what your beliefs are, what their beliefs should be. No, but your argument is retarded. If you go to my audience, they're not fucking Nazis. They're not all supporting Myron Gaines. Your audience is like, who the fuck knows if they're socialists or not? Half of them are, right? Like, unironically, and not the nice kind like Econoboi, but the Marxist-Leninist kind like your co-host.
Yeah. So wait, my co-host is Marxist-Leninist?
For Aaron is an ML, yes. That's like where the audience is direction of the going. Yes.
You understand that Aaron says she's not a Marxist-Leninist? Do you agree with that? That she's a
you don't identify people's. You know that Trump doesn't call himself a fascist, right?
Yeah. So what's your evidence? What's your evidence? Is a Marxist-Leninist?
I really don't know.
Ask her about political beliefs.
The audience are watching on MLs. Now he's not reading chat. Yeah, I know. I mean, MLs might be a little harsh, but it does seem like most of his audience is like pretty like left wing. Like I mean, he
Yeah, and I she would support the violent overthrow of the Capitol class. It's the only way to bring about class the social revolution is through violence. Prior conversations. What do you mean?
Prior conversations off stream. What did she say? What did she say off stream?
I don't have the fucking VOD offhand. Are you serious? You need me to have the VOD? You want me to have the exact
fucking VOD right now?
Tell me
what she said, you bitch. Hey, bitch, tell me what she said. Hey, no, bitch, what did she say?
Oh my God.
What did she say?
Hold on. Let me do a little translating here. I would like an example from Destiny. What specific position or take that Straighter Ed has had that you feel leads you to believe that she's a Marxist-Leninist?
But in the past, when we used to hop on stream and like argue and shit, her position is generally that of like a revolutionary socialist.
Name one position.
That's been her. She would support the violent overthrow of the Capital class. She probably thinks the only way to move.
That's conclusory. What's the evidence? You say probably or not. Name one position.
Hold on. You think I just
said they had a conversation?
In order to bring about the revolution requires a violent overthrow of the Capital class.
Okay. So and you're saying the Straighter Ed has made that position. That's her position. Is that she has said that the or maybe
she canvassed for fucking Democrats. She canvassed for fucking what is this? Progressive victory.
What's up, two evil dumbasses?
And you have nothing. You have nothing. You have nothing.
Stop. Pisco. You understand that just
except for him saying
does not mean that she does not.
So here's my evidence that she's not a Marxist-Leninist. One, I asked her, are you a Marxist-Leninist? You uphold it. Wait. Wait. If you're going to take things that she said as evidence that she's a Marxist-Leninist, then you're going to accept things that I asked, correct?
The whole point is to be subversive.
So you think
no shit, they said no. What the fuck?
Okay, so what's
holy shit?
So is it your position she openly says it or she doesn't say it? What is it, Destiny?
No, she advocates for the policies and positions that a Marxist-Leninist would, like the need for a Vanguard Party to have a. I already said the fact that you need a violent overthrow of the Capital class is like the classic hallmark position
of a Marxist Lenin. Okay.
She never said that. And you
ask
know
her if you, okay, then the next time you guys have a show, you should ask her. You should say, hey, do you think that the capitalists would willingly give up control of their property, or do you think you would need some kind of like violent revolution in order to take the property from them?
I will. And if you're right, I'll give you a W. But the thing is, you're
the problem is if she is being subversive, all she'll have to do is lie to you.
Well, then it's literally unfalsifiable. Well, then it's literally unfalsifiable.
I don't think that she would lie.
Is it unfalsifiable? Wait, Stephen, what would it take for me to show you that she's not a Marxist-Leninist? What would it take?
You understand that right now, when both of you, right now, when both of you have staked your reputation now on this question that's publicly said, there's no real thing I could give you right now, right?
So I'm asking you, is it unfalsifiable?
Wait, I'm asking you. You understand that both of you are literally incentivized.
What evidence would it take to convince you otherwise? That's a simple question. You can say nothing. Nothing will convince me otherwise. You can say it.
Unless she has like genuinely changed her political beliefs over
Will
time.
anything change your mind about that position? Yes or no?
I'm sure. Like if there was like a debate that she had like 2 months ago and somebody linked me and she was like, oh no, like I don't think that like these ideas are necessarily good or whatever. Then maybe
so
maybe she changed her beliefs.
So we'll go through the receipts of what Trader Rate said.
Does anyone know? I have no clue. I don't follow like Trader Rate at all. I really don't know. I've only seen her do shit with Pisco, and I haven't even seen much of that. I genuinely do not know what the fuck she has said about anything. So if someone has something on that, link it to me. I really don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck I would look up for that.
And if a thorough search of her records or of her fucking public statements doesn't say anything about a violent revolution,
we'll look at the clips.
Doesn't say anything about a violent revolution, will you retract your statement? If a thorough search of her records, will you retract this claim that you just made that she's a Marxist-Leninist?
If she, hold on, I submit. Okay, here we go. We were linked this. I submit this to the chat. Go play it. Play it down for us.
Give me a second.
No. Oh boy.
Let me.
Damn, we got to look up clips and shit. What is this, history class?
We got to have every single quote on.
Are you substantiate that? Do you have a study?
Share your screen.
Let me pull this up on
screen. You have a study?
So everyone can see, right? We can screen. Let me show you. I'm not sharing anything. I shouldn't. Okay. We don't want to wash here. Okay. Oh no, that's the wrong one. See, I already did it. There we are. Okay. Let me get through the commercial. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, blah blah blah. We don't care. Neil did stress. Okay, here we are.
No,
disagreement.
I'm not.
Oh, okay, so you're not a socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist.
Okay,
I'm a communist. That's why it says commie.
I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist.
Yeah.
Explain
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves socialists because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
That seems a little.
I'm ready for a Pisco to soy out for the next 5 minutes.
Hold on. I have to ask her.
That seems a little.
Is that sufficient evidence to you?
No, wait.
No, her saying I'm a commie is not sufficient evidence.
The answer is I know that Aaron says she's a commie, and Stephen, you can tell he's fucking soying the fuck out because I acknowledge that Aaron has said that she's a commie as a position she's had. The question wasn't is she a commie or not, and you were the one who says, by the way, Stephen, your whole point is you can't just go off the label.
You're absolutely cooked on this. You are smoking. Your corpse is smoldering on this.
Wasn't it you who just said?
Smoldering.
Wait, Destiny, didn't you just say that the label?
You're about to pull out the most pedantic argument we've ever heard in our entire life.
Destiny, didn't?
She said, I think socialists are too scared to identify as communists, implying that it's a more radical position. But go ahead, yes, go ahead, save us. Yeah, what do you got?
Did you just say before that you should not take the label to be indicative of whether that person is the thing? Did you say that? That's all I'm asking.
I said it's not necessarily. It doesn't mean they're not. But not necessarily.
So for example,
for instance, when she labels herself as a communist and then she supplies additional argumentation saying, I call myself a communist because I think that most socialists are too scared to even call themselves that, that would be an additional argument for the label.
Stephen, just one more question. Yesterday, did you say that all socialists are communists? Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think that all socialists are communists.
You did say that all socialists
are
communists. You did say it. So did you have the exact same position? Did you have the exact same position that Aaron just had? They'll get the clip yesterday if you say all communists are socialists. You did say that, didn't you, yesterday?
I probably also said all MAGA are like pedophiles. You think I actually genuinely 100% that all MAGA are pedophiles?
So were you right then or were you right now? Were you right then or were you right now? Were you right then or were you right now?
Well, if it's like a serious conversation where somebody's trying to tease out my political beliefs, like when Aaron was inquiring about beliefs there, it's probably going to be a lot more serious than me just saying like fucking socialists are communists or whatever, right? For instance, when Econoboi earlier asked me, do you think that I'm like a techie or whatever? Like, no, I don't think so. I think Econoboi is genuinely where he's at politically. So I've already disproved the quote mining you're trying to get me on. I don't think Econoboi is a
yesterday, everyone can see it. Everyone can see it. Yesterday,
notice how you moved off just so everyone can see. He's desperately trying to quote mine a forward quote to get out the fact that Pisco is actually a Marxist-Leninist. The issue is that Pisco didn't even know what Marxist-Leninist was until like 2 days ago, which is why somebody brought it up in a conversation. Like, wait, do you mean Marxist or do you mean Leninist? Or when somebody said white terror, he thought white terror, you mean hate crimes? Like, what does that mean? Right? Trying desperately to assassinate me on a single quote. But the reality is you just don't know much about these political ideologies, which is great and fine. That's why people are able to use and abuse you guys on these programs. You don't know anything about them.
So yesterday, Destiny.
Hold on, I'm assuming he said that on Twitter, but I can't. I'm trying to find it. Maybe you said it on stream though. I don't know. I'm not sure he did, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did, just because he did say a bunch of retarded shit on Twitter and talking to Econoboi. But What brand is share? Is it comfortable, or do you need to use my face? Well, I have no clue what the fuck brand this share is. I've had this share for like 10 years. He said it on stream. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense, I guess. But I have no clue. But I like this share probably more than E-Face. Probably, gonna be honest. Pretty comfortable chair. Why I've had it for so long.
And he said, socialists are communists. There's no distinction. He said there's no distinction between socialists and communists. And
now,
now,
you mean literal, or what's he talking about? Power levels?
So this is the quote now. The quote is, it's all jokes. When you can't hold anything to Steven, obviously, because there's always fucking some opposite quote or something. And he's just joking.
No, I just don't have autism, so I can understand. Like,
I can ask. Wait, hold on, wait. We can do this right now. We can do this right now. Hold on. I'm not even going to appeal to the moderator. Econoboi, do you think that I think that socialists and communists are the exact same thing?
No, probably not.
I mean, I do. I think they both suck.
Oh, okay.
So easy. Wow, crazy. Crazy how that works. That's your debate partner, not even the moderator.
So what did you mean when you said that, actually? What did you mean when you said that?
I don't know. What was the context of the quote?
Yeah.
I already know the context of the quote because I already saw the fucking clip. He was talking about power level. He was saying that fucking he's saying that socialists hide their power levels. They're actually communists. He's saying that fucking sock dems are hiding their power levels. They're actually socialists. He's saying that social democrats are hiding their fucking power levels. They're really progressive. And by the way, shut the fuck up, Pisco. You've been talking for 20 minutes. I waited my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. So, by the way, this backs up your argument. You said that social democrats are everybody who identifies as a socialist is actually a social democrat.
So now when you get caught, now there's shades of gray.
It's hyperbole, you autist.
So now when you get caught, now the shades of gray.
I'm not talking shit. I'm describing something.
Hold on, let Pisco finish. Pisco, finish your
So
talk.
now when you get caught with the contradiction, now it's like, oh, okay, I guess not all socialists are these fucking Marxist Leninists. I guess that when you call yourself a socialist, it doesn't really matter. So you get caught on that shit, and now you're taking the position that socialism is a broader term. It doesn't just mean the tankies. It doesn't just mean the Marxist Leninists. You're absolutely correct. So it took you getting embarrassed. From the very
beginning of this conversation, didn't I say that socialism can encompass a lot of different things?
Wait, hang on a second.
Why do you think you're
I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
So if I just reread things that you said at the beginning of the debate and then I repeat them in a condescending voice, am I making like a really good point?
The answer is I don't know. So if you acknowledge there are shades of gray socialism, then there are some socialists that you would absolutely have within the fold, wouldn't it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just like there might be shades of gray classical liberalism, but if somebody calls themselves a classical liberal and then they associate with exclusively Nazis, I probably wouldn't allow that person to be with my fold.
Okay, cool. So, and your critique...
Notice how that was a one-to-one analogy.
No, it's not one-to-one. It's not one-to-one. Wait, no. I'll explain why it's not one-to-one. I'll explain why it's not one-to-one because Econoboi points you to a tradition, a peaceful, robust tradition of socialists in Western countries that don't include all the negatives that Nazism by its sort of,
because they're house cats who can't eat your face yet. Because they're house cats who can't eat your face yet. Because they're house cats who can't eat your face yet.
That's why it's not a one-to-one comparison because Econoboi pointed to the record and you want to ignore it.
But that's not true though, because a lot of people would say somebody like Reagan was a fascist, and we came out okay from having Reagan as president. You're laughing.
I mean, like, I think Destiny again would just appeal to. He would say like, oh, I just don't like define those people as socialist, right? He would say they're like maybe they're a sock dems or whatever, right? I don't think he, because he said AOC and Bernie don't really classify socialist earlier, right? I think that's probably
now, but people use the term fascist, so they talk about Bush as being a fascist as well. And guess what? We survived that as well. And so people want to say that they were socialists or whatever, that's fine. But guess what? All of this worked under the fascists and the socialists together. Guess what? It worked under a liberal capitalist government, and that's the type of thing that I think we should be defending. Not a full-on socialist government, because that's always been a fucking shit show, and not a full-on fascist government, because that's always been a fucking shit show.
I have a question for Econoboi. Yeah, I have a question for Econoboi. So, do you extend that? You laid out the history of socialism, but when Straighterate, who does a show with Pisco, right, calls herself a communist, do you extend that to communism? To communists are just these things that can coexist with liberal democracies?
Okay, so I'll answer the question directly. Even Marx himself, this is a direct quote from Marx, said that things like lower stage communism would be stamped with the society that we lived in the past. Okay, now what he meant by that was that lower stage communism, as communism comes into being, that during that process, the stamps of the current society that we live in will be present in lower stage communism. What he meant by that,
a historical example of a communist party, a communist taking power and a liberal democracy surviving.
I'm telling you what the most famous foundational thinker of communism literally thought communism was. Okay,
I just want a historical example.
Your question was, could communism exist within liberal frameworks? Okay, Marx himself advocated for many things that we would call liberal. He said things like freedom of speech, the equality of people, the fundamental freedom of people to coexist with each other.
I don't know why we're quoting Marx now. Like, why can't we just talk about? Why can't we just talk about like social ownership? Like, obviously, I think. Why does that move such a shitty move? I don't know why. I don't know why we're quoting Marx and not just talking about like, hey, like obviously we like, my version of socialism where we just have like collective ownership of things and exist in a liberal society, and we already see this with Norway. Like,
were important characteristics of communism as it comes into being, and communism when we get to like supposedly the final stage of communism. So to answer your question, yes, liberal values would exist.
Which country where
Can you admit that I
communists
just
have
answered
taken
your
power?
first question at the very least? That I directly answered your first question? I need to acknowledge
But my
that.
follow-up question.
Okay.
But my follow-up question matters too, right?
What's your
My
follow-up
question after you ask that is, okay, if that's possible, give me an example in the real world where it's happened, where a communist party has come to power and a liberal democracy has survived.
The only example that I'm familiar with, and I'm not totally familiar with the history of here. Obviously, I've been
Feels
focusing
to
on
Marx
European
the
experiments.
prophet. How many
The
prophecies
Kerala
came true? I have
province
no clue.
in
I don't
India, which
think
like
most of
tens of
Marx's
millions of
predictions
people
were
live
really
in,
true,
has
but
been run
I
by
don't- I'm
communists
not
for
right on
basically
that
the
or
last
anything.
50 years, and they're actually a
I'm trying to
Marxist-Leninist
kill
party, and they operate in democratic
See my shrimp
frameworks,
costume,
and
by
they
the way?
do basically, you know, they have a liberal kind of style system of government within their general ethos. Now they are Marxist-Leninists, right? And I'll admit, I could be misunderstanding the area of Kerala because I'm not totally familiar with the region,
Not
but
familiar. Fair enough.
they
But that's a
do
separate
have
question, Wick.
elections, and they do have elections, and they do call themselves communists. Their leader is literally a guy named Stalin.
The reason I'm asking this, and I'll give it to you, Pisco, but I want
Yeah.
to explain the reason I asked this question. The reason I asked this question is because the whole debate is about, right, like the accusation against you and against Econoboi is that you're giving cover to people who want to infect the Democratic Party with things, illiberal values that we would be against, that would destroy democracy, right? And your co-host has just admitted, at least we saw on 4K, that she is a communist, a full-on communist.
Wait.
And
But
so-
when you say she's just admitted, you understand that I know, and I've never represented, and it wasn't an own for anyone to put up a clip of her calling herself a communist. But the reason why it was done and presented that way is because as though it were contradictory. When the whole point I was making is show some basis that she's a Marxist-Leninist. Now you can say, Wick, as you are trying to imply, that historically
Said
it's impossible.
she was
this
a
kind of society is
communist.
impossible. That's fine. That's not a contradiction, right? There are a lot of
And she
anarcho-communists
thinks
or
socialists are too scared to
anarcho-capitalists
identify
where
as
you could say,
communists,
show me
right?
one
Like, she
place where
thinks communism is more
anarcho-libertarianism or
radical.
anarcho-capitalism or anarcho-communism
Like
has
a
worked
more
and has
radical thing
descended
which she
into chaos
supports.
and some kind of kingship or some kind of
Oh
thing.
my
And yeah, you can be against them, but you would not call an anarcho-capitalist a fascist or a tyrant or an authoritarian just because there's no example of it working. It would be inaccurate to call someone, even if they're deluded, even if they think that
I haven't
okay,
eaten
my
shrimp
way will
in,
work. You know, all these other
like,
times they did it wrong.
over
That it's
a
not
decade,
accurate to call that
vegan.
anarcho-capitalist or that anarcho-communist a tanky. It's just not. And I think that you must acknowledge that. Like, if you acknowledge that, for example, in the Spanish Civil War, anarcho-communists were communists were killing each other over these like differences in ideology and the support of Russia.
No,
They're different things.
I take your point.
Yes.
No, I take your point. But like when I say communist, I mean Marxist-Leninist. That's what I mean.
Well, okay, but
whether it's technically true or accurate, right? Just like
you don't
said,
care.
Like
You don't care if
earlier
it's
in the
true.
Conversation about socialists, people define it broadly and mean different things. What I'm assuming most people mean, right, when they say they're a communist, is they're a Marxist.
Right. So why don't we just get past the semantics and actually get to the actual prescriptions?
I do have one more clip.
Let's get past the semantics and just say, all right, in terms of prescriptions, what do we want? Like, do you want me to cancel a show with Econoboi because he labels himself a socialist? Do you want me to stop interacting with anyone who labels himself a communist or hosting a show with that? So what do you actually want?
That's not any of my advocacy.
I want you to own them in the marketplace of ideas.
But I do have one more clip we have to play, so if we can watch that just real quick, and then we will get through it. Sorry about the ads. I am poor. I don't have.
Just giving you a label. Because people just project
I think
onto
even
what
if
they
you
want.
eat shrimp, you should still support the Shrimp Welfare Project. Why are his clips are also quiet?
Okay, well that's pretty simple. You say these things and you have this tone of voice. It's like
you
like
can't
a
tell if
smirk.
she's
So I
serious
can't
or
tell if
not,
you're being
yeah.
sarcastic or not.
So serious.
I know.
No, I'm dead serious on that one. I am. But I guess I.
Is this what we wanted
Yeah.
to
What's
see?
the contradiction there?
I don't know.
There's no
All right,
contradiction,
what's the
right?
next topic?
Wait. So you understand, as part of your definition, right? As part of your definition for what socialism meant, it entailed people being against private property. And private property here meaning capital, right? The means of production. So that is not inconsistent with someone being not a Marxist-Leninist. Just because you support the abolishment of private property doesn't make you a Marxist-Leninist. Do you agree, yes or no, Stephen?
Do what?
Do you agree, yes or no, that just because someone's in
I
favor
still
of the
think, even if you think shrimp should have rights, presumably if you think shrimps should have rights, you should also think that they shouldn't suffer, right? Like it seems silly to say that if you don't think shrimp should have rights, you should just be indifferent to their suffering. You can see if you can stable volume YouTube settings key. Oh, I forgot they fucking had that. I don't actually know. Oh fuck! God damn it! I can't. Rigged.
Abolishment of private property, that doesn't necessarily make them a Marxist-Leninist.
Not necessarily, but if you're too scared to call yourself, or if you say you don't want to be a socialist, but you are more extreme than that and you're a communist, if you say that you're in favor of the abolition of private property, if you say, we don't have to watch it, I guess, but our last clip is, I'm sure you'll explain this one too. When you say things like, oh yeah, I wish AOC would a socialist revolution in the United States, where revolution historically is aligned with a violent
Bernie
revolutionary
says that.
overthrow of the
AOC
capital
says
class.
revolution. The politicians themselves are going to say it's different
This
when
is
the
the issue.
politicians.
You're making my point. This is exactly why I said earlier I don't think AOC should call herself a socialist, because this is the game. This is like the meme, right? I don't think AOC means a violent revolution when she says it. I don't think so.
But Aaron does. But Aaron does. You think Aaron does mean violent revolution?
Yes,
And
of
that's
course,
based on
yes,
so why are you distinguishing how AOC says it and Aaron says it? You justify that. Go.
Because when Erin says it, Erin says that she thinks that most socialists would be communists, but they're too scared to say it publicly, implying that her position is more radical than what most socialists would admit to.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't show what you just said.
Wait. When somebody says, no, stop. Do you think it's more likely that it's more radical or less radical when she says that? What do you think that means when she says, I think most people wouldn't own being... No, I want you to understand that. When she says, I don't think most people would own being communist publicly, so they call themselves socialists. What does she mean when she says that?
I think she says that communism has a particularly negative connotation, denotation, sort of embodied in the definition, but that doesn't imply... That's just saying that she thinks that the distinction between socialists and communists doesn't make much sense.
This is not a time game. This is literally socialist doesn't have a negative distinction in the United States, but communist does. Like, what a delusional
wait. You acknowledge I didn't just say that, right?
What you said?
Wait. Do you acknowledge I didn't say that socialism doesn't have a negative? No, so it was comparative, right?
You said communism has a negative connotation versus socialism. I don't think there is.
Do you acknowledge that what I said there was comparative? I said comparing socialism and the term communism. And do you agree that communism has a more negative connotation than socialism? Yes or no?
Not meaningfully, no.
You don't think that the term communism? So you don't think there's a meaningful distinction in the connotation of communism and socialism in this country?
No.
Okay.
There is not a single person in the United States where you go, hey, somebody's like, are you a communist? You're like, oh, no, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. I'm like, oh, whew. No, that's fine.
Yeah, nobody.
We're hanging out with people who are like, oh, I'm socialist. And you're like, oh, you're socialist? I'm actually a communist.
We live in a different country. Stephen, you and I live in a different country. Obviously. So the proof is in the pudding. Do you think that Mamdani would have won the Democratic primary if he called himself a communist?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. I don't think he would have won. I think that there's a much more negative...
I'm pretty sure he at least has like clips out there where he does call himself a communist, right? And obviously the lines from the opposition, like that it's always been that he's a communist, right? I don't think he ever said he was a like communist on a campaign trail, but like in 2020, I believe he did say he was a communist, right?
Connotation on the term communist and they're socialists, and I don't even think that your audience, as sycophantic as it is, would deny that.
I think right of Biden, these are synonyms.
Incredible.
What does that mean?
Freeze frame we got for Destiny
to be fair, I think it's obviously the case that, I mean, intuitively, right? I think there's a reason why a shitload of people in America identify themselves as socialists but not communist, right? Like, I think that there probably is both an ideological disagreement with people who would generally call themselves communist.
Do you think Sample Tech feels responsible for failed to stop Econoboi from identifying socialists? No, I don't think Sample Tech feels responsible for that. No.
So generally, much more of a stigma for people who label themselves as communism. If these things were substantially the same and had substantially the same amount of stigma, then obviously you'd see a significant, basically, mixture of those two. You'd see a significant mixture of those things, but you don't. You see overwhelmingly people calling themselves socialists, not
because you're allowed to attach yourself like a cancer onto the democratic movement.
That's why you have these two clever words of like social democrat and democratic socialist.
Why don't they call themselves? Why don't they call themselves democratic communists then? Like it would be like.
Because that's not the term that took hold. I don't know. Maybe eventually they'll make their way over there. I don't know. If they use communists instead of socialism,
it's so beyond everything. So right now you know that you're cooking on this point. You know but you can't optically right now. You can, you know what? I misspoke.
You just heard your co-host say that they were for the abolition of private property and they wish that more people would identify as communists, but too scared to do so publicly. And you don't think that they're like,
dude, this is where we are, right? So even when everyone.
Hold on. How do I? There's this fucking like flag. I'm assuming I have to go there, but when I enter this room or whatever, like it just disappears. It doesn't come back when I enter the building.
Not even Connor will defend the other point, White Belt. He won't defend the point that communism doesn't have a more connotative, like negative, connotation.
I already said it did, but I don't think it's like meaningfully more negative. Why are you saying? Oh, did you not hear me say that earlier? Did you say something more meaningfully?
So I'm obviously saying meaningfully more different. It's meaningfully different.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. I would like an opportunity to speak because I've been nice and quiet for a while.
Before you do.
Fuck my ass.
I do have a question for the panel. If Straighter Aid wanted to come on and be interrogated about these,
I would love to talk to Straighter Aid.
We have to talk about Hassan.
I would say do it after because let's fuck all that. Do it after everyone.
We have to talk about Hassan, don't we? I mean, let's talk about Hassan. So what I want to talk about is like, all right. So take Stephen.
Hold on.
Take.
Grand doesn't enjoy. Go look at Econoboi's debate with Vosh, or look at Econoboi's debate. Econoboi's a lot of debates with that. Just go to his channel, and a lot of his older videos are basically that. I remember his one with Vosh, his one on Demon Mama, his one with I think I'm kinda Matt Bruneck, kind of. That wasn't really a debate, but obviously that is kind of what caused Econoboi to convert, I guess. But his first conversation with Bruneck, he was still a capitalist, identifying as capitalist then.
It was my
Connor's critique. Yeah, I want to hear about it. This is what I'm curious about. And I want to know if you have anything to speak to. How do you think that we, mere mortals, live and learn, how should we conform our conduct? What would you like to see from us that we're not doing right now?
I actually have something that I think you would be quite amenable to.
Yeah.
So if you actually think that capitalism, and mixed economy capitalism, is preferable to socialism as I defined it, the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production, if you think that's genuinely...
What's up?
Yeah, someone asked if I feel responsible for failing to convince Econoboi that it's not. I knew I would not convince him because it's clear past the first article that it's all motivated reasoning for an aesthetic. It's an aesthetic. It's a club. People, like I said, Destiny is correct on the media point. This is even if you are theoretically, you can justify calling yourself a socialist. You absolutely shouldn't. The people who call themselves socialists, either they're normies, and so they think socialism is one universal healthcare, and then they just want the policies, bro. They're not ideologically attached to socialism. So you don't gain utility from calling yourself socialist. You gain utility from having these policies. Or you gain voters from the ideological people. These are cancer. These people are cancer. You don't want them in your coalition. Like, these people suck. They're horrible. And so either these are like, your like, the
Why would I
people
save
who
you
were
when I
around
can
Bernie,
save
the
way more
Brianna Joe
shrimp
Grays and
at
all
the
these
same
people.
cost?
These people suck. Okay. I'm kind of rambling, but do I feel responsible? No, I knew I wouldn't. He's not the first Bernigian socialist, quote unquote socialist that I talked to. It's all, it's just like, I think this implausible claim that no socialist ever, like, none of them wrote about like government owning wealth. Like, it's just not. It's about the means of production. It's always been, and you can stress it. That's okay. That's cute, but it's whatever. So that's where I stand. I don't feel responsible because I did my best. Okay. I'm rambling. I need to yap less. If I write a Substack, I'm not gonna yap. So yeah.
Doubtable.
Okay.
Unlikely.
Better than when you have MLs or when you have socialists onto your program. I would like to see you challenge them, not just on rhetoric and efficacy and all that kind of bullshit. I would like to see you fight them.
But you understand
on the economics.
This is how cooked this is, right? Like, in that conversation with the Vanguard, we weren't discussing liberalism versus capitalism. We were discussing the best way.
Yeah,
to get,
no shit.
Wait, let me finish my thought. We were discussing the best way to get Biden's agenda. That's what's so silly about this whole thing. We were discussing about what tactically we should have done for Biden's agenda. So for you guys to paint this as it was ideological and you didn't give pushback
Pisco,
on ideology,
I don't need a 5-minute sermon.
It was
I don't need
about
a 5-minute
tactics to enact Biden's vision.
I don't need or want a 5-minute sermon. Okay. So Pisco, let me tell you about this. Okay. This is my problem. This actually, and it's indicative of this entire 2.5-hour conversation. What I'm saying is that there are authoritarian dissident freaks on the far left and on the right. And on the right, the dissident right-wing freaks have infected and destroyed the party that I was a part of. 55% of the party that I identified with growing up is now dead because of these fucking monsters. And so when I look to the left and I see a bunch of normie liberals, capitalists, fucking all this bullshit, playing footsie with revolutionary socialists, not only does that turn me off, hold on, I'm not done yet. Thank you for your condescending look and your open mouth. I don't need it right now. Thank you. So when I see that, I'm going to criticize it, because what I don't want to happen is you and other people like you spending 3 hours sweeping for the fucking far left, and then as a result, they become more powerful and more emboldened. It's indicative in this conversation. It's indicative in the Vanguard conversation. It's indicative in the way that you talk about Hassan Piker. It's indicative in the way that you talk about the far left.
Fuck Hassan.
It doesn't matter. When people told you about the things that he's done, you said, I don't know that. I need to research it. Anybody who knows the name Hassan Piker knows half a dozen of the bad shit he's done, and you plead ignorance.
I was dealing
with
this.
You plead ignorance.
One more question before we end.
Wait.
Destiny.
Can we actually?
We've been going for 3 hours. It's dinner time.
I can get to the Hassan thing. You said that you would vote for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trump over Hassan.
Oh my God. Yes.
Are you asking me?
Question. Finally.
You said
the issue that I have with that Twitter thread is that like there's a meaningful difference, and because it was like moving between all of these at some point in time. Of are you talking about casting the deciding vote? Are you talking about who you're more ideologically aligned with? Are you talking about voting for somebody assuming they would have full control of the party, or are you talking about voting for somebody assuming they would have full control of the party and a full backing of the entire government? Like all of these questions have different answers.
Hassan's party wins. Hassan wins.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like, are you saying like if Hassan were to win and was able to enact a significant portion of his agenda?
Yes.
Then I would vote for Trump easily. That's not even a question.
Okay.
Same.
Why? I would give it to Pisco. What about you?
Yeah, so first let me just clarify the question as Stephen did. I never intended to ask that question of Hassan without constraints. I think it's fucking delusional to think that that's how you initially understood that question, given the fact that embedded in your response, your initial response was not
The other question doesn't make sense, Pisco. The other question doesn't make sense. Hassan's irrelevant, but he wins political power. If Hassan's irrelevant, but he wins political power, then that vote doesn't fucking matter. So how is that your point?
So the conclusion that Stephen was interpreting that question to be Hassan without constraints is preposterous, given the fact that he was referencing as one of the reasons to vote for Trump over Hassan in that scenario, Trump's constraints over the Trump during his constrained period in the 4 years. He said, look, Trump wasn't able to accomplish what he did in those 4 years. We haven't had to destroy the country. Clearly, he was referencing Trump with constraints to Hassan with constraints. That's obviously what the question asked. That's what your people understood when they voted Hassan.
No, the constraints on Hassan.
Obviously, I mean, I think like Wick just clarified, we're asking like a meaningful portion of their policy gets passed, right?
Hassan would be significantly greater though than the constraints on Trump.
No, but the whole point is no one was understanding that question. You included when I initially asked it to mean without constraint because you included.
Okay, so just to be clear, so your question was, would I prefer to elect Donald Trump into a system today where he has undying cult-like support from the entire Republican establishment, okay, from all the media and from the Supreme Court? Would I prefer Donald Trump to be elected, or would I prefer Hassan Piker, who probably would barely even be able to be sat as president of the United States because even the Democratic Party
this question sucks.
Wait, I want to hear you. That's the question that you were legitimately asking.
So the question I was asking is who. The question I was asking is who you would vote for president of the United States, carrying all the assumptions that you would normally take in any of those situations where, like, when you're asking who you vote for president. I wasn't implying, obviously, complete dictatorial control. Anyone who thinks that that's how I was
were you implying a similar level of control of what Trump has now?
I was implying whatever. I was agnostic as to like Congress. I was agnostic as to these other factors.
How can you be agnostic to that? These are the most important things.
No. But what I wasn't asking, and what's clear that you didn't understand it.
No. Don't say what you want to ask. What was the actual question?
The question was the normal set of assumptions of when you're asking.
There are no normal set of assumptions. Hassan isn't even a political figure. He's not a politician.
So if I were to ask you who would you vote for, counterpoints or Trump, how would you answer? You would have a set of assumptions, wouldn't you?
I would ask you for clarification. What do you mean?
We're voting for a president of the United States constrained in the normal ways that a president is, and it's not including
constrained in the normal ways.
I can clarify. You guys are being obtuse.
No, stop! Shut up! It's not being obtuse. Pisco is being obtuse.
No.
I'm asking a very clear and obvious question, right? If you're talking about what does it mean to vote for somebody, and you say with the normal constraints, the normal constraints is what Connor said earlier. Hassan wouldn't be elected. So so are you talking about a country that would have a political environment that would elect Hassan Piker? Here, you know what? Here's a better one. Given the same constraints of the system, would you rather have Donald Trump as the president or Stalin as the president?
Yeah, I think probably Trump. Yeah.
Then you agree with me.
Wait.
Yep.
No, I don't agree with you. I think Stalin is
because I think the grounding of your question fucking
sucks. I have no evidence that Hassan is like Stalin.
I do.
You just don't know anything about. Yeah, I mean, like that's just valid. That's literally his political.
Do you want me to read you the evidence? I can read you the evidence.
No. In the ways Hassan's got to be at least like 80% Stalin, right? Like he's got to be pretty close, right? Like assuming he literally had fucking dictatorial power, I imagine the society that Hassan would make would be semi-similar to like the USSR. Like I think that's clear. But Hassan dictatorship would mandate everyone have awful fashion style, so you would get the votes fast. True.
Matter in the ways that matter, like Stalin.
I can answer that.
So you think that Stalin and Hassan is a genocidal freak? That's what you think.
Yep.
I don't know if I said
I can answer
Stalinist. It's like Marxist-Leninist.
No, but he's not similar. Do you think that Hassan would enact a genocide in this country?
It could happen, yes.
Yes. What's your evidence that Hassan would enact a genocide in this country?
Against landlords?
Because they Marxist-Leninist, because when other vanguard parties are coming to power, like in fucking China and the Soviet Union, they ended up having genocide. Yes.
So you think that Hassan is pro-genocide in this country?
I don't know if Hassan were pro-genocide. That's a stupid question.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like obviously, I think he just like communists like to match the aesthetic of the USSR in general, right? So like maybe like it doesn't like necessarily imply that you're a Stalinist, right? But like, you know, I think yeah. Or would live stream us invading Israel? Well, that is true. Yeah, I mean, I think it might be a little unfair to like say Hassan would like. I don't think Hassan like actually like ideologically supports it, like genocide, other than like maybe you could make a like a stretch argument of like, oh, he would immediately defund Israel and put sanctions on them or whatever, and maybe that would allow Iran or whoever the fuck to essentially genocide the Israelis. Like maybe you can make that argument, but I think obviously. I mean, Hassan wants like state control over most of the economy, not like all the economy, right? Like he wants the government to own. He wants a vanguard party to own the fucking means of production. Like I don't know, like that's pretty insane shit. But okay.
So you're trying to do this yes or no shit on complicated political issues because you don't understand the politics.
Wait a second. So
Hassan, do you think that Stalin? Do you think that Stalin was pro-genocide? Yes or no?
Yes. Stalin.
No, you're a retard. No.
Wait, Connor, you agree with me that Stalin is pro-genocide, correct?
That's great. He's
I believe. Hold on. Holy shit! I can actually answer questions, unlike you, Spurgs. Yeah, Stalin wanted to fucking kill the fuck out of the Ukrainians. However, Pisco, what I'll answer directly to you is that I think if Hassan was put into power the same way that Stalin was, he 100% would create thought crimes. He 100% would incarcerate people without trial. He would 100% do mass executions of ideological enemies, namely capitalists.
And your evidence?
And I have evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he wants to kill all the landlords.
He said he wants to kill all the landlords.
Not just that. I literally have, in preparation for this debate, I wrote down like 30.
I'll ask you, Connor, if Trump had total power and he had no checks, do you think he would kill political rivals?
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%. So what's the disparity there?
Okay. Hold on. I want an opportunity to answer this question because I feel like you guys are talking past each other, okay? Okay, and I get we're wrapping. All right. So with Trump right now, we have he's a cult-like leader within the Republican Party, but he does have some institutional checks on his power.
Yes, I agree.
For the sake of the hypothetical, I presumed in order for Hassan to be of similar power, he would have a similar situation. He's not in total control. We still have Republican checks on the limits of his power, but he has a cult-like following within the left. Okay, that's what I presumed. And what I would say is that his sense of isolationism, his sense of pro-terrorism, his sense of wanting to backstab the Western world, him hating mixed economy capitalism, I think he would be just as large of a danger or more of a danger than Donald Trump. And I can back that up factually.
Okay. I mean, I disagree. I think that
Trump... Hassan himself said like 50 times he's a Marxist-Leninist. Like, it sounds like openly, outwardly said that.
Do you acknowledge...
Even if he wasn't...
Destiny, you acknowledge that I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist, correct?
But that's essentially like the blueprint for what Stalin did, yes. Okay, it's he's on the program, like championing like Lenin's literature and shit, like overthrowing states and shit.
Steven. Yeah. I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. And when I was talking, I want to address, because you put a video of it where I was like addressing some people who are following Hassan and getting his clips, basically where they were talking about this re-education camps. And what was told to me is this is an example of Hassan explicitly in favor of re-education camps. I want to be clear about something. I have now seen the clips of Hassan calling himself a Marxist-Leninist. People have brought that to my attention. I asked these people, do you have clips of himself calling himself a Marxist-Leninist? What's the evidence? What's the strongest evidence? At no point, and there's even something where explicitly I said this, did I say Hassan wasn't a Marxist-Leninist? And I just want to repeat for like the 10th time, I do not like Hassan Piker. He does, and I wouldn't encourage.
If you think he's an ML, what would the significant difference between his administration and Stalin's?
Well, because I do think that Hassan is not.
Lenin.
No, Stalin. No, Stalin. What would you say?
Yeah. So I think the key distinctions are, I think that if you take a look at the different personalities, that Stalin seems like a worse overall person, has worse people in his ear. I think that Hassan has some friends who I think are generally like good people like Adam Friedland, people like.
Okay, here's a question.
Let me finish. And in terms of ideology,
Friedland in the cabinet.
Wait. I think you agree. You like Adam Friedland?
Secretary of Defense.
Yeah.
Adam Friedland would not be part of Hassan's fucking culturally government.
I think culturally he's much more likely to be more moderate in terms of the genocidal stuff that Stalin was able to get away with because of the American culture that he's a part of. And so and I think also, by the way, that in the context, if we're actually putting real constraints on it, I think the military.
I think Israel lost a PR war after its latest developments in latest famine developments in Gaza. I think Israel lost a PR war long before that. I think like maybe with the like more moderate liberals, like they're beginning to lose more and more, I guess, after the recent like famine stuff. But I mean, I think like overall they've been losing that basically the entire time.
And the police would be much less apt to do abuses under a Hassan Piker administration than they would under a Trump administration.
Here's a question. If Hassan was the president of the United States and he could push a button and say, Israel has become a one state right now, that will probably lead to a genocide of the Jews there until the majority of them leave. Do you think that he would push that button?
Wait, push a button to do what?
Yes.
To turn Israel, Palestine into a single state that would probably result in the next 5 years of some genocide or genocidal campaign against the Jews there until all of them basically leave. Do you think Hassan would push that button?
Yes. Would you push the button for Israel's conduct right now? Do you support Israel's conduct right now?
Fuck no.
Okay,
but also this isn't about me. Okay,
Trump is willing to abide and encourage.
Would you vote for Trump or
Israel's
Destiny?
Conduct right now?
Trump or Destiny?
I would vote for Destiny. I'm honest about that. I would vote for Destiny.
Hold on. No, wait. But hold on. You just said that Stalin being genocidal was a key differentiator between him and Hassan. So Hassan would be genocidal in some cases, right? Depending on who the people are. He probably the same to Polish people, right? No, he said as much.
But you're asking in a context in which for Hassan the trade-off is genocide. The current genocide, he views it as a current genocide. What's going on in Gaza, and I guess the question would just be like, which of genocide is entailed no matter what.
Sure, and for Stalin, it was: do we have enough crops to feed the people in Moscow? Do we have enough crops to feed the people in?
But in terms of the I think there is a significant difference in terms of the internal potentiality for genocide. And I just want to be clear about something. I don't support Hassan Piker. So let's get to the prescription. I am not trying to build a bridge with Hassan Piker. I don't support Hassan Piker's ideology.
This is going to be on Hassan stream 3 months from now.
How am I protecting Hassan Piker?
Sure. You want to run the last topic? So, like, at this point in time, do you admit that there is absolutely zero evidence whatsoever that there was any kind of discriminatory activity towards him in his whole TSA adventure, and then he lied at multiple points about it?
Wait. So I agree he lied, but you and I both agree, didn't you? Didn't you agree that the main reason, the most probable thing that happened on anything else, you said this, was that viewpoint discrimination played a role in his rejection of
No.
global entry. You did say that. You said it. We have it on record.
When did I say that?
You
No,
said,
wait, no, we were right here. Talk to me. What was the viewpoint discrimination?
Yeah, no, I'm saying what you said. What you said was that
No, you need to say what I said. You need to quote me from 2 months ago. I'm right here.
You
You
said something that Hassan said was the most likely reason that he was denied or had his global entry
Correct.
revoked.
That's not viewpoint discrimination, though. That's not viewpoint discrimination. That's content discrimination. If you talk about killing politicians, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Do you think that if Hassan Piker had talked about killing Democrats or whatever, that he also wouldn't have been flagged maybe on global entry if he had a tweet blow up about having a Democratic politician killed?
I'm not sure for the purpose of this. It's still
wait. You're not sure. I thought you said you were 100% vindicated.
I am vindicated on that. I'm saying I'm not sure as between a Democratic candidate. My what I think would probably happen is that no, he wouldn't be. I don't know is the answer to that. I truly don't know. But the question is,
what's the viewpoint discrimination?
Let me talk about this, right? So content-based restrictions are also.
I'm not going to ask AI that.
Subject to strict scrutiny. Do you know that?
Yes, they can be,
no,
but viewpoint discrimination is even stricter. It's even stricter. But viewpoint discrimination is almost never going to pass because you're not just saying you can't kill politicians. You're saying you can't kill a certain type of politician.
Hold on, which I'm confused. I fought all these people. Have I not fucking fought these people yet? I am okay. Hold on. I'm not stupid. I'm just a little bit stupid because I do have to do what I think I did, which is just fight everyone and then go talk to that bitch to fight her. But I think I just didn't fight one of the people yet because I don't know where they are.
My inclination is that if Hassan said that about Bernie Sanders, he wouldn't have had his global entry revoked. That is my inclination, but regardless, it doesn't matter. It's overdetermined. When I say it's overdetermined, I mean it doesn't matter. Like content-based restrictions are subject to strict scrutiny, and it's not going to pass.
For laws, sure.
But you and I both agree.
Expedited entry to global entry, I'm not sure.
Let's just be clear.
Probably not.
Let's just be clear about something. You did agree into it. Something he said before was the most likely reason that he had global entry revoked, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you agree that you can say things that maybe would make it worth it to have your global entry revoked?
Yes, there are certain things you could say that would have it, but okay. But
cool.
But
do you think that one of those things might be talking about killing a politician?
Well, it depends if that is a truth, if it is a true threat or not. If it's a true threat, no. So for example, if someone takes something that you said, Stephen, if someone says something that you said, and like what you said, for example, about some of these murder, like the
hold on, let me hedge up here. If I got an email, no, because it's stupid. If I got an email and I found out that I got kicked out of global entry because of what I said about the fucking firefighter or whatever, I'd probably be like, sure, yeah. No shit. You think I'm gonna go on the internet? You think I'm gonna be like, oh, I can't believe that I can't make death threats about people, and they're gonna kick me out of the expedited security screening list?
What if they denied you? What if they denied you a gun on the basis of that opinion?
That would be much different. That's a much stronger. Wait, you're talking about.
You also have a constitutional right to own a gun. You don't have a constitutional right to expedited entry into your country. Obviously, okay, that's
really guaranteed right versus expedited screening.
So let's move on. We're not even talking about move on. No, we don't have to move on. So what about a driver's license then?
No.
Why not?
Wait, this is not. This is not responsive. Not relevant.
Why not?
What part of what evidence do we have that Hassan was discriminated against for like a political reason, for something that we wouldn't ordinarily expect somebody to be kicked out of an expedited security screening program for? Do we have any evidence of that whatsoever? Yes or no?
So I take none of
any evidence of that.
Yes. The fact that the most likely statement that you've attributed, and which I probably agree, is like either the Rick Scott comment or the comments on the Houthis in Palestine and Israel. I take all of those to be content-based restriction, viewpoint discrimination that would be insidious and unconstitutional.
Okay, so you think that somebody outwardly supporting a terrorist group that's declared they shouldn't be allowed to be removed from expedited airport security screening for that?
Yes. So let me ask you a question.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me ask you a question. So with respect to a driver's license, do you think that a state?
I'm not.
This is not going to answer. So I'm going to ask you. So
if you want to talk about like an expedited line to get a driver's license, we can do that. No, because it's retarded. It's such an unbelievable. No, pivot. Wait, I'm dodging your pivot. That's right.
What's different?
I dodged your pivot. I dodged your pivot.
Let's actually.
I can already say I've already seen this entire conversation. I'm going to say, having a driver's license.
I know. What if it's a long game to get Pisco on Hassan stream? Then we then have Steven pop up. This is the trust the plan. Okay. Yeah. See, I do know how to play this game. I just didn't know I had to fight the one guy. Okay, I do. I'm not that dumb, guys. Don't worry.
So is it right? Well, it's not really.
He'll fucking Sam Cedar. He'll Sam Cedar him. Don't worry. It'll happen. Don't worry. Trust. The long game.
Wait.
Yeah, and then is it expedited screening privilege?
Let's go through it.
You already admitted that you don't think somebody's able to be kicked off of an expedited security list on an airplane because it's about killing politicians. That's crazy. And I don't think that's very with you. And I think it's fucking retarded. We're good. That's all I got on it. I'm good on it.
You don't have to answer it. I'm just going to put it out there. So this is the question. Because of the support for a terrorist organization, should someone be denied a driver's license? Because a driver's license is not a right. It is a privilege. It's purely at the discretion of the state. If it wanted to, can kick you off a driver's license for something trivial, for for a parking offense, for anything. Really, there are tons of different restrictions that don't have to be totally.
Wait,
let me finish.
Totally tailored. Wait. What does strict scrutiny entail, Pisco?
Yeah, you need a compelling purpose that's narrowly tailored.
Wait, what would the compelling interest be to deny somebody a driver's license? What would be the compelling reason to deny a driver's license because they support a terrorist group?
I don't have it because I think it's on all fours with the global entry.
Exactly. Do you think it might be a compelling reason to deny somebody expedited?
Yeah, what is it?
The fact that it might make them somebody who's worth screening in the ordinary manner to screen people to come back to the United States.
Wait. Hang on a second. So, as a security threat, it is a compelling purpose for global entry, but as a security threat, it's not a compelling purpose for a driver's license. Explain that.
I don't think I'm interested in calling into the majority report ever. I'm not opposed to calling into some people's streams or whatever, but I don't know what I would fucking talk to those people about.
Because I think that there are a lot of people that can have some kind of support for terrorists or whatever that can drive around in a car. I think that the interest on the side of the citizen for having a driver's license driving around just because you have a fucking support or whatever for some terrorist thing doesn't mean they can revoke your driver's license. I don't think that law would be...
Terrorists use cars to kill people. Terrorists use cars to kill people. Islamic terrorists use cars to kill people, just like they use planes to kill people.
What's the other part of the strict scrutiny analysis that you said?
Narrowly tailored.
Yeah, so do you think that revoking a driver's license for somebody is as narrowly tailored as not allowing somebody on an expedited security screening list?
Why is it different?
Well, can someone travel?
Because, yeah, exactly. No, you're correct. To make it more comparable, if you were to talk about banning him from all airline travel, I'd say, well, now hold on. Now that is not narrowly tailored. Now we're talking about something completely different. If you wanted to compare this to going in an expedited line at a DMV to skip the ordinary background check, then sure, maybe we could talk. If you support terrorism, you don't get the expedited DMV line. But to talk about just having a driver's license and to compare that to the expedited screening list, that is not correct because you're right. For strict screening, it has to be narrowly tailored on a compelling state interest. And I believe that it is narrowly tailored just to kick somebody off of global entry with a compelling state interest, which is to secure our fucking airplane. No, it's not. Their speech is not being denied. They're not making their speech illegal. They're not correcting the law against the speech in any way, size, shape, or form. No, they're not. They're just not having them on the expedited security list, which is not even remotely comparable to having a driver's license, and you fucking know that.
So respect to Muslims, if you had a ban, just to finish this, respect to Muslims who, have you would agree, a higher incidence of Islamic terrorism, correct? Muslims?
They might. Yeah, probably.
Definitely, right?
I don't know if that's true. Don't white nationalists don't white nationalists do more terrorism in the United States than fucking Muslims?
Yeah, but specifically, okay, so let's take white nationalists. Do you think it would be acceptable to say white nationalists need not apply for global entry?
If it was like something like, let's say it was like the Proud Boys. I would say probably, for expedited security screening, probably, yeah.
Well, black people commit more crime, don't they?
I've already said that my comments online, and I even joke about it, that if my fucking global entry, I get it, yeah.
Okay.
It's global entry.
Regardless of this, we have a different opinion about the right here. I'm not being...
I don't know, maybe this isn't directly analogous. Would Pisco say, if you were just a journalist, let's say you're a journalist, you go to Gaza, and while you're in Gaza, you interview a terrorist. You had let's say it's not even a supportive interview. It is literally just it's First Amendment protected interview with Hamas member. You just ask them why did you join Hamas or whatever. They obviously don't have a right to expedited entry into the country, right? I mean, in fairness, direct contact with a terrorist probably makes you that there could be some actual material support there or whatever. But obviously we would imagine cases where you have some support for terrorists, you don't have, or not even support, but just I don't want to say cooperation, interaction with, you wouldn't have them, they would not have a right to expedited entry into the country.
If I'm just a hedge above
you, you're on a 2-week total vacation.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Obviously, in the case where you're literally meeting with a terrorist, there's a much greater potential they actually gave you a bomb or some shit, right? But that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen with Hassan because he's not I mean, he virtually interviewed the Houthi kid, but he's not legitimately talking to these people or whatever. But you would still expect if you have made comments outwardly supportive of terrorists, I don't understand why we would say you have some right to expedited entry into the country or whatever.
You're totally right on this issue.
So, Stephen, you and I have this disagreement about how much the right should protect, what we're okay with in terms of viewpoint discrimination. None of this is saying that we have to be unhinged with respect to giving Hassan a pass. I have a more protective view of the First Amendment than you do in this specific instance. Why isn't that not an honest disagreement? Why does it have to become, I'm being a fucking poster boy for Hassan Piker? Why does it become indictive like this?
Because an honest disagreement would say, I think that maybe you should be able to support or give verbal support over terrorist organizations, and I don't think this is a good reason to kick somebody off an expedited screening list. That wasn't your position. Your position was he was explicitly targeted targeted by the government because of speech that he's made in order to kick him off. That's just a harassment.
So you agree with that, but you just think that you have a different sense of whether that's okay or not. You agree with that factual component that it's the most likely outcome, and you just disagree on how to interpret
your thing
that.
was not. You said your interpretation was he was explicitly and specifically targeted because of stuff that you thought was like clearly violative of.
Yes. So we have a different interpretation.
We don't even know. It could have literally been a random.
I want to give Econoboi and Econoboi a chance to leave if this.
Sorry, here. I just question. Wait. Just one final question. What evidence could there be? Like,
Econoboi
could it have
got,
been a
like,
random
5
screening because it was 20 minutes long and nothing happened? You agree that nothing bad happened besides him getting asked questions for 20 minutes?
When you say could, what do you mean? Do you mean like could it be like logically? Is it possible that yes, it's possible?
Yeah, could it have just been?
Yeah, logically.
What's more likely?
I think it's way more likely that his stop at the global entry line had to do because his global entry was revoked. You agree?
No.
Okay. I think that being in the global entry line when you don't have global entry that you're being stopped, it's most likely because you don't have global entry, right?
Have you ever traveled internationally before?
Yes, I have global entry.
If you go to the wrong line, they don't pull you aside for 20 minutes of questioning. They tell you to go to the other line.
Yeah. So
I don't know why you think going into the global entry line, we got to pull this guy aside for expedited questioning. They would just say, hey, you don't global entry, go to the other line.
So just join the stream, give me a 2-sentence summary of the debate. Liberals and progressives are being useful dumbasses for socialists.
Gang. This has been a show. We're gonna give the mic to each of these individuals to give closing statements and where you can find them. I've links to all their stuff in my YouTube description. If you've enjoyed the show for whatever reason, hit that like button.
Would it be what's that word? Humane to deport socialists to Cuba? No, obviously not.
We do stuff like this all the time. It's very fun. I'm gonna keep streaming after. They can stay if they want. They can leave if they want. I don't care. I have some things to say, but we're gonna give it first to Counterpoints, then we're gonna let Pisco have the last word, and then we'll just go around. Go ahead, Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I came to this conversation hoping to discuss the fact that I feel like progressives are sometimes useful idiots for socialists. I also had a pretty clear definition of socialism that I asserted half a dozen times. Instead, I got accused of being a conspiracy nut and that I didn't know history. I feel like I've consistently demonstrated that I have a decent command of history. I also think I have a decent command of the definitions. And while I am a fan of Pisco and Econoboi, despite, maybe any mean words that I said tonight, I do feel like they're being usefully stupid for infinitely more nefarious characters. And that's the position I started with. That's the position that I'm going to end with. If you guys want to fight at a later date or time, I'm happy to do so. And then if you want to find me, Counterpoints 40K is my main channel. That's my Warhammer channel. Counterpoints Politics is where I post the VODs for my streams. Monday through Friday, I am live on a channel called Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling. Type that into your search bar, subscribe to it, watch me from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST. And then on Tuesdays, I'm live on my home channel, Counterpoints Politics. But I parasocially love you. I still love you guys, even though I chatted mad shit and used homophobic language. So looking forward to the next one.
Incredible.
Hey, thanks for being here, Counterpoints. We really appreciate you. Go check him out. He took time out of his day to come on our show. Give him that courtesy. Destiny, please.
I think
incredible.
You go check him on our show. Destiny, please.
We want to include in our Democratic Party apparatus. I think that the majority of this has to do with us as being media figures, so people in the media. I don't think there's anything wrong with including people who have some fundamental base values and agreement that generally revolve around concepts.
Shit. Shit. Hold on. Did the stream fully crash or did it just fuck up for a second? Shit. Fuck my Wi-Fi, dude. Kill me. I think we're good now. I think we're good. I think it fucked up for a little bit, but I think we're back. I think. For a sec? Yeah, goddammit. Good on Kick. Yeah. We back. Okay, good. Never crashed? It says it crashed. I saw on OBS it went to like 0 kilobits per second for a little bit, and then Twitch, I think. Twitch says I've been streaming for 0 hours and 0 seconds, so I think it did fuck up, but who knows.
Related to liberalism and free market enterprise. I think those are hugely important parts of the United States. I think they're an important part of wealth generation. Even when Econoboi brings up, Norway, and he talks about all the money that they get from their global wealth fund, like the majority of this is invested in literally.
Why didn't we talk about that the whole time? I care way more about that. No, talk about that. Talk about that. I want to talk about that. I don't care about the democratic strategy. No, talk about private enterprise.
National stocks from capitalist ran companies. I think that like the defense of capitalism and free market enterprise is an essential part of the United States. I think that if you want to talk about reforms or redistribution of wealth, I think all of that is great. All of that can happen within the basket of a liberal capitalist country. I don't think that we should seek to keep people inside of our movement who would literally dispossess the majority of our movement if they had the power to do so. When people are talking about things like re-education camps, and it's not just random people, but it is literally some of the largest figures that represent that label in the media sphere, I'm way more likely to look to that person. Like Pisco said, I look at use definitions of words, not just strict definitions of words, than I am to look at the communist Communist Manifesto. And when you've got people like that, or people like Aaron,
That's not even say I'm live on
our Democratic Party,
like, my end. Okay.
Saying that they would ban all forms of private enterprise or all forms of private property. I don't think that these are people that you need to ideologically align yourself with, just the same way that I would ideologically align myself with some third position as Nazi, because he says he also wants social healthcare. He just only wants it for white people. So he's willing to have it for everybody first until we kick all the black people out. I think that when we talk about who we should include in our movement, I think one of the most important things we should look for is reciprocity. I think that this conversation would be totally fucking different if there were all of these socialist shows where people like Crystal and Kyle were arguing back and forth with each other about like, hey, don't you think we go like a little bit too hard on the liberals sometimes? Or don't you think that maybe we should be like a little bit nicer to some of these people, rather than who the fuck can we primary in the Democratic Party? Who are these like moderate liberals that we can excise? Or like the last show that I just watched before coming on here, where Crystal Ball is literally excoriating a Michigan senator because she doesn't have the most pure position possible on fucking Israel-Palestine. So I don't think that we should align ourselves with a group of people who say, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, and liberals always side with fascists. And I think that if you were looking at people that you wanted to align with, look for people who are also building a bridge your way, not just people who are looking to funnel people off of your movement.
Okay, thank you for being here. Check out his channel. I don't really need to promote him. He's the biggest guy here. Econoboi, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Econoboi, econoboi.substack.com. If you're interested in any of the writing that I do, if you want to know what my actual positions are, I did literally write them down in an article series that's now posted.
That's
So if
true.
you're interested in learning what my real positions are,
I don't think
go over
Destiny
there,
ever read still.
econoboi.substack.com. And what I would say about the summary of the debate is this. Number one, Connor clearly actually doesn't know shit about history because he seemed completely unfamiliar with the entire history of actually existing socialist governments outside.
I know this is outros, but go fuck yourself.
Well, I didn't interrupt you. You said I was stupid. I mean, you know, we're just throwing it back. Connor, calm down. So the point is, Connor doesn't actually know shit about history, to be fair, because he was completely unaware about the entire history of actually existing socialist governments in Oceania, and also Europe. So that was just the thing that I tried to add to the debate. When it comes to Connor, when it comes to Destiny, I feel like Destiny really didn't understand my point about Norway and like Nordic institutions. My only point about that is that the U.S. could build domestic sovereign wealth funds easier than Norway because the U.S. has a lot of financial capital available to it, whereas Norway doesn't. Like Norway literally, like the capacity of like the Norwegian financial capital market couldn't handle all their oil wealth. To the extent that it could, I would argue that it probably should, but that's a totally different discussion. On the actual topic of the debate, here's the last thing that I'll say. I do appreciate that it seems like Destiny clarified and narrowed his position to a substantial degree, that we shouldn't treat everyone who uses the socialist label as a Nazi. Instead, we should treat certain people in the socialist left media space as Nazis, quote unquote, and kind of exclude them from the movement. I pointed out several times that that is actually a statement that all four of us, all five of us, I guess, actually agree with. That to the extent that people in the media are like militantly anti-democratic party and just like really bad faith with Democrats all the time, and they're trying to just occupy democratic spaces for their own ends and not to try and, you know, push forward an electoral movement, we should exclude them from the inner party and from strategic discussions and from platforms like the DNC. I've only said my position, I'll repeat, is that we should take advantage of their platforms insofar as Democrats actually want to like participate in their platforms, not them participate in our platforms. And I think that was just a useful clarification. To the extent that Destiny and Wick are interested, I look forward to the socialism versus capitalism debate in the future, because it seems like the people want that as well. But I'd have fun doing it. Anyway, it was really fun, guys.
Please,
and
that's all I want.
There's a lot of useful clarification, I feel like, and yelling between Destiny and Pisco. And I love you too, Connor, even though you're a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. But I do love you too. Anyway.
Okay, thank you for being here. You can check out his Substack. I have a link to it in my YouTube description, and you can find him streaming on Live and Learn and other podcasts. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Pisco.
Yeah, as I predicted, I don't think there's a ton of substantive
was listening. I know he had said 5 sentences.
Is some kind of semantic confusion or a debate about what the term socialism means, what the term communist means, and these different subcategories of people. And there, I just think that there's a bizarre interpretation and special pleading really from Connor and Steven, you know, that socialism doesn't include single payer. Well, if use is meaning, that's, you know, people call that socialized medicine. You know, socialism doesn't include places like, you know, China. People use that term that way. You know, the major socialist figures in the Democratic Party wouldn't be considered by most people who use the term socialism to be socialist themselves. That's not how people use the term, but that's kind of a semantic disparity without much significance to it. But actually check out the substantive disagreement here. When it comes to Marxist Leninists and the people, when we use the term like tanky to refer to people who like substantively don't believe in our constitutional order, or who substantively want to get rid of the rights that we hold dear, there's a full agreement. We don't agree that those people should be making decisions. We don't agree that they should be in the halls of power. I think that we agree that like we should interact with them in terms of it, where it's useful for Democrats to do that. I think that that's fine. So I don't think that there's actually much disagreement on that front at all. But it seems like there's like a special pleading, I'm going to say, for the kind of prescription. Okay, we should kick out people with a socialist label, but just in the media space, not people who are politicians. If they're politicians, have the ticket, you shouldn't let the socialist label scare you away. But it certainly, like, we should kick out Econoboi from Live and Learn because he uses the socialist term label. But is that more of a problem with the name of the show being Live and Learn? Is that the problem, or is the problem that he uses the socialist label at all? And so what actually is the problem here? Is the problem that we were too tonally respectful to the Vanguard, when we were discussing, I want to sort of stress again, how to best implement the Biden agenda. It wasn't a discussion about socialism versus capitalism. We weren't saying like, oh yeah, maybe we should have a Vanguard party. It was a discussion about like tactics that Biden could use to implement his own agenda. And what tone policing, that like we were fucking pussyfooting around when there's big substantive disagreement, and we gave our backing to Hutch on discrete points, like on the Manchin point, on the Joe Biden legislation accomplishment points, on the point about the student loan stuff. And if that's the case, why doesn't it apply equally to Stephen and Connor, who sometimes, yeah, they disagree. I agree. They disagree when they bring on some of these conservative figures, but they play nice with them. Fundamentally, it's a respectful conversation. You talk to Ben Shapiro, respectful. Talk to Myron Gaines, respectful. Even, talk to Nick Fuentes at a certain time, respectful conversation. So is it really just the tone about it? We didn't get too much into the specific examples of us like pussyfooting for Hassan Piker. I want to just stress, I do not like Hassan Piker. I never said Hassan Hamas Piker, whatever you want to call him, wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. On the specific semantic disagreement about like Aaron Schrader rating communism for Marxist-Leninism, I think that's an interesting semantic discussion. I think that Stephen and Connor points are probably wrong about that, but I don't think that that's anything about what's going on here. This is not about those distinctions. It's not about our distinctions on the First Amendment and should view.
Wait, hold on. Am I streaming on Twitch? Everything's fucked up. Hold on. The Discord sent out another fucking thing.
Point discrimination matter for support of terrorist groups or anything like that. What's going on here is, frankly, this is my opinion, realistically, these guys hate Hassan for probably good reasons. Sure some good reasons. And so we're all just trying to get at that and calibrate our ideology and our rules and our prescriptive rules on that specific thing. And I don't think any of it has to do with like major substantive disagreements on the merits. And I think that was shown today.
Okay. This is something cool a long time ago that Pisco should take advice from. It was something like, yeah, talk less, say more.
Damn, did we just lose Steven?
I think he got bored.
That was rude. I'm a professional. I stayed till the end.
Well, thank you. But if you need to leave, you may. I have some people who want to come in and talk and things like that. You can stay if you'd like.
Are any of them Aaron?
We're good. Wow.
Why not? Why not? Okay, let's bring on some people.
I can do two callers. I got two callers.
Oh shit, it's Dev. I guess I got to stay and wait.
Dev in History Speaks. A couple of famous caller-ins.
Famous caller-inners. Okay, hi guys. You're live.
And you're muted. Both of yous.
Yeah, well, that's on your ends. Okay, I'm not sure. We're going to get the super chats at the end of the stream, gang. I will read super chats. It will be at the end of the stream. Don't worry.
Hello. How's
it
going?
miss the super chats. Yeah. Hello, Dev.
That was a shit show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was pretty great.
That was fun.
I thought it was absolutely hilarious.
And
okay.
Destiny, thank you for the raid on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Okay.
Oh, that's sweet.
So Destiny's watchers are watching.
Dev, I am hungry. Do you have anything that I need to address?
I don't think so, if you want to go eat.
Okay. I parasocially love you guys. Looking forward to the next fight. Sorry for using homophobic language and ableist language.
It's all right.
I'll catch you next time.
See you later.
See you later, man.
Okay, so what you guys are here. You have some questions for Econoboi or Pisco? They're the ones.
Yes, Econoboi. I've read your Substack. I know what's going on.
I believe when Dev says he read a thing, I believe him. He probably really did read that entire thing.
So when you say this is socialism, I don't buy it. It's sovereign wealth funds.
Let's go, dude. Dev's my goat. Actually, let's fucking go. Let's go.
And it's like publicly owned stock portfolios. I don't see the socialism.
It's collective ownership of the means of production.
Okay, but like that could
mean a lot of different things. I agree.
It's a broad term. Why are you guys like immune to like people use the term? You agree? People use the term to refer to like socialized medicine, and that is how it's used. Do you agree that single payer healthcare is socialized policy?
I don't think so. I wouldn't put it there.
People use that term to refer to those kinds of things, right?
Well, but Dev, really quick,
but people are retarded though.
Okay.
Well, Dev, for instance, I don't think it's retarded to say that single payer healthcare is like a socialist institution. For instance, right? Many countries do have privately owned for-profit insurance companies. However, in like your country, Canada, that's a publicly owned service, right? Like it's a socially owned means of production. The thing that they're producing is the service of providing insurance.
Well, no, the insurance is funded by taxes, but the actual hospitals and the clinics, they're all privately owned. Yeah.
All right, and I'm not making any
health
broader
insurance,
claim. Yeah. The insurance industry, and I understand you guys have some private options. I'm just saying that there's some private schools, but it's mostly public schools. You could have totally private insurance. You don't. You have mostly publicly owned and democratically accountable insurance. That's just like, and I'm not saying that makes Canada a socialist country, but it makes Canada a country with one more socialist institution than other countries that have private insurance.
See, whenever I've debated other socialists who weren't you on this topic, I've pointed out that you could then go over to Nazi Germany and they had a lot of similar things where the state was involved in production. And they go, no, and they really don't want to give that up.
Wait, they did have some socialist policies.
My answer to that would be that I think there is probably a meaningful semantic disagreement about what it means to own something, right? So I think that where most socialists are coming from is they would typically say these are like the same types that would say like the USSR isn't like really socialism because it wasn't democratic in nature. It wasn't true horizontal ownership and like democratic ownership, public ownership, because the public didn't really like own and hold accountable the institutions of Nazi Germany, even though they were government owned. And so I think there probably is a meaningful difference in the type of ownership that the Nazi government provided to its citizens and the type of ownership that like the Canadian government provides to its citizens. Sorry. But to the extent that we just want to say like, hey, like anything that's owned like by the government, I guess is like a form of collective ownership that falls in the socialist canon. Like, yeah, places like the USSR or like you could even say like Nazi Germany had those kinds of institutions. But semantically, I do think that there's probably a meaningful difference. But I'm not going to fight you that hard on the list.
By the way, I hate the ownership is fucking stupid. Just 'cause, like no one, like usually it's actual control that people care about, not just like who like owns something and like gets the fucking returns from it, right? Like it's whatever.
Label. I just happen to think that when it comes to collective ownership of the means of production, the model that I provide is certainly a vast collectivization of the means of production, and that makes it that makes our society much more socialist than it was before my model was implemented.
Finder. I think I might.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just that this definition of socialism means that it really does boil down to the right-wing meme of socialism is when the government does stuff.
Well, Dev, would you agree that I keep using the Labor government because it's just the one I'm most familiar with. Would you agree that the Attlee government was a socialist government that engaged in the process of implementing socialism? And the way that they did that was nationalizing industries.
I'm not sure. So he was a Fabian, right?
I do want to maybe broaden the discussion just a little bit because it's going to be.
Yeah, it's semantic. This is what I mean. It is semantic. So what is the actual disagreement here?
Really quick. This, to be fair, is not semantic. I'm just asking Dev if he recognizes that, like, literally Attlee called himself a socialist.
Correct.
And the socialists in the Labor Party, they at least thought that they were doing socialism by the policies that they enacted.
Well, I do know that they viewed themselves as that, but I'm not sure how you view yourself as all that important because I know that you guys think
what's the right meaning of a word, Dev? Wait, Dev, what's the right meaning of a word? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by what I mean?
Yeah, so you're like, it's not true socialism. Like, what is a word? What does a word objectively mean, separate apart from how it's used by like some massive people or by experts in a given context? I guess I don't have do you have an ideology for what words should mean?
Okay, I understand that point. This is the definition as used. I get it. But like, if I were to come in here and call myself a fascist, but not actually believe in anything fascist, then it's like, well, I'm using the word that way. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
but under
there are meanings to things.
No, Dev, I would agree that there's an agglomeration of facts that we would typically associate with like what words mean, obviously. But I would say that my point in this panel, and my point in so many of the people, especially in Dusty's community, that are saying, what is Econoboi talking about? These governments weren't socialist, they were social democrats, despite the fact that they were contemporaries of socialist movements in the USSR and Mao. They made arguments against those forms of socialism. They took their own power and did their own version of socialism. And even going all the way back to Marx, contemporaries of Marx debated Marx on what socialism really meant, because there's obviously a diverse tradition of what this word really, really means, right? But there's a big tradition, just like there's a big tradition of what capitalism really means.
Or Christianity, or any other label.
I was just going to say, the last thing I was going to say.
Yeah, that's all true. I agree.
I would say the single biggest through line to what socialism means, the largest universe of socialism, is the collective ownership of the means of production, which is a project that all of those governments that I referenced engaged in, and it's the project that I'm engaged in by proposing my model on my Substack.
So if that's the definition you're using, then most governments have been socialist in some way or another.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's what he would say.
Well, then it's not that useful of a label to describe different types of governments.
I just want to be clear. That's not what we are talking about when we use the word socialist. That's not what I'm talking about, right? That's not what I don't think Dev is referring to that.
Well, as long as we understand the differences of the words that we're using, that's fine. I'm just saying that, like, I understand that it's.
If I may, because the panel's over, right? And I know I jump in a lot, right? But I can jump in more. Okay,
yeah, that's fine. Go for it.
The problem I'm having specifically, and we've talked about this before, I believe, at least in tangentially, Econoboi, is I think that you are laundering the term in such a way that bad actors are saying, yeah, I'm a socialist too, like Econoboi socialist, but I don't believe they're actually honest in what they're saying. I think that I frankly think Straighter Raid, and she's welcome to come on at this point. Jump backstage, we can pull you in, right? And you can answer for your crimes, so to speak. But I think Straighter was just telling the truth that a lot of socialists are just communists.
I've already agreed that there's going to be a margin of people that have like ulterior motives when they use the label. However, what I would say is this: I understand that to a lot of people listening, it sounds confusing and arguably like it arguably sounds like ridiculous to say that every government does some kind of socialism when they do like collective ownership of the means of production, right? However, what we have to understand is two things at once can be true. that socialism and capitalism, in some senses, are binaries, right? That capitalism is the private ownership of the means of production, socialism is the collective ownership of the means of production.
Spectrum to an extent. Okay? Every economy is a spectrum economy. I guess.
Well, it's not just that they're a spectrum, but there's also a process by which socialism comes into being. That we didn't have socialism or socialist institutions, and then eventually in a socialist ideal, every institution is a socialist institution. And in doing the process of bringing socialism into being, that is to bring privately owned means of production into collective ownership. And so during that process, you're going to end up like we live today. And I'm not a historical materialist. I'm not saying it's inevitable. Like we live in today, though, where pretty much every society is a mixture of capitalist and socialist institutions. And that's the only point that I'm
sorry for interrupting you, Econoboi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I just have a few questions for the panel. So first, Econoboi, do you actually prioritize, so you're socialist or whatever, do you prioritize liberalism and democratic choice over socialism or the public ownership of the means of production? Because traditionally, the first
just say it's
principle
only real
public ownership of the
socialism
means
if
of
there
production,
is
and that's also how you frankly
right?
get so many of these authoritarian regimes, because they're not willing to acknowledge democratic choice if it comes out in a way that isn't communistic.
Yeah, but So I'm steeped in the oceanic and European tradition of democratic socialism, where I would say that I do take seriously the principles of democracy, right? And so I would agree that there's certainly a tradition of socialism that does not take seriously the tradition of liberal democracy. I'm just not part of that like more narrow universe of socialists. I'm on another end of the socialist, spectrum universe.
Okay, beautiful. Does anyone have like?
Go ahead. Here's my contention, though.
You were DMing me a bunch of shit during this.
Yes, I was. This is a shit show. No, Econoboi, it just seems like you're rescuing the label of socialist from the dustbin of history. But if we flip the tables on this, you wouldn't accept this if it was being done for the label of fascist. If there were like good fascists who come along and say, you know what, I'm not like those old fascists. I'm going to be a democratic fascist. We have some differences.
Where's the example of a tradition of fascism where contemporarily, like Econoboi's pointed to, where that it emerged that there was this group of plausibly nice fascists.
Well, I think
there are cuddly socialists, but there's not cuddly fascists. At least from my reading of history. Maybe History Speaks can speak on that.
I think we just say I'm assuming Devs is going to say the type of cuddly socialists we're talking about are not like not the real socialists. Okay, they're the
Yeah, of course, socialism has a much broader tradition. There's a Western tradition that I think, as opposed to the Eastern Europe and the Third World, where Econoboi probably falls into. So I think the label is different than fascism. But I guess I'm just interested in how he thinks. I guess one other question I have for
do you agree? Wait. Do you agree that there's a huge? I just want to get like an agree. Like you agree, therefore, don't you, with Econoboi, that it's fundamentally different and that it's not as problematic?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And also, even if we go for Marxism,
I'm not sure I do, but go ahead.
Okay, but I would even say this: even if we're just
watching this, are mad coping. Watch one streamer turn it off before Destiny bodies Pisco. Is saying Pisco won. Lol. Who was the other? Who are you talking about? I mean, I think like I said earlier, I care way more about like the actual like sort of socialist versus capitalist discussion, which they only talked about briefly in like Econoboi's definition of socialism, than I care about like the democratic strategizing stuff. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like Destiny probably did better overall than Pisco did, but I don't have like super strong opinions on that part. I think it is kind of. I'm a lawyer. I do find it ridiculous that Pisco thinks it's just like some type of illegitimate viewpoint discrimination for Hassan to not be in the expedited, screening thing or whatever, based on his comments about, the whatever congressman and the fucking Houthi shit, right? And I think it's also kind of I think he was coping a little bit with the straight rate stuff, but I don't know straight rate. Okay, I generally I literally have only seen her on Pisco show. I've never watched her stream on its own. I haven't seen any of her old shit. So it could be the case that straight rate is a type of cozy communist or whatever, but I highly doubt it.
To Nazism, it's not a difficult discussion. I mean, you have Joseph Stalin, yes, you have Mao Zedong, but even those cases I don't think are comparable evils to Hitler. But you also have Khrushchev or Mikhail Gorbachev or Castro. I mean, I'm not saying these are good regimes, but it's not even
they're horrible.
Hold on, I want to take issue with this because okay, I'll even grant you that. But it's like saying, well, would you rather be burned alive or be thrown off a building? Thrown off a building is probably going to hurt less, right? It's probably better in every conceivable way. But at the end of the day, you're still dead.
But why do you keep ignoring
very, very bad?
Why do you keep ignoring Econoboi's contemporary examples of a socialist tradition that
because they exist in a liberal framework?
No,
right?
but he's a liberal.
Really quick. we had this whole conversation about how even Marx himself said that lower stage communism would be stamped with the society of its past. That obviously,
I don't have a problem with
obviously,
why are we quoting Marx? Just say you're a liberal
you're saying
socialist.
I have a problem with people who aren't you, who you are, in my opinion, running cover for.
How?
Wait, you're making 2 points at once. You're making 2 points at once.
Points.
You're making you're making 1 point, which is that kind of socialism only exists in liberal frameworks. I'm saying socialism and liberal frameworks are entirely compatible, and in fact predicted to be compatible by Marx.
I'm going to grant you all that.
Now,
I'm going to grant you all that because that doesn't matter to my point. My point is that there is a sizable number of people who call themselves socialists who are not you, Econoboi. They do not share your values. They are simply using your label.
And I'm going to grant you that. And I'm going to grant you that.
Bad things.
I want to pose a question related
democracy.
to this. Do we actually think Hassan, Straight Aid, Mike from PA, that these people are actually serious about an authoritarian system? Or
yes, Mike from PA. I can't speak to Straight Aid, but Mike from PA, Hassan, absolutely yes.
I don't think. Wait.
Do what they wanted to do. It would be a
I have a problem with the assumption.
Blood on the streets.
I have a problem with the assumption. One of the assumptions is that Aaron is in favor of an authoritarian regime. I don't have any evidence of that.
Again, aside from Straight Aid, we're talking about.
I'm
talking about Mike from PA. I'm talking about Hassan. I am very familiar with them, and I'm telling you, I believe with all my heart, right? And I have evidence that they would be authoritarian in a way that if they had control and if they had power, far worse than Trump. And I don't like Trump. I voted against Trump. I think Trump is currently the biggest threat to free speech, for example, that we've ever seen, right? But I'm telling you, if Mike from PA and Hassan had the power that Trump has, they would be worse.
Democratic socialists and cooperativists predate all of these, like tankies or whatever. The fucking
cool.
That's fine, right? So the tankies, right? They pretend to be democratic. Most of them say that if they weren't democratic, they wouldn't be socialist. So they're all putting that in their line, right? All of this collective ownership, this collectivization, it's all because of the idea that there should be democratic collective control. All these people are lying, right? They're using our label to run cover for themselves. They're trying to steal our label. They're trying to steal the label of a good movement to try and run a bad movement. That doesn't mean that we are running cover for them.
I would just point out, I think there's an argument, it's speculative and maybe accusatory, that some of these people are confused, like let's leave Aaron out of it because we like Aaron, I'll be honest. But,
well, I just don't know enough about,
Yeah, okay, but let's talk about Hassan, for example, or Mike from PA. I mean,
I will say, the clips I just saw from Aaron they make me want to ask more questions.
But it's circular, right?
I'm curious if Straight Aid ever does join. I thought she did, but I could be wrong. I don't know. It's Katya SDL. I think that was Straight Aid in the preview.
Democratic Party.
Oh, nope, it's not. Never mind. Well, I don't think Straight Aid joins. Crazy. I was curious, what were the kind of what's final comments?
Like,
dude, we're never winning back to the Senate, probably not. What is Pisco even trying to defend? Pisco is trying to defend the fact that like Democrats should. Well, how broad do you want us to be? The reason he was on that panel, he was like, "Oh, I think Democrats should to some extent cater to people who Destiny considers like the far left or whatever." And like, it's not fair to like, either kick Econoboi off their fucking show, which I don't know if Destiny ever. I don't know if Destiny like seriously suggested that or not. I can't really tell, but that like his tone with the Vanguard was acceptable, right? Like Pisco was defending that, right? And whatever.
But it's nice. Look, it's nice to just us girls, just us girls. It's nice to just have myself and the Econoboi audience. I can finally pay attention to you guys. Hope everyone had a fun time. Man, see my fucking camera. It's like it's so zoomed in because zoom out just a little bit. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Man, I'm splotchy as hell. Everyone's DMing me. It's like some major event happened. Most DMs I've ever gotten. Good show. Thank you so much. GG chat. Any regulation is full communism. That is 100% accurate and a reflection of my opinion. We should just call ourselves Martians to confuse them. That's a great idea. Neuro Detergent. You did a great job, Econoboi.
Yeah, I guess he's probably just talking about
Pisco said that multiple times, so I don't think you're misrepresenting him. Hold on. Texas. I'm like Vosh, and I have developed my own accent or sense, and exactly I clock it exactly. Wait, from the forehead. I really should. Pisco really needs to retire the whole yes or no shtick. Yeah, I do think I don't know. I guess it does get old. I think you're right. It does get old. I like how you keep calm at all times. I definitely did not keep calm at all times in that discussion. I was getting pretty annoyed at the indignancy of Connor. But that's I've self-analyzed myself, and I found that is like something that like is a trigger for me. I get triggered as fuck when I feel like someone's being indignant. That is like a thing where I'm like, bro, fuck you. If I feel like you're being indignant, I lose almost all patience for you. And when Connor admitted that he wouldn't vote for Bernie or AOC if they were the nominee, why should we in a coalition with him when he's just going to vote for DeSantis next time? I guess that's a decent point to bring up. I didn't think of it at the time. Have you always spoken so well?
True. Okay, I'm just curious. What are the other? What are the other leeches saying about it? I doubt Renio's reacting to it. I bet Renio's doing some actual
going
productive
against the
stuff. Yeah, can you believe him? Not leeching.
Hello? Anti-fan art?
Well, I think it's okay. To be fair, I think it's obviously the case that, I mean, intuitively, right? I think there's a reason why a shitload of people in America identify themselves as socialists but not communist, right? Like, I think that there probably is.
Countries, people don't line up for food. The rich get the.
Bernie Sanders.
And you have a good point. You don't. Okay. Socialists. This is actually fun.
You're getting timed out by a.
Okay. Wow.
Both an ideological disagreement. You'd see a significant mixture of those things, but you.
And I think that they are using progressive.
The current discourse, which has nothing to do with anything you're saying right now, dude.
Where he guarantees.
Incredible. Trader Eclipse said everything that needed to be said real. I don't know. I really. I wish Trader came on to talk about what she believes, because I really don't. Like I said, I really don't know exactly what Trader believes, but it seems kind of likely that if you're defending or saying that, like, oh, socialists are scared to identify as communist, right? It seems kind of likely that you, and saying that you are a communist, it seems kind of likely that you are a pretty, like, radical person. And, you know, and I can't imagine that we're saying that while at the same time having some, like, liberal socialist tradition or whatever. Okay, doesn't he say anything after he left? It kind of
scripts or anything like that.
This was a
thing at that, and calibrate our ideology and our rules and our prescriptive rules on that specific thing. And I don't think any of it has to do.
If she was supposed to be subversive, why not blend in? What do you mean? Well, I think that, so I think part of Connor's claim, right, was that, like, these democratic socialists are, like, you know, trying to be subversive, or sorry, democratic socialists are the useful idiots, right? But a lot of the socialists are, like, hiding their power levels, right? But I guess I don't know how much Straight Rate is trying to blend in, but I think the question at the time, I think, was just, like, how, like, is Pisco behaving, like, irresponsibly or whatever by having his co-host be a fucking illiberal communist or whatever.
All right, I'm good. All right, listen. This was this was quite the adventure. I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna go do stuff. This was what a wild ride. Oh, I said if I did make a whole thing for this, but I don't think we got through, like, fucking any of this debate prep. So, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, what a convo. All right, I love you guys. You can go watch Wick and hang out with him afterwards. Be careful, stay safe. I love y'all so much.
I think it's been an issue for a while that liberals don't push back enough against the far left. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, yeah, this was annoying. Well, it is because half the people, how these people are, like, barely even fucking, like, all the, like, Dean and Parker or whatever, like, the people, like, they're barely liberals, like, they're basically fucking socialist, right? Which, like, whatever, but half the people who are, like, support Kamala Harris or whatever shit, oh damn, I just got that uploaded fast, are like barely even liberals. Yeah, why is Dean sucking up to ML Hassan? Well, yeah, I mean, that too, obviously. Like, it's, yeah, not only, like, are people defending Kamala Harris barely even fucking liberals, but, you know, they obviously will suck up to people who are not at all liberals, which is annoying. And I think it's, like, too much, like, I don't know. I guess I don't know how strong I feel about this. It feels like the Democratic Party is just in general, like, too, like, even the politicians are just, like, too concerned with the far left, right? It seems kind of crazy that, like, Kamala doesn't want to, like, moderate on some issues because she's concerned, you know, depending on what she says about trans prisoners getting surgery or whatever, that the people on the far left are gonna, like, purity test her and, like, kick her out of the fucking, not vote for her, right? So I don't know. Seems like Democrats are too focused on that because the cancel culture on the far left is too strong or whatever. Hold on, I still have the other thing open. Yeah. Norway, just not socialist. No, it's just not. Just not. I don't know. I'd be way more curious. I don't know if they're going to have it in like the actual like capitalism versus socialism discussion. Although I bet Econoboi would fucking crush that one just because I don't think Destiny is. First of all, I don't even think Destiny's educated on what exactly Econoboi is proposing, much less like the reasons why it might be bad. The ideal world is King of the Coast becomes a Destiny orbiter. Can you imagine that? That'd be, oh man. That'd be interesting. Anyway, we're going to read this thing now. And I don't know if they're still here, the person who wanted me to read the Unlearning Economics Rent Control article, which I did read like off stream when it first came out. Democrats live with constant fear that there will be some 200K upvote tweet canceling them for not wanting trans women and women support. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it feels like that's the case. You know, like I don't again, like I feel bad like saying stuff about like data on it, right? Because I don't know how you would begin to quantify that though. But like that's what it feels like a lot of times. Assuming. Invited to an urgent meeting about USA Agency for International Development over the weekend. Must called agency, which provides humanitarian assistance to millions of world's poorest people. A criminal organization and a viper's nest full of radical left Marxists, truth nukes who hate America. After midnight on Sunday, he wrote an X. We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Could gone to some great parties. Did that instead. The New York Times reported that how do I pronounce this guy's name? Farter has sent an email to Doe's colleagues in the days before. He conducted a review of USAID payments made after Trump had ordered the agency to pause development spending. I could be wrong for her to note. My numbers could be off. The great undoing with its firings, humiliation, lacerating, and gloating received a lot of gleeful encouragement on X. But in the days to come, someone posted traitor under Furito's TikTok videos. Someone in Discord warned him that the internet hates fascist. Another that he would end up in prison. In Lincoln, some came out in support of Doge and Furto, appreciated what they called sacrifice, looked forward to what they hoped would be a smaller government with fewer regulations. That Sunday night, Scott Henderson, who mentors young entrepreneurs and knows him, wrote an email to his father. He says that he asked something like, "Is this true? As a father of a son of the same age, you could do something. You can do something about this. If this is true, what are you going to do about this?" He didn't get a response. Why? This fucking. How many people are? How many fucking 20-year-olds who just have in a Discord server coordinating for the withdrawal of aid for billions of people? Let's go. I love this country. Called Doge Kids. Some moved to an Airbnb known as Dogetown, dined out together. They came as a group, said former senior government officials. That's the whole Doge thing. It's all Doge all the time. Like they're literally not given the mental space to have an independent life experience, life experience that perhaps reflect on what they are doing. Helps us dismantle departments after 9 departments after USAID, OBM. DOE, Department of Energy, Labor, Health and Human Services, National Science Foundation. Neil deGrasse Tyson, what? Targeting those sorts of power, exponential growth. We picture Elon Musk, an estimate of his wealth, 330 billion. The audience boos. At the conclusion of his talk, Tyson remains on stage to share a few thoughts about the government's stance against NASA scientists. We'll go backwards in a residual move. Move forward, he says, we're supposed to make the next generation proud of us. Awesome. We've got at least 28 million federal grants for the university. Incredible. Why do we have fucking Redditor, 20-year-old Redditor, occupied government? Anyway, this, like I said, I read it when it first came out. I don't like have a huge issue with it. This is just like I mean, it's just like I don't think like rent control 2.0 stuff is like really like that bad. It just seems like here's my like general issue. Like I have this issue with a lot of like different left wing policies. It's like, okay, like we have a policy and it causes like X bad effect. Okay, like minimum wage we think is going to cause youth unemployment. Okay, so let's just exempt young people from it, right? Then we don't have that issue, right? And we also think it's going to do, it's going to have different effects in different places with labor market concentration. Okay, so like let's maybe like do the minimum wage and like tie it to how concentrated the market is in some places. So like we shouldn't have like a national minimum wage of $30 an hour, but maybe in like a certain town where Amazon's the only fucking employer in the whole town, maybe we should have a $30 minimum wage. It's like, okay, at some point we should accept like the policy just has like all these like negative effects, and instead of trying to like optimize your way around them, like why don't we just like do a better policy? So like why wouldn't we just do some combination of reforming zoning laws so more homes are built and supply can actually meet demand, and at the same time just have like social housing. Like I'm not even like that opposed to social housing. Like social housing is probably preferable to a lot of the rent control shit, right? Like I really don't like where's the thing? Like oh yeah, this. Like I don't know enough about this for sure. I don't think this is necessarily true. I don't think the research in rent control is as mixed as the research in minimum wage. Like minimum wage, there is like genuinely like relatively like mixed evidence for it. I don't think you can really say the same about rent control. Like it seems like all our studies are like pretty consistently like welfare rent control is just like not welfare maximizing. Maybe if you only look at the like rent control 2.0 shit. But, that seems a little silly. But like, hold on, like also like this. It's also what I mean. It's like a few studies showed rent control does not reduce the total supply of housing. Instead, rent control shifts a number of households from controlled units to either owner-occupied or exempted rental units. So like we have like a plan to like, oh, we're gonna reduce like housing costs by, like capping its price or whatever, or capping increases or whatever. And then like the result is you get like, okay, well, they convert it to non-rent control properties, but like the price of those non-rent controlled properties is still going to be higher than, or it's higher or roughly equal to the price of the rental houses before they were like converted. Like, well, pop out on study for the anti-RC crowd is a diamond. Yeah, and obviously studied the study before. Though undoubtedly well-executed research demonstrates how negative spend on rent control persists in the economic profession despite well-known issues with the standard model. Would it be considered anti-trans to say I support trans rights, but I personally don't encourage people to get bottom surgery? I don't think that should reasonably be considered anti-trans. Rent control was introduced in 1994. As Rock states, landowners treated rent control landlords treated by rent control reduced rental housing supply by 50% by selling to owner occupants and redeveloping buildings until 2016. One can be forgiven for thinking the overall 50% reduction in rental units, but when it's unpacked later in the paper, it becomes clear there's actually a combination of 8% being converted into owner-occupied housing and further 7% being converted into rental units, which were exempt from rent control. Evidently, this reduction in rental housing supply is 8% rather than 15%. In other words, the 15.3% figure refers to the number of properties that were redeveloped in response to rent control, but just under half of these were still used for renting and exempted units, with more than half sold to owners. At what point, what issue is this policy even addressing? It's I guess if you think ownership is strictly preferable to renting, then you can target. Then I guess maybe you would think it's a benefit, but I guess yeah, I don't know, it seems silly to encourage owning by incentivizing landlords to convert rental properties into properties that you can own, right? That seems even if we do want to encourage owning, it seems that's the dumbest fucking way to do it. There's a shift to report renters and make housing less affordable. Paper does not have direct data on affordability of housing, so they proxy this by using their income of new tenants from their previous zip codes. Based on estimates, the residents of both owner-occupied and exempted rental units are likely to have higher income, which is cause for concern because it means the policy favors rich residents. But rent control also means existing tenants are more likely to stay, which is more pronounced for poor minority group. Every study also does find this effect. Obviously you do find this effect, but it's whatever. In my opinion, the strangest spin by Diamond is to frame the combination of poor residents staying and richer residents moving as a bad thing. It appears rent controls actually contributed to the gentrification of San Francisco, the exact opposite of policy's intended goal. Indeed, by simultaneously bringing in higher income residents and preventing displacement of minorities, rent control has contributed to widening income inequality in the city. Also, if you think income inequality is intrinsically bad, then maybe you should be against this, but whatever. Apparently, keeping existing residents in an area well residents join is a bad thing. The solution is obviously to have rich residents so the income inequality in the area is low. Wow, true. Wait, oh my God. Not that I don't know if unlearning economics was ever on the inequality is intrinsically bad thing, but it's almost like the outcomes. Guys, it's almost like the outcomes matter more than just the inequality. It's almost like the total utility, the total outcome, the end result, the consequences. Whatever. Do you know anyone in Hawaii? Nope. Tsunami waves will be much higher there than expected, probably about 4 feet high. Damn. No, I haven't kept up with the tsunami shit, right? All I've seen is that there was an earthquake and it's going to cause a tsunami, but I don't know how big the fucking thing is going to be. Oh, also this just seems silly or whatever. It doesn't really. I don't really get the moralistic arguments about what landlords should be doing and stuff. I don't know. I expect most corner fair readers will read this as rent control, not as rent control bad, but as landlords abuse their power, so tenants don't have enough rights. It seems like if we're doing a policy, we should be examining whether that policy has good or bad consequences, right? And even if you think landlords are obviously landlords are evil and greedy and horribly immoral for doing whatever shit they're doing, right? You would still at the end of the day, what matters is that the policy has bad consequences, right? So even if it has bad consequences because landlords are evil, it still has bad consequences. So I guess you would probably say you can mitigate it with more tenant rights or whatever, but LAPD shouts from helicopter for people to move to higher ground, even if waves is not expected to be that high. I mean, yeah, like I said, I haven't been following it because I don't know how much I care about it, but. Rich people living on boats in Moss Landing. What? I guess some people like living on their fucking boats here. All right. Based. Go should eat shrimp for his last meal just in case. Listen, all I'm saying, whenever people start asking for donations to rebuild California or whatever, I know where my money will be going. It's not to them. To the much more important charities. All right, so I think I have to like fix my sleep schedule today. If I don't like fix it today, I'm basically fucked. We're any shrimp tarn in a tsunami, oh shit, what did I? Oh, do I need 2%? I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm sure. I bet shrimp are relatively unaffected. I bet they've lived through worse. All right, so doubt it. But yeah. So if you guys are lucky, you might get another stream from me later today, just because like I said, have to like fix my stream schedule today. Meaning, thanks for every email for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Just because I am like kind of fucked if I don't, because I have to be on like a actual normal schedule to go to hang out with my friends on Friday. Which hold on, let me say my game. And I have to drive a lot. I'm gonna have to drive like 4 hours tomorrow, and I don't want to be not tomorrow on Friday. I don't want to be like super tired because I have a fucked up sleep schedule. So we'll see. But I want to edit shit and I want to read shit. So. Ain't no one streaming on Twitch. I guess Rendield is. I guess one person is supposed to go to Rendield. W. True. I guess I can send you Rendield on YouTube too. Or I can send you to Pisco because he's talking to, for whatever reason, he's talking to Dr. Avi, I guess. Whatever. I'll send you to Rendield. Rendiald's cooler. Anyway, yeah, see you guys maybe later today because, like I said, got to fix my sleep schedule. So I think, like maybe 12 hours from now, like 1 p.m., I'll be streaming again. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, love you guys. Subscribe if you haven't. Check out the YouTube channel if you haven't. Working on, I guess one thing I'm working on setting up a debate with one of the other Jubilee people, the like Dianella girl. I don't think her name was Dianella. It might have been the girl, blonde girl, name starts with D. Was the first person to talk to Mehdi Hassan on the immigration prompt. Okay, so working on setting up a debate with her, probably about immigration, maybe about trade and the economy more general. Say more? What do you mean by say more? Hold on, let me just real quick. Oh, and I guess tomorrow, technically, but Thursday, 6 p.m., have the Shrimp Welfare Project debate on Wick's show. One of the conservatives, yeah. This girl.
My parents are united. No, I never said it was against
you
naturalization.
did. You began. Everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants.
That girl. Okay. We're gonna setting up a conversation with her, probably about immigration. Maybe we'll talk about other shit as well. I think I might challenge that misfit patriot dude from Sarah Panel to just a conversation about Trump and the economy. I think I might do that as well. So that's what we got coming up. So subscribe so you don't miss the Shrimp Welfare Project debate tomorrow night, 6 p.m. The Jubilee debate at an indeterminate time, and hopefully maybe a debate with Misfit Patriot at an indeterminate time as well. So we'll see. Anyway, will be there. Thanks for every email. Hell yeah. By the way, I have to email. This reminded me. Thank you guys. Well, actually, it's mostly me who reminded myself. I have to email the Shrimp Welfare Project and see if they. I want them to set up a or I want them to do the like onboarding thing for Tiltify, which is like a charity, is it what streamers use for charity streams most of the time, right? I want them to see if they can set up something with Tiltify and or Streamlabs charity, because they're connected. They're on Twitch, which means I can set my Twitch donations to go to a Shrimp Welfare Project, but they're not on anything else. And I want to be able to do a stream, like a subathon, where all the profits go to the like Shrimp Welfare Project. That'd be cool. Anyway, so that's coming up further out than the other 3 things I talked about. But yeah, Shrimp Welfare Project debate tomorrow. Make sure to check that out on Wix. I'll be streaming too, but Wix hosting it. And the Jubilee debate, Misfit Patriot debate, maybe. We'll see. See you guys. Love you guys.